Chapter 123. Seeing Rog handing $10 to Nick Fury and Nick Fury was very happy to accept it, Rog suddenly thought of the $500 million that S.H.I.E.L.D. had sent last night. This is called noble character, this is called selfless dedication. No wonder Rogers can have the title of Captain America. This title is simply tailor-made for him. Not only did he not charge a penny for carrying out such a dangerous task, but he also took the initiative to pay for it. This kind of character, this kind of style, it seems that he can only be a vulgar person in the future. Thank you for coming. After putting away the $10, Nick Fury deliberately looked at Rog with his remaining right eye, as if to say, look at him and then look at him. Rog chose to ignore Nick Fury's suggestive eyes. Then, Nick Fury came to Dr. Banner and said slowly, Doctor, thank you for coming. Thank you for not being rough. Dr. Banner answered calmly, and then continued, how long do I have to stay here? We will let you go as soon as we get the magic cube, and you can go anywhere you want. So, how are you doing now? Dr. Banner continued to ask. If he could, he was not very willing to stay here. In particular, Rog was also here. We are scanning all the wireless readable cameras, mobile phones, and laptops in the world. As long as they are connected to satellites, they are our eyes. Coulson answered the question for Nick Fury. How many spectrometers can you mobilize if you want to narrow down the scope? As many as you want. Nick Fury said with great confidence. Contact all the laboratories you can find and ask them to put the spectrometers on the roof and search for gamma rays. I will draft a tracking algorithm based on cluster recognition, so that at least a few areas can be ruled out. After entering his professional field, Dr. Banner immediately showed the qualities that his 7 doctorate degrees should have. What is professional? This is it. Can you find me a place to work? Dr. Banner continued. Agent Romanoff, please take Dr. Banner to his laboratory. As a professional agent, Nick Fury naturally made all the necessary preparations and instructed Natasha. After Banner and Natasha left, Nick Fury came to Rog and said, are you really not considering joining the Avengers project? We need a professional like you. What you need is not a professional, but a professional fighter. It's better for us to maintain our current relationship. You'll pay and I'll do my best. Money and goods are even, and I won't cheat anyone. Rog rejected Nick Fury's invitation once again. This was not the first time that Nick Fury had extended an invitation, but every time he had received the same answer. If I remember correctly, your last evaluation of me was that I was reckless, often ignored the rules, and lacked sympathy for the weak. It's not a good habit to overturn your previous evaluation for a mere $500 million. With the help of Dr. Banner, S.H.I.E.L.D's search work has improved significantly, but even so, they only found Loki's trace after nightfall. Suspected target found, facial features match 67%, weight, cross-comparison shows 79% match. A S.H.I.E.L.D. staff member reported. Where is he? Stuttgart, Germany, 28 Kuhnenstrasse. He didn't plan to hide. Loki, wearing a handsome suit, appeared on the surveillance screen. Captain, it's up to you. Nick Fury glanced at Rogers next to him and said with a serious face. At the same time, Rog in Natasha's room also received the order to set off. This Loki appeared at a really bad time. More than 10 minutes later, Rog and others appeared in a Quinjet that had already been prepared and began to head to Loki's location. Not long after the Quinjet set off, Rog, in uniform, came to Rog and sat next to him. Glancing at Natasha, who was piloting the Quinjet, Rog turned to Rog and whispered, I don't mean to offend you, but now is the time of action, and it's better to control some things. Wasting stamina is a big taboo on the battlefield. I can fight like this all day. Rog wanted to answer Rogers with this classic quote, but after seeing Rogers' serious expression, he dismissed the idea. The other party had good intentions. Although this did not affect him in any way, it was still a kind reminder from the other party. Proper relaxation is good for reducing the pressure before the battle. Just kidding, thank you for reminding me, I will pay attention next time. Then, it was a boring, long and boring flight. At this time, Loki, wearing a horned helmet and holding a scepter, was expressing his feelings to the ordinary people kneeling in the square. You are born to be ruled by others, and you will always bow down to others. As soon as Loki finished speaking, an old man with very little hair stood up. We will not bow down to people like you. You'll never find someone like me again, Loki said in a superior tone. Facing Loki, who showed superhuman strength, the old man was not afraid at all, and said firmly, there are always lunatics like you. Everyone, look at this old man. I will use him as an example to others. After that, Loki pointed the scepter in his hand at the old man who stood up, and the tip of the scepter shone with a light blue light. The next second, a ball of energy flew toward the old man like a cannonball. Just as the energy ball was about to hit the old man, Rogers descended from the sky, blocked the energy ball with the shield in his hand, and bounced the energy ball back. Bang! Loki, who was caught off guard, was knocked to the ground by the energy ball he fired. You know, the last time I came to Germany, I also met a person who stepped on others. After blocking the energy cannonball, Rogers of the American team walked towards Loki, who was lying on the ground. Where did these people learn the habit of chatting before fighting? Isn't it better to just fight? Loki, who was knocked down, stood up immediately. Just as he was about to say a few harsh words to Rogers, he saw a person who was falling rapidly, a somewhat familiar person. Is it Rog? Why is he here? Isn't he at Asgard? Has the Bifrost been repaired? In an instant, several questions appeared in Loki's mind at the same time. Before he could think of any results, he saw a flying Thor kunai shining with a light silver metallic light in front of him. Chapter 124. Although Loki is not a professional melee player, it doesn't mean that he is not good at dodging. Not to mention the flying Thor kunai thrown by Rog, even if it's an arrow shot by Hawkeye, he can easily catch it. But now, he obviously doesn't have the idea of catching the kunai with his bare hands. Rog is very dangerous, and the weapon he throws is also very dangerous. With this in mind, Loki slightly tilted his head and avoided the flying Thor kunai that flew directly toward his handsome face. That's it? After avoiding the attack of the flying Thor kunai, Loki's face showed a look of disdain. However, in the next second, his disdain turned into shock. Rog, who was still falling rapidly in the air, instantly flashed in front of him, and his left hand grabbed the flying Thor kunai that just flew over his head. In Rog's right hand, there is a palm-sized light blue ball. Rasengan. Rog didn't give Loki any time to react. The Rasengan in his right hand directly pressed on Loki's chest. Boom. At the moment of contact with the Rasengan, Loki felt a strong twisting and tearing force. Then, his whole body was sent flying, and he crashed heavily into the house behind him. Leave him to me. I have a personal friendship with his brother. You are responsible for evacuating the crowd, Rog said to Rogers without looking back, but he soon found that his words just now were a little superfluous. The onlookers kneeling in the square didn't need anyone to remind them. After seeing Loki flying out, they scattered like a nest of frightened mice. How did you do that just now? Rogers of the American team came to Rogers' side with his shield and asked in confusion. You can simply understand that these are my superpowers. Rog didn't intend to explain to Rogers what ninjutsu is. This kind of thing will only be more complicated. Just as Rogers was about to continue to ask something, Loki, who was hit, came out of the broken wall. Although the power of the Rasengan is not bad, it depends on who it hits. For Loki, a frost giant, although the Rasengan hurts a little, it's not enough to knock him down with one blow. At this time, Loki has completely lost his previous arrogance and disdain. The appearance of Rog can be said to have completely disrupted his plan. Rog's appearance means that Bifrost is repaired, and Bifrost's repair means that Thor will come at any time. Should I change the plan? Just as Loki was considering whether or not to change himself, Rog once again appeared in front of him. Body flicker technique. The flying Thor kunai in Rog's hand pierced Loki's heart like lightning, and then it directly passed through Loki's body. Illusion. The reappeared Loki was just an illusion. As a sorcerer, heeses. S's, kisses, heeses, SSD. 3 Tomo Sharingan, open. In an instant, Rog's eyes turned blood red, and then he quickly glanced around. Streets, Squares, roofs. After a quick observation of the surrounding environment, Rog did not find any trace of Loki. Since he can't see him with his eyes, he'll use another way. Chakra perception. Loki can use magic to change his figure and create illusions to mislead the enemy, but his life strength and energy intensity are not so easy to change. Especially in a place like the Earth, his frost giant's life strength is as obvious as the moon in the night sky. He's running really fast. At this time, Loki had run out of several streets, decisively like an Olympic athlete in a 100-meter sprint. However, Loki didn't expect that at this time, a man in a red Iron Man armor would fly towards him, and without thinking, he gave him 2 energy cannons. Boom! Loki, who was running wildly, was hit by Iron Man Tani's 2 arc pulse cannons and he flew out in an extremely embarrassing manner. Make a move, Bambi. Loki, who was hit, just sat up and Iron Man Tani opened all the weapons on his armor and pointed them at him. Under Tani's naked threat, Loki decisively lifted the magic on his body. The armor on his body and the horned helmet on his head quickly disappeared, and then he silently raised his hands. That's a good boy. Tani put away his weapon, and Rog and Rogers also rushed over at this time. The next thing was much simpler. When Tani and Rog escorted Loki to the Quinjet, Rog picked up the scepter that fell aside. Is this the scepter that hides the Mind Gem? Mind Gem, the embodiment of the universal consciousness, can dominate the mind of all creatures, can read, modify, manipulate, and create the spirit of life. Even with a light touch, it can change the mind of the target. Even Rog, who has seen a lot, couldn't help but get a little excited at this time. However, when he picked up Loki's scepter and seriously perceived the blue gem at the top of the scepter, his face became extremely ugly. There is a ghost mind gem in it. Inside the blue gem at the top of the scepter, there is nothing but a huge amount of energy of unknown origin. Is there really no mind gem? Or is this scepter just a forgery? If the scepter is a forgery, it will be a little better, as long as the genuine one is found. If this scepter is genuine, then the problem is very serious. This means that in the future, he will no longer be the one he knows, and he will lose an extremely powerful invisible golden finger. After a helpless sigh, Rog boarded the Quinjet with the scepter that he didn't know if it was genuine or not. Did he speak? After knowing that Loki was successfully arrested, Nick immediately asked Natasha, who was piloting the Quinjet. He didn't say a word. Bring him back, we don't have much time. Nick Fury decisively ended the call. Rog and Tani of the American team said, I have a bad feeling. Why? Isn't it good for a rock star to surrender? Tani replied with an indifferent face. Rog, what do you think? Rog ignored Tani and asked Rog's opinion. At this time, Rog didn't care why Loki surrendered. He just wanted to know if this scepter is genuine. It's okay, nothing special. Rog's answer was equally casual. With his skill, he shouldn't surrender so easily. Looking at the indifferent expressions of his 2 teammates, Rog's face became a little ugly. Just as Rog was about to say something, a few violent lightning flashed in the night sky. Loki, who didn't say a word, involuntarily turned his head and looked outside. Chapter 125. Loki's action immediately attracted the attention of Rogers from the American team. What's the matter? Are you afraid of thunder? I don't like guys who follow lightning. Loki ignored Rogers' sarcasm and answered nervously. Thor really came. Although Loki had been mentally prepared when he saw Rog, he didn't know what to expect. But when Thor really appeared, he couldn't help but feel nervous. In just a few seconds, Saul, who was accompanied by lightning, landed directly on the Quinjet, causing the flying Quinjet to suddenly shake during the battle. The familiar guy is here. Unlike the nervous Loki and the confused Rogers and the others, Rog had a calm expression on his face at this time. When Rogers picked up his shield and Tani put on his helmet, Rog came directly in front of Loki and patted him on the shoulder. Thor's flying technique. Before the authenticity of the scepter was confirmed, he would never let Loki out of his sensing range. When Rog patted his shoulder, Loki felt a mysterious power that he had never touched before. Although this power was not considered strong, It was firmly branded on his body like gangrene attached to the bone. What is this? Just as Loki was about to speak, Tani, who had already put on his helmet, opened the hatch at the tail of the Quinjet. However, Tani had just taken a few steps when Thor in his armor came to the hatch and directly hammered Tani. Without any suspense, Tani was sent flying, and at the same time he knocked down Rogers, who was behind him. It was not until then that Thor realized that not only Loki was here, but Rog was also here. Long time no see. Rog took the initiative to greet him. Long time no see. Thor replied subconsciously, and then he remembered the real purpose of his trip. I still have some things to take care of. As soon as he finished speaking, Saul grabbed Loki and pinched his neck like he was pinching a cat's neck. Then he waved Mjolnir and flew out. Another troublemaker. Tani, who stood up, complained silently. Is he also from Asgard? Natasha had never seen Thor before, nor had she seen any information about Thor. He is Loki's brother, Thor from Asgard. As the person who was most familiar with Thor, Rog took the initiative to introduce Thor. Then, is he on our side? Rogers of the American team immediately asked Roger. It doesn't matter, whether he releases Loki or kills him, we can't find the Tesseract. Before Rog could answer, Tani spoke first, and then walked in the direction of the cabin door. Stark, we need a battle plan. Rogers said quickly. I have a plan, and that is to attack. Tani turned his head and replied to Rogers, and then flew out directly. Watching Tony leave on his own, the captain of the American team, Rogers, was displeased. He picked up a parachute. Captain, don't get involved in this mess. They are all legends, almost equivalent to gods. Natasha, who was piloting the fighter, turned back and said to Captain America, Madam, there is only one god, and he will definitely not dress like that. After putting on the parachute, Rogers picked up his shield and jumped out of the fighter without looking back. Although in name, everyone is a member of the same team. But obviously, every member of this team has their own ideas and is very individualistic. Teamwork? Was that even edible? Aren't you going? In desperation, Natasha could only ask Rog, who was still in the fighter. Don't worry, Loki can't run away. Rog did not chase after Loki because the flying Thor technique on Loki is now in a state of rapid flight. When Loki lands or stops moving, he will naturally teleport over. Are you familiar with Thor? He seemed surprised when he saw you just now. After closing the door of the fighter, Natasha asked Rog again. I should be quite familiar with him. After all, I fought with him on an alien planet for 9 months. Hearing Rog's answer, Natasha's first reaction was that Rog was joking. But when she remembered that Rog had secretly disappeared for 9 months some time ago, she suddenly felt that what Rog said seemed to be true. Which planet? Why did you fight together? How did you get to that planet? After realizing that Rog was telling the truth, Natasha immediately asked. This is exclusive information, and it's first-hand exclusive information. As a professional agent, Natasha immediately realized the value of this information. I'll tell you next time. In Rog's perception, Loki had stopped flying and was staying on an unknown mountaintop. Without any hesitation, Rog picked up Loki's scepter and directly left the fighter with the flying thunder god. At this time, Loki was sitting on a rock on the top of the mountain, looking at Thor and Tani fighting in the forest with a satisfied expression. However, in the next second, he saw the person he didn't want to see the most at this time. What's the matter with the scepter? After teleporting in front of Loki, Rog directly threw the scepter in his hand to Loki and asked with a serious expression. What do you mean, what's the matter? Loki casually took the scepter thrown by Rog and stood up with a puzzled expression. I'm not in the mood to joke with you right now. I'll ask again, what's the matter with the scepter? As soon as his voice fell, a ball of lightning visible to the naked eye appeared in Rog's right hand, and at the same time, there was the sound of 1,000 birds chirping. I really don't know what you're talking about. Loki still looked like he didn't understand anything. Asgard has already held a funeral for you, so I don't mind sending a dead person back to where he should be. As soon as his voice fell, Rog flashed in front of Loki and the Chidori in his right hand directly pierced Loki's heart. Wait, Just as the Chidori was about to pierce Loki's chest, Loki spoke again. Do you think this kind of low-level illusion can fool me? I'm the god of trickery, Loki. Playing illusion in front of me, aren't you too confident? As soon as Loki finished speaking, the Rog standing in front of him disappeared like a bubble, and 10 meters away, another Rog appeared. Ignorant earthling. Loki's face was full of disdain as he added, well, since illusion can't scare you, let's do it for real. As soon as his voice fell, Rog used the summoning technique to summon the Kusanagi sword. As a show of respect, before you die, I'll tell you the name of this move in advance. This move is called Kusanagi sword, Chidori blade. In Warnerheim, I once used this move to kill a 5-meter-tall Kronen warrior. When Rog introduced the Chidori blade, Loki felt a strong murderous intent from him. This guy is serious. Farewell, Loki. Before Loki could speak, Rog once again appeared in front of him, and the Kusanagi sword wrapped in lightning directly pierced his throat. Chapter 126. The scepter was given to me by Thanos. Just as the Kusanagi sword was about to pierce Loki's throat, Loki spoke in an unprecedented speed. However, he was still too slow. The Kusanagi sword in Rog's hand did not slow down and directly pierced Loki's throat. Madman, this guy is a madman. Although his neck was pierced by the Kusanagi sword, Loki did not feel the slightest pain. He was fooled. The god of trickery was fooled by an earthling. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you have to do this? At this time, Rog was still holding the sword. After he finished the sentence, his body instantly collapsed and dissipated, turning into a dark crow. From the beginning to the end, he had no intention of killing Loki. Although Loki looked unloved in Asgard, if he really killed him, Odin, the father of all gods, would definitely kill Rog. You can. After calming down a little, Loki stared at Rog, who was more than 10 meters away, especially his blood-red eyes. As a master of illusion, he was actually fooled by an earthling's illusion. This was a shame that needed to be washed away with the enemy's life. After being teleported here through the Thor, Rog immediately cast an illusion on Loki. However, what he cast was not an ordinary illusion, but a double illusion. For someone like Loki who was proficient in magic, especially illusion magic, ordinary illusions would never be able to escape his eyes. Therefore, Rog deliberately gave Loki a small opportunity to show off and let him perceive the existence of the first illusion. As he had expected, Loki easily discovered the existence of the first illusion. However, Loki did not expect that the first illusion was only a part of the second illusion. Loki thought that he had seen through Rog's illusion, but in fact, he had always been under the influence of the second illusion. With Loki's strength, if he was just a little bit more cautious and serious, he would have a great chance of discovering the existence of a second illusion. Unfortunately, he was too confident. He was confident that he had seen through Rog's illusion. Loki thought that he was on the second floor and Rog was only on the first floor, but the real situation was that Loki was on the second floor and Rog was on the 5th floor. Thanos asked you to conquer the Earth, but as a result, he is not even willing to give you a better weapon. It seems that you are not very important in his heart. Although Loki's scepter was a good magic weapon, it could only be considered good. Not to mention the hammer of Thor, even Rog's enchanted fan that had been enchanted by Odin was several levels higher than this thing. At the very least, his round fan could still respond to its owner's summons and had the ability to fly. What do you know, Thanos doesn't want the Earth, but, speaking of this, Loki finally reacted. Why do I have to explain to him? He is not my companion. Not knowing if it was because of shyness or other reasons, Loki snorted proudly and then ignored Rog. At this time, Tani and Thor were still fighting in the forest below, but they soon ushered in another game partner. Rogers of the American team finally rushed over and attacked Tani and Thor with the shield in his hand at the same time. The appearance of Rogers made the battle between Tani and Thor temporarily stop. Then not long after, Thor waved Thor's hammer and smashed it on Rogers' shield. Boom! A dazzling and powerful explosion sounded, and the surrounding trees were instantly broken, and a very obvious circular gap appeared in the forest. After the explosion, Thor, Rogers, and others finally calmed down and put an end to this meaningless battle. More than half an hour later, the group returned to the helicarrier, and Loki was escorted by a team of heavily armed SHIELD soldiers to his VIP presidential suite. As he passed by Dr. Banner's laboratory, Loki turned to look at Dr. Banner and showed an ambiguous smile. Let's be clear, if you try to escape, even if you just scratch the glass, you will fall to a height of 9,000 meters with this cage, understand? Nick Fury demonstrated his VIP exclusive service to Loki. This cage is really good, I guess it wasn't made for me? Even at a time like this, Loki still looked indifferent. It was built for something more powerful than you. Nick Fury answered Loki's question. I've heard of it. After that, Loki turned his head and glanced at the surveillance camera next to him. It's obviously a stupid beast, but you still pretend to be an ordinary person. How panicked are you to think of such a monster as a rescue? Loki's ridicule was clearly transmitted to a conference room in the helicarrier. Nick Fury is not the only one who is paying attention to Loki. Panicked? You threatened me by saying that you would go to war with my world. You stole the power that you couldn't control. You took pleasure in killing. It was you who forced me to do this. Nick Fury didn't take Loki's ridicule to heart and said righteously, if you don't know his identity, you will definitely think that he is a good person after hearing his words. Although Rog is also in the conference room, his attention is not on the conversation between Nick Fury and Loki, but looking at the system's commission page with a puzzled face. Commission content: capture Loki and hand him over to SHIELD. Commission status: incomplete. Commission reward: 200 ninja coins. Loki has been successfully captured and handed over to SHIELD, but the system still hasn't judged that the commission has been completed. The 3 words, incomplete, are still so dazzling. Judging from the content of the commission, it is definitely in the state of being completed. But the problem is that the system doesn't seem to recognize this. What the hell is going on here? Rog read the commission content over and over several times, but he still has no clue. Just as he was thinking about whether there would be any hidden conditions in this commission, Captain Rogers suddenly asked Thor, Loki is stalling for time. Thor, what is he planning? He has an army of Chitauri, and no one knows his origin. He intends to lead this army to invade the Earth. The Chitauri will help Loki conquer the Earth, and in return, Loki will give them the magic cube. Saul told him everything he knew about the current situation. An army or an army from outer space? Roger's tone became serious. However, when she heard the word outer space, Natasha, who was sitting opposite Rog, silently looked back at Rog. Chapter 127. Why are you looking at me? I don't know anything about Chitauri. Because of Natasha's turn back, Rogers, Dr. Banner, and others also turned to look at her. If Loki has an army from outer space, then he also needs a stable space portal. That's why he kidnapped Dr. Selvig. Since meeting Rog on the helicarrier, Dr. Banner has deliberately avoided dealing with Rog, so he pulled the topic back to the main topic. Selvig? Thor suddenly asked. He's a PhD in astrophysics. Dr. Banner explained. He's my friend. I don't know what method Loki used to control him, and one of our agents. Natasha added in her mind. I want to know why Loki surrendered so easily. He can't command the army if he's locked up here. Rogers always felt that something was wrong with Loki's choice to surrender so easily. On the Quinjet, he asked Rog and Tani about it, but they obviously didn't care about it. I don't think we should focus on Loki. This guy is a madman. You can see it at a glance. Dr. Banner expressed his opinion. Until now, he felt that Loki's meaningful smile was a bit scary. Pay attention to what you say. No matter how rude and unreasonable Loki is, he is still Asgard. He's my brother. After hearing Dr. Banner's evaluation of Loki, Thor couldn't help but defend Loki. He killed 80 people in 2 days. Natasha added silently again. He was adopted. Thor immediately explained. Rog did not participate in the discussion between them. His mind was now full of why the commission was not completed and why there was no Mind Stone in the scepter given by Thanos. How about throwing Loki out and then catching him back? A crazy idea began to take shape in his mind. Just as he was considering the feasibility of this plan, Tawny and Coulson came to the bridge and said to Dr. Banner at the same time, "Iridium can be used as a stabilizer to prevent the portal from collapsing on itself, just like S.H.I.E.L.D's previous one. Big guy, don't hold a grudge. Your two hammers are very powerful." When he passed by Thor, Tawny patted Thor's muscular shoulder and continued to walk towards the Commander-in-Chief's position on the bridge. Iridium allows Loki to expand the portal as he pleases and maintain it for a very long time. Tawny spoke as he walked, and soon arrived at Nick Fury's commanding position. He then continued, "Raise the mizzen mast and turn the topsail." When the staff on the bridge turned to look at Tawny, he suddenly pointed at one of them and said, "That person is playing with a bee. He thinks that others can't see it, but I can see it." Tawny's jesting instantly swept away the depressing atmosphere in the bridge. How can Fury see the screens on both sides? Tawny tried to block his left eye with his hand and then asked Agent Hill behind him, "Turn around." Agent Barton can easily get other raw materials. He only lacks one main component, which is energy. Some kind of high-density energy is used to activate the magic cube. After a few random clicks on the screen, Tawny said casually, and then when he turned around he installed a small device that looked like a nut on the pillar under the screen. "When did you study thermonuclear astrophysics so much?" Agent Hill asked. After hearing Agent Hill's words, Rog sighed helplessly. "You shouldn't have asked this question. It will make everyone present look like they haven't graduated from elementary school." "Last night. The dataset, Dr. Segwell's notes, and some papers on extraction theory. Didn't you do your homework in advance?" Thor said in a slightly exaggerated tone. "Does Loki need any specific energy?" Roger ignored Tawny's exaggerated expression and asked silently. "He has to heat the magic cube to more than 100 million degrees to surpass the Coulomb barrier." Dr. Banner answered immediately. "Unless Sylvig has already figured out a way to stabilize the quantum tunneling effect." Tawny added while walking towards Dr. Banner. "If he really figures it out, he can use any reactor to complete heavy ion beam fusion." Dr. Banner continued. "Finally, there is someone who can speak." "What do you mean by that?" Roger complained. Compared with Tawny and Dr. Banner, everyone present is an elementary school student who hasn't graduated yet. "It's nice to meet you, Dr. Banner. Your research in the field of anti-electron collision is really unparalleled, and I think it's great that you turned into Hulk when you lost control." Dr. Banner was quite happy with the first half of Tawny's sentence, but the second half, "You flatter me." Dr. Banner replied with a little helplessness. "Dr. Banner's purpose this time is only to track the magic cube. I hope you can find it with him." Nick Fury returned to the bridge and interrupted Tawny's crazy idea in time. When Tawny and Dr. Banner went to the laboratory, Thor came to Rog and asked Rog, "Why are you here?" "I received a commission from someone else, so I came." Rog replied casually. "Loki may have done something wrong, but no matter what, he's still an Asgardian. He's still my brother, so I hope you can help me bring him back." The purpose of Thor's trip is to retrieve the magic cube and bring Loki back to Asgard, but if Rog stops him then he feels that it will be difficult for him to take Loki away. So he needs to confirm Rog's attitude in advance, lest things go in the worst direction. "No problem. But only after I complete the commission, and I happen to have something I need your help with." The commission, Rog said, is, of course, not the commission of S.H.I.E.L.D. If it was the commission of S.H.I.E.L.D., it would have been completed from the moment Loki boarded the helicarrier. What he is talking about now is the commission of the system. He will not let anyone take Loki away until the status of the system's commission becomes completed. That's 200 ninja coins. And he has never had the habit of giving up commissions. What's the matter? As long as Rog doesn't stop him from taking Loki away, everything else is fine. It doesn't matter if it's earlier or later. "I want to know the whereabouts of the Spirit Stone." As soon as Rog finished speaking, Thor's face became a little ugly. Thor knows exactly what the Spirit Stone is. But he didn't expect that Rog would want to know the whereabouts of the Spirit Stone. And with his understanding of Rog, if Rog wants to know the whereabouts of something, it often means that he is determined to get that thing. Chapter 128. You want to find the Mind Gem? This is not a power that can be controlled by humans, it will only bring disaster. Thor felt that it was necessary to stop Rog's dangerous idea. That is one of the 6 Infinity Stones, one of the most dangerous forces in the universe. I just want to know the whereabouts of the Mind Gem now. I am not arrogant enough to control the Mind Gem. Rog knew exactly what Thor was worried about, but his worries now were obviously superfluous. I can try my best to help you inquire about it, but don't get your hopes up. Although he didn't know what Rog wanted to do, Thor finally agreed out of trust in Rog. After reaching a consensus with Thor, Rog left the bridge and returned to the room arranged for him by Nick Fury. The only thing he was good at was fighting, and as for those professional things, he would leave it to the professionals. Tawny and Banner were trying to determine the whereabouts of the magic cube. Natasha went to Loki's VIP presidential suite to see if she could get any useful information from him. As for Rog, he was now looking for something in the secret warehouse in the mothership. Thor was as idle as Rog, but one of them chose to go back to his room to sleep, while the other stayed in the bridge. However, not long after he lay down, he felt an abnormal energy fluctuation. To be precise, it was a magic fluctuation. Is this serious? The Mind Gem is gone. Can this scepter still have the effect of bewitching the mind? After sensing this sudden energy fluctuation, Rog could only end his rest time helplessly and walk towards Dr. Banner's laboratory. When he came to the laboratory, he saw Tawny and others arguing and Dr. Banner, who had unknowingly picked up the scepter. Looking at the noisy Tawny and others, Rog frowned slightly and then mobilized chakra in his body. Although he didn't know how the scepter bewitched Tawny and others, he had a very simple and crude way to crack it. Everyone, calm down. When Tawny and others all looked at him, Rog's eyes instantly turned into 3 Tomo Sharingan. Sharingan, Genjutsu. The moment they saw Rog's eyes, Tawny and others were pulled into an illusion by Rog. But he didn't do anything to them, and a few seconds later, he took the initiative to lift the illusion. When the effect of Genjutsu disappeared, Tawny and others also recovered their original reason and realized that something was wrong with them. Try to stay away from that scepter, Rog reminded them. At this moment, the monitoring device in the corner of the laboratory suddenly emitted a burst of urgent alarm. The energy signal match is 100%. Looking at the alert information and location displayed on the screen, Dr. Banner subconsciously took off his glasses. Boom! A strong explosion sounded, and the entire helicarrier shook violently. Although this sudden explosion didn't directly blow up the flight engine of the helicarrier, it also successfully stopped the helicarrier's engine 3. Not only that, because the laboratory is very close to the engine 3, the explosion unsurprisingly affected the laboratory and blasted a big hole in the laboratory floor. Tawny, Rog, and Thor were blown out by the explosion, while Banner, Natasha, and others fell directly to the next floor of the laboratory. This explosion really came at the right time. At the moment when the explosion sounded, Rog covered himself with a layer of chakra, so he didn't suffer any damage at this time. Are you okay? After lifting the metal pipes and iron pieces that pressed on Natasha and Dr. Banner, Rog asked about their condition. I'm fine. Although she looked a little embarrassed, Natasha didn't suffer any obvious damage. She was just pressed down by those metal pipes. Compared to Natasha, Dr. Banner was a lot unluckier. Not only did he suffer more damage, but what's more troublesome is that he can't control his emotions now. You leave here first, I'll take care of Banner. Dr. Banner's skin began to rapidly turn green, his body size skyrocketed, and the clothes on his body were directly stretched into rags by his skyrocketing body. Looking at Dr. Banner, who was transforming, Natasha didn't hesitate and immediately left. Rog didn't stop Banner's transformation, and for him, even if Banner transformed into Hulk, the result wouldn't change at all. Ouch! After a painful howl, Dr. Banner disappeared completely and was replaced by the muscular and strong Hulk. I didn't expect us to meet again in this situation. Rog silently looked at Hulk, who had completely lost his mind in front of him, and sighed helplessly. If he could, he would like to meet the Hulk who could communicate with him. When Rog looked at Hulk, Hulk also noticed the little guy in front of him. Although Hulk has completely lost his mind now, when he saw Rog, he seemed to remember something. Then in the next second, Hulk rushed towards Rog. Odama Rasengan. When Hulk rushed in front of him, Rog didn't hesitate and directly condensed the Odama Rasengan in his right hand. Boom! The Odama Rasengan and Hulk's right fist collided fiercely, and a strong explosion sounded. Hulk smashed Rog's Odama Rasengan, but Hulk himself was also blown out by the Odama Rasengan. It wasn't until he crashed through several layers of walls that Hulk finally stopped. Big guy, calm down, I don't want to hit you with the wooden man anymore. Before Hulk, who was knocked out, stood up, Rog used the body flicker technique to appear in front of him. For Rog's persuasion, Hulk gave his own answer. Hulk leaped up and pounced toward Rog like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. Why don't you listen to my advice? With just a body flicker technique, Rog avoided Hulk's attack. After avoiding Hulk's attack, Rog extended his right hand towards Hulk. Learn the Great Forest Technique. 5 wooden vines gushed out from Rog's right hand and pounced on Hulk like 5 pythons. Then they bound Hulk tightly. Although the Great Forest Technique doesn't have the effect of absorbing the physical strength and energy of the target like the Wood Dragon Technique, the Great Forest Technique's binding effect is better and more flexible than the Wood Dragon Technique. In just a moment, Hulk was tightly wrapped by the wooden vines, like an oversized green dumpling. Big guy, I'll say it for the last time, calm down. Chapter 129. To a certain extent, Rog was quite fond of Hulk. Although Hulk is not as smart as Banner, this is also one of his strengths. Banner is too smart, which leads him to think too much sometimes. Hulk is different. If you can get Hulk's approval, even if you ask him to fight the mountain-sized flame giant Surtur, he will not hesitate. So, Rog still prefers to be friends with people like Hulk. But at this time, Hulk obviously has no intention of being friends with him. After being entangled by Wood Release, Great Forest, Hulk not only did not calm down at all, but became more irritable. Gotcha! The vines that wrapped around Hulk began to show signs of breaking under his violent struggle. I really don't want to hit you with Wood Golem anymore. Having said that, Rog still silently cast Wood Release, Wood Golem. Because he is on the helicarrier, he can't directly summon Wood Arhat from the ground like before. But this does not affect his use of Wood Golem. If there is no way to use Wood Release after leaving the ground, then Wood Release would be too unimpressive. Under Rog's control, a piece of wood as thick as an arm grew out of his left shoulder. Under the nourishment of chakra, this piece of wood began to grow rapidly. In just a second or two, this piece of wood grew into a 3-meter-tall Wood Arhat. When this Wood Arhat with a long hook-nosed wood dragon wrapped around his body appeared, Rog lifted Wood Release, Great Forest, and let his right hand return to its original state, and at the same time let Hulk regain his freedom. Hulk finally got rid of the wooden vines, but in the next second, Wood Arhat had already rushed in front of him and gave him a beautiful and powerful uppercut. Boom! Caught off guard, Hulk was sent flying by Wood Arhat's punch, and his whole body soared 1 meter into the air. However, Wood Arhat's attack was not limited to this. Before the airborne Hulk landed on the ground, the wooden Arhat used the Gatling Physical Transcendence Fist technique he was best at. Yula 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 Yula. Hulk was like an oversized green sandbag, enduring Arhat's attacks. The muffled sound of impact resounded throughout the entire area. While controlling the wooden Arhat, Rog also used chakra to sense the situation on the mothership. Rogers and Tawny of the American team were repairing the number 3 engine that was on strike. Nick Fury and Agent Hill were fighting the intruders on the bridge. Thor was in Loki's VIP presidential suite. How did Thor get into Loki's room? Although Thor and Loki were in the same area, their positions had been reversed. Thor was in the presidential suite, while Loki was outside. Although he didn't know what Thor and Loki had done before, judging from the current situation, Thor had obviously fallen into Loki's trap again. If it was just once, then it would be fine. But in Thor's situation, it was obvious that he had fallen into the same trap again and again. He didn't know if Loki had any hidden passive skills that caused Thor to involuntarily lower his IQ every time he saw him. After a helpless sigh, Rog turned his attention to Natasha. At this time, Natasha wasn't idle either. She was now fighting with Hawkeye Barton. Although Barton didn't have any superpowers and was an archer who was good at long-range attacks. But this didn't mean that he wasn't good at close combat. How could someone who could become a top agent not be good at close combat? After confirming the situation on the mothership, Rog turned his attention back to Hulk. Because he lost his mind, Hulk didn't attack Rog. Instead, he vented all his anger on Arhat. Bang 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 bang. Looking at Hulk and Arhat, who were passionately fighting each other like two barbarians, Rog stretched out his right hand again. With Hulk's physical strength, this level of fighting wouldn't be a problem even if it lasted for a day. But Rog didn't intend to waste so much time on Hulk. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Wood grew out of Rog's right hand again, but this time, it was no longer a wooden vine, but a long hook-nosed wood dragon. When this long hook-nosed wood dragon first appeared, it was only as thick as Rog's arm. But as its body lengthened, the long hook-nosed wood dragon's body also grew rapidly. When the wood dragon came in front of Hulk, the wood dragon's body had soared to 30 or 40 centimeters thick. Hulk, who was attracted by Arhat, didn't notice the arrival of the wood dragon, and in his current state of insanity, even if he found the wood dragon, he might not necessarily avoid it. Without any suspense, the long hook-nosed wood dragon wrapped tightly around Hulk like a python, and then began to absorb Hulk's physical strength. At the same time, Arhat didn't stop his attack. Hulk's body had been entangled by the wood dragon, so the target of Arhat's attack became Hulk's big green head. Bang 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 bang. After controlling Arhat to hit Hulk's head a few times, Rog lifted the wood puppet technique. Although Hulk's skin was rough and his recovery was good, it was still a bit cruel to hit someone's head so hard. Although he had lost his mind now, Rog still couldn't bear it. After being entangled by the wood dragon, there was only one end for Hulk, and that was to be drained of all his physical strength without any resistance. Although Hulk was still struggling hard, Rog turned around and left, completely ignoring Hulk's situation. Anyway, Hulk's end was doomed, and it was the same whether he stayed or not. And he had more important things to deal with now. At this time, next to Loki's presidential suite, Coulson was holding a frightening-looking energy weapon and pointing it at Loki on the console. If Loki pressed the button, Thor, who was locked in a cage, would enjoy a new experience of falling from 9,000 meters vertically. Do you like this? Because of the destroyer you sent, we developed this prototype. I don't know its power, do you want to try it? Coulson pointed the huge energy gun at Loki and said with a serious face. Under Coulson's threat, Loki left the console slightly, and the next second he disappeared. It was an illusion again. Loki didn't know when he came behind Coulson, and the scepter in his hand stabbed directly at Coulson's back. Just as the scythe-like blade at the top of the scepter was about to stab Coulson's back, the scepter suddenly stopped. You have guts. You actually want to stab my former customer to death in front of me. Through Thor's coordinates on Loki, Rog immediately teleported over and grabbed the scepter in Loki's hand. Chapter 130. It wasn't until this time that Coulson discovered that Loki had appeared behind him and almost stabbed him. Just a little bit more and he would have reported to death. Thinking of this, Coulson couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Loki didn't expect that Rog would come over at this time. According to the plan, Rog should have been stopping Hulk, who had lost his mind at this time. Hulk was taken care of so quickly? This is not scientific. Loki is not a person who acts blindly like Thor. Since he chose to surrender, he naturally made full preparations and plans. But now, Hulk, the most important person in the plan, did not play a role as expected. Hulk did not destroy S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarrier as planned, nor did he contain the actions of Rog and others, nor did he directly destroy S.H.I.E.L.D.'s recovery team from the inside. If I said that this was just a joke, would you believe it? Loki pulled back his scepter, and after finding that the scepter did not move, He took the initiative to let go of his right hand holding the scepter and silently stepped back a few steps. Do you think I would believe it? After throwing the scepter to Coulson, Rog walked slowly towards Loki. If he hadn't arrived in time with the flying thunder god, Coulson would have been lying on the ground bleeding. Wait, maybe we can discuss it. If you help me conquer the Earth, I can give you half of the Earth and make you a Real king. How about it? Although Loki hasn't really fought with Rog, he knows very well that once they fight, the loser will definitely be himself. Since he can't beat him, it's reasonable to take a step back. Half of the Earth, this is definitely a very tempting bargaining chip. Not interested. Rog refused Loki's proposal without even thinking about it. What a joke. If the Earth was so easy to conquer, this would not be the Earth. Loki doesn't know how many terrifying existences are hidden on this seemingly inconspicuous Earth. Not to mention that he only has a Chitauri army on hand. Even if Thanos led the entire army, it would be impossible to conquer the Earth. Really, that's a pity. Although he didn't expect Rog to agree to his proposal directly from the beginning, Loki still felt sorry after hearing Rog's unhesitant refusal. Why is there no one with Rog's strength on his side? If Rog is willing to stand on his side, then everything will be much simpler. However, there are not so many ifs in this world. Loki can only pull out his only weapon, a knife of more than 10 centimeters long. A mage was forced to fight with a dagger. This was something no one else could do. However, at this moment, Loki's men's. Although he was entangled, he was not the only one who invaded the helicarrier's attack. Ants, 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 ants. Bang, 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 bang. Fierce gunshots sounded, bullets flew toward Rog Ant's direction. If he was alone, Rog could safely leave here before the bullets hit him. But now, he still needs to take care of Coulson, who is an ordinary person. Wood release. Wooden spindle wall. Rog's body quickly rushed out of wood, instantly forming a curved wall, covering himself and Coulson. The flying bullets, without exception, all hit the hemispherical curved wall. There is no doubt about the power of the bullets, but the wood that makes up the wooden spindle wall is not ordinary wood. Clanking sounds rang out continuously. Although the mercenaries' shots were concentrated and accurate, they were still unable to penetrate the wooden spindle wall's defense. You stay here, I'll deal with the people outside. After that, Rog used the body flicker technique to leave the wooden spindle wall. After mastering the sage mode of the Shikatsu forest, his wood-release ninjutsu has increased a lot. Tree World Descent, Great Forest Jutsu, Wooden Spindle Wall. These are the ninjutsu he learned after mastering the sage mode. In addition to these ninjutsu, he also mastered a ninjutsu that he likes, but never used in actual combat. The reason is very simple, because that ninjutsu is too cruel. After using the body flicker technique to leave the defensive range of the wooden spindle wall, Rog quickly glanced at the mercenaries who were attacking. 7 people. After confirming the number of enemies, Rog decisively used a ninjutsu that has never been used in actual combat. Wood release, cutting technique. A wooden spike that was tens of centimeters long grew out of his right arm and connected to his right arm like a dagger. Then, Rog flashed in front of these mercenaries like a ghost. The wooden spike of Rog's right arm pierced a mercenary's chest like lightning. At the same time, more than 10 wooden spikes as thick as an arm rushed out of the mercenary's body, instantly ending his life. For mercenaries, death is not a rare thing. But the scene in front of them is beyond their imagination. Being completely pierced by wooden spikes, this kind of death is cruel and shocking. Not only were these mercenaries scared, but even Loki and Thor couldn't help but take a deep breath when they saw this scene. Although they didn't personally experience the feeling of more than 10 wooden spikes growing out of the body, they can imagine the extreme pain just by looking at the hedgehog-like mercenary. After killing the first target, Rog didn't stop his footsteps and continued to attack the remaining 6 mercenaries. The 6 mercenaries only lasted for 6 seconds. When these mercenaries were all dead, Rog removed the cutting technique. The removal of the cutting technique didn't make the wooden spikes in the mercenaries disappear, they still kept the miserable way of death. Although these mercenaries didn't give Loki any hope of winning, they bought him a few precious seconds. While Rog was killing the mercenaries, Loki once again returned to the control panel and opened the round hatch under the cage. The moment the hatch was opened, a strong airflow whistled and the temperature began to drop rapidly. After the third engine stopped working, the helicarrier began to rapidly descend, but even so, the helicarrier was still thousands of meters in the air. "You really are a monster," Loki said to Rog with a little helplessness. Then, under the gaze of Rog and Thor, he jumped down from the open hatch. Chapter 131. Is this guy addicted to jumping? Last time he jumped to the Bifrost, this time he jumped to the helicarrier. It has to be said that Loki's move was very decisive and surprising. Looking at Loki, who was falling rapidly and getting smaller and smaller, Rog used chakra perception for a few seconds, then came to the console and closed the hatch directly. After being teleported in front of Rog twice in a row, even if Loki's reaction was slow, he realized that something was wrong. Although he couldn't directly erase the flying Thor technique on his body, it wasn't difficult to interfere with the space coordinates transmitted by the flying Thor technique. If he was given enough time, he could even directly create a small space barrier to completely isolate the flying Thor technique. Loki finally showed a little of his sorcerer nature, putting an end to the possibility of Rog's teleportation again. Not long after Loki jumped off the ship, the other intruders on the helicarrier were also eliminated by S.H.I.E.L.D. one by one, and the helicarrier regained its calm again. There are some things that if you don't hurry up, you may never have another chance in the future. Go ask Rogers for an autograph. Coulson is a loyal fan of Rogers, and for this reason he spent several years collecting a set of out-of-print Team America cards. In the eyes of others, it is very naive for a man in his 40s or 50s to collect this kind of hero card. But in Rog's view, this is not naive, this is a man's original intention and a dream worthy of respect. "Thank you." After hearing Rog's words, Coulson was stunned for a moment, and then thanked Rog very seriously. When Coulson left with the prototype weapon and scepter, Rog released Thor from the special cell. "How many times has this happened? You can't be like this every time you see Loki." Rog was helpless about Thor's constant falling for Loki's tricks. "He's my brother," Thor replied silently. Half an hour later, Rog and Thor returned to the bridge. Except for Dr. Banner, who didn't appear because he was in a coma, everyone else was present. Even Hawkeye Barton, who had just regained his self-consciousness, was present. Loki managed to escape, but the Tesseract is still missing. The mothership's engine is damaged. Communication is cut off. 28 agents were killed, 15 maintenance personnel were killed, and many parts of the mothership were damaged. Nick Fury's face was as pale as his skin. "We are indeed using the Rubik's Cube to develop weapons, but I'm not placing all my hopes on this because I have an even bolder plan. I have an idea, the Avenger plan. Both Stark and Rog know about it. I want to gather some people with outstanding abilities and see if their team can be stronger. I want to see if they can fight side by side in critical moments and win those wars that we can't win. Now, it seems that this idea is outdated. We have lost all the opportunities, and we can only watch Loki start a war." After that, Nick Fury left the bridge directly, and the atmosphere in the bridge became more and more depressing. Although Loki's plan did not achieve the expected effect, it was not a complete failure. He successfully bought himself some time. Loki should be in New York now. He is a performer. He needs an audience. He needs a monument towering into the clouds. It's best if his name is engraved on it. Looking at the silent crowd, Rog reminded them while glancing at Tani. Although Tani is not a typical performer, Rog is sure that he knows what he is talking about. Arc reactor. Loki needs a powerful enough energy source to open the Tesseract smoothly. If Tani still can't hear Rog's reminder, then he is not Tani. New York. Stark Building. Although Loki may also start the Tesseract in other places, as far as the current situation is concerned, Stark Building is still Loki's first choice. Tani, repair the battle suit as soon as possible. The others will set off with me in the Quinjet and bring Dr. Banner. We need his power. Rogers instinctively began to arrange tasks, and then he saw the eyes looking at him one by one. I have a more convenient way. If you don't mind, I can take you there. Although the flying speed of the Quinjet is not slow, compared to the flying Thor, the Quinjet is nothing. More than 10 minutes later, the prepared people came to the hangar. At Rog's gesture, Rogers and others held the hands of the people next to them and then looked at Rog with a puzzled look. Don't blink, this kind of experience is not common. After grabbing Tani's shoulder, Rog reminded him one last time and then began to sense the flying Thor in New York. After locking on to one of the flying Thor, he decisively used the flying Thor. In just an instant, their figures disappeared from the hangar. The next second, they were teleported to the roof of a building near Stark Building. Although Team America and the rest were on high alert, they didn't see anything strange. The only thing they felt was that they experienced an extremely brief moment of weightlessness in an instant, and then they were teleported to New York. The trip is over. I hope everyone enjoyed this trip. Before Rog could finish speaking, a blue-white energy beam shot straight into the sky from the roof of Stark Building. When this energy beam flew to an altitude of thousands of meters, a huge circular portal appeared in the blue sky, and Chitauri warriors flew out like locusts. The war has begun. After seeing the scene in front of them, the same thought appeared in everyone's mind. When the Chitauri appeared, Tani and Thor flew towards Stark Building immediately. Tani wanted to return to the building to change his battle suit, and Thor wanted to defeat Loki as soon as possible. When the only two flying units left, Rog summoned the Kusanagi sword and the Thunder Fan, and then threw the fan out with force. Rog and others were still wondering why Rog threw the weapon out, and then they saw a scene that did not conform to the laws of physics at all. The fan that Log had thrown out didn't fall to the ground as they had expected. Instead, it drew a beautiful arc in the air and flew back to Log. The Thunder Fan was endowed by Odin with the same flying ability as Thor's hammer. As long as Odin was alive, this enchantment effect would not disappear. Rog didn't like Thor's flying method of being carried by Thor's hammer, so he adopted another flying method. Flying with the fan. Chapter 132. Under the gaze of Rog and the others, Rog stepped on the Thunder Fan and flew straight to Stark Building. Although it looked a little strange to fly on the fan, one had to admit that it was a very cool feeling. When Rog arrived at Stark Building, the first thing he saw was Thor beating up Loki. That's right, it was a real beating. At this time, Thor had no intention of holding back at all. Thor's hammer kept smashing at Loki. Although Loki only had 2 mini daggers in his hands, he showed excellent fighting skills. With those mysterious magic, Loki even suppressed Saul in close combat for a time. Doppelganger, illusion, invisibility, blinding, slow, one magic after another was thrown out by Loki, neutralizing Thor's thunderous attacks. It was not until this time that Loki truly showed his full ability as a mage. While Loki was fighting with Thor, Tani finally finished changing and put on the latest Mark 7 battle suit. After putting on the latest Mark 7, Tani did not hesitate and immediately joined the battle between Loki and Thor. With the addition of Tani, Loki, who had been fighting with Thor, suddenly felt a lot of pressure, and he kept retreating. Rog didn't join them in the battle. Instead, he flew to the space gem. Now that the soul gem was missing, the space gem was undoubtedly the most valuable target on the entire battlefield, and it was also the key to determining when the war would end. As long as the portal opened by the space gem was closed, Chitauri's army would not be able to invade Earth from distant outer space, and the war would come to an end in advance. Turn it off, Dr. Selvig. After activating the space gem, Dr. Selvig did not leave, but looked at the space gem in front of him with a longing look. It's too late, there's no way to stop it now. It has something to show us, a new universe. Dr. Selvig ignored Rog's request, and his eyes were still shining with a strange light blue light. Up to you. Although he had interacted with Dr. Selvig before, now was not the time to reminisce about old times. Since Dr. Selvig was unwilling to do it, he would do it himself. Rog pulled out the Kusanagi sword from his waist and used Chidori blade. When the Kusanagi sword was wrapped in lightning, Rog jumped down from the fan and stabbed the space gem with the Kusanagi sword. The invincible Kusanagi sword did not pierce the space gem as expected. A layer of energy barrier blocked the tip of the Kusanagi sword. It couldn't pierce through. The moment the Kusanagi sword touched the energy barrier, Rog came to a conclusion. This spatial barrier looked only a few centimeters thick, but it contained an incomparably abundant amount of spatial energy. To put it simply, this barrier was a spatial enchantment created by a spatial gem. Moreover, it was an extremely sturdy one. Unless there was a high-grade energy source of the same nature as the space gem, the only way to break this barrier was to use brute force. After thinking for a few seconds, Rog came in front of Dr. Selvig and directly cast a Sharingan Genjutsu on the doctor. When the Sharingan Genjutsu was lifted, the doctor's consciousness returned to normal. Using the Sharingan Genjutsu to forcefully cover or erase the influence exerted by Loki. After regaining his true self-consciousness, Dr. Selvig first glanced at New York, which had fallen into the flames of war, and then said with annoyance, "Scepter, Loki's scepter can break through the energy barrier of the magic cube. I installed a safety device that can cut off the energy of the space gem." Impossible, Loki's scepter can't do that. Although the scepter also contains a strong energy, that energy can't compete with the energy of the barrier. It wasn't that Rog didn't believe Dr. Selvig. He had carefully sensed the energy in the scepter before, so he was very sure that the scepter couldn't break through the barrier. You should be talking about one of Loki's scepters. He has 2 scepters. 2 scepters? Rog found that he had overlooked something. The last time he used Genjutsu to get information from Loki that the scepter came from Thanos. Judging from Loki's performance at that time, this information was true. It was true that the scepter came from Thanos, but Thanos didn't give him 1 scepter, but 2. Habitual thinking is not good. He always thought that there was only 1 scepter, so he only considered whether the scepter was real and whether it was forged by Loki. So he didn't think that Thanos might have given him more than 1 scepter. If he could travel to this world, then it's not impossible for Thanos to give Loki 2 scepters. Thinking of this, he sighed helplessly and then looked at Loki, who was fighting 2 people. This is not a game, nor a movie. There is no so-called fixed plot here. Even if there is some kind of fate here, it can be changed. Doctor, you stay here. If someone comes with a scepter, you tell him how to close it. After that, Rog joined the team attacking Loki. Although Loki used all his skills and threw out magic as if it was free, he still inevitably fell into a situation where he could be defeated at any time. Especially when Rog also joined the battle, the situation became even worse. Although the battle was getting more and more difficult, it has to be said that Loki's performance at this time was perfect. In this extremely unfavorable situation, he not only did not lose quickly, but also took advantage of Rog and others' lack of experience in fighting together to make several threatening counterattacks. You are indeed very strong, but I, Loki, am not an ant that can be pinched by you. As soon as his voice fell, Loki crazily burned the magic in his body, and an amazing momentum gushed out of his body in an instant. Loki began to play with his life. Blinding, slowing, paralyzing, weakening, energy storm, mind erosion, magic missile, flame, lightning, ice storm, one magic after another was instantaneously released. At this moment, Loki proved with practical actions what a magic cannon was. In the face of Loki's crazy output, Rog and the other 2 had to choose to retreat for the time being. Mages never admit defeat when it comes to output. It turned out that no one who could make a name for himself in Asgard was weak. Although the god of trickery sounded a bit wretched, when he really played with his life, even a weak god could show an unparalleled tyrannical posture. Loki's crazy output directly destroyed the top floor of Stark Building, and even the energy beam emitted by the space gem trembled violently in the chaotic and violent magic storm. Chapter 133. When a sorcerer attacks recklessly, the scene will be extremely gorgeous and the power will be beyond imagination. Loki's determination not only successfully forced Rog and the other 2 to retreat, but also successfully attracted the attention of the Chitauri warriors. Although Loki is only the temporary commander of the Chitauri warriors, after discovering that their commander is facing the enemy's siege, These Chitauri warriors rushed over as soon as possible. After these Chitauri warriors arrived at the Stark building, without any hesitation, they immediately launched an attack on Rog and the other two. Beams of energy shot towards them like a storm. Facing the attack of the Chitauri warriors, Rog and the other two each chose different ways to deal with it. Tani flew away from the Stark building at the first time, and then fought back with the mini-missiles on his shoulder and the arc pulse cannon in his hands. Compared with Tani, Thor's counterattack was much more violent. Thor didn't retreat but moved forward, flying directly in front of these Chitauri warriors, and the Thor's hammer in his hand violently smashed these Chitauri warriors. In addition to letting these Chitauri warriors feel the physical attack of Thor's hammer, Thor also summoned lightning from time to time to clear a large area. Among the three, Rog was the only one who stayed in the Stark building. When these energy beams flew towards him, he waved his Kusanagi sword wrapped in lightning and blocked these energy beams one by one. Although this scene looked very unscientific, with the incredible dynamic vision of Sharingan, Rog turned this slightly fantasy scene into reality. It is said that someone can block all the bullets fired by a Gatling gun by just waving a sword. Although Rog hasn't seen this scene with his own eyes, he doesn't think it's impossible. As long as the speed is fast enough, not to mention waving a sword to block bullets, it's not difficult to even catch bullets with bare hands. After blocking all the energy beams shot at him, Rog decisively used the body flicker technique and arrived in front of Loki like lightning. In an instant, the Kusanagi sword in Rog's hand directly pierced Loki's chest. It's an illusion again. After being pierced by the Kusanagi sword, this lifelike illusion quickly collapsed and turned into pure energy dissipating in the air. While the Chitauri warriors were attacking Rog and the other two, Loki once again used his best illusion escape technique. Because of Loki's departure, the number of Chitauri warriors attacking Rog and the other two decreased. It didn't take long for these Chitauri warriors to be completely wiped out by Rog and the other two. Don't worry about Loki, we have a new playmate now. Tani pointed to the portal above. A Leviathan flew from the portal. Let's clean these Chitauri warriors first. Thor looked at the Leviathan behemoth and flew towards the Leviathan. And the Leviathan behemoth was not only a large war weapon of the Zitari, but it was also a troop carrier for the Zitari. When the Leviathan behemoth flew over the buildings in New York, one by one, the Chitauri warriors ejected from it. After Thor left, Rog used psychic technique to summon the white three-tomo mask that he hadn't worn for a long time. Why, are you worried that these Chitauri warriors will see your face? Tani, who was hovering in the air, asked puzzledly. No, I just don't want to be famous. After putting on the mask, Rog stepped on the round fan and flew towards the Leviathan behemoth. The battle in New York made the whole world aware of the existence of the Avengers. However, Rog didn't want the ordinary people to know what he looked like. Superhero or something, let Tani and the others do it. When Rog stepped on the round fan and flew near the Leviathan behemoth was punched in the head by Hulk and its whole body fell forward under the influence of inertia. One punch, one Leviathan behemoth. Hulk announced his appearance in his own overbearing way. Just as the Leviathan behemoth was about to fall, Tani fired a small missile at the Leviathan behemoth. Boom! Stark's products must be the best. Although the small missile launched by Tani was only the size of an arm, the power of the explosion was beyond imagination. The flesh and blood of the astonishingly large Leviathan instantly splattered everywhere, and its entire body was blasted into several pieces. When the flames of the explosion dissipated, Tani deliberately turned his head to look at Rog. He seemed to be saying, "Did you see that? This is the power of technology." "Give the order, Captain." When everyone gathered together, Hawkeye Barton said to Captain America, "Okay, pay attention. If we can't close the portal, we have to control the situation. Barton, go to the roof and report the whereabouts of the main force and the skirmishers. Stark, you guard the blockade line. Any enemy who runs out of 3 blocks, either rush back or kill them." Captain America immediately arranged the tasks for Hawkeye and Tani. "Can you give me a ride?" Hawkeye turned to Tani and asked. "No problem. Hold on tight, Elven Prince. Tani didn't talk nonsense and went directly to Hawkeye, lifted him up, and then flew to the roof. Thor, you have to find a way to block the portal and slow down their advance. Can't you summon lightning? Use lightning to strike these bastards. Natasha, you and I stay on the ground and pin down the enemies on the ground. Natasha and Thor's tasks were immediately arranged. As for Hulk and Rog, you two are free to move and attack with all your strength. After hearing Captain America's arrangement, Hulk didn't hesitate and jumped directly to the Chitauri soldiers hanging on the wall. Rog didn't have any objections to Captain America's arrangement. However, he didn't immediately attack like Hulk. Instead, he stood on the round fan and moved his arms, then used the shadow clone technique. Bang 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 bang. Under the watchful eyes of Rogers and Natasha of the American team, 50 masked rogues instantly appeared around them. I'll let you see what a large-scale ninja battle is like. As soon as his voice fell, Rog and the shadow clones instantly disappeared in front of Captain America and Natasha. The Thunder Round fan was left in place by him. A long time ago, he left hundreds of flying Thor techniques in New York. Although some of the techniques were far away from the battlefield, the rest were enough for him to perform a Flying Thor's killing show. And in addition to these Flying Thor techniques, each of the Shadow clones also has a Flying Thor technique. 50 active Flying Thor techniques, plus hundreds of fixed Flying Thor techniques. New York is his home ground of Flying Thor. Chapter 134. The killing has begun. No one could see clearly how Rog did it. When he disappeared with the Shadow clone, the Chitauri warriors lost their lives one by one as if they had ushered in an invisible death. Whether it was on the ground or in the sky, as long as the Chitauri warriors appeared in people's sight, they were all greeted by their elusive and extremely efficient attacks. Flash, attack, death, disappearance, throat, heart, head, chest. Every time Rog and the Shadow clone appeared, they would take the life of at least one Chitauri warrior. Every time they appeared, they would only appear for less than a second. To ordinary people, the Chitauri warriors were difficult to deal with, but in front of them, they were like insignificant ants that could be easily squashed to death. Ninja is a profession born to kill. And Rog has taken the characteristics of the ninja profession to the extreme. Now the Chitauri warriors are not so much invaders as they are more like victims with no resistance. Watching the Chitauri warriors fall from the air one by one, or die on the spot, Captain Rog felt the horror of Rog for the first time. Fortunately, he is on our side. This thought involuntarily emerged in Roger's mind. Where did you find him? After dealing with a few blind Chitauri warriors, Rogers asked Natasha who was next to him. We didn't find him, but he suddenly appeared in New York a few years ago, and then did something that ordinary people couldn't do at all, so we noticed his existence. While answering Roger's question, Natasha did not stop her attack and kept pulling the trigger of the pistol. Haven't you investigated his origin? People with this ability can't appear out of thin air for no reason. Rogers himself became a superhero by injecting the super soldier potion, so he knows very well that ordinary people can never have extraordinary strength for no reason. We have investigated, but we didn't get any useful information. The only thing we can be sure of now is that the identity ID he is using now is fake. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't find any useful information, and Rog dispelled his plans to investigate Rog's origins afterwards. Rog has many unknown secrets, but as long as he doesn't become a dangerous person like Red Skull, he won't care too much about his past. Rog's efficient killing not only attracted the attention of the American captain, but also of Loki. At this moment, Loki was standing on a Chitauri aircraft, looking down at the entire New York. Although Loki was not sad about the death of these Chitauri warriors, Rog's efficient killing seriously hindered his conquest plan. Everyone. Without any hesitation, Rocky decisively gave the order for the entire army to attack. With Loki's order, more Chitauri warriors flew out of the portal. Even 5 or 6 Leviathan beasts appeared. However, not long after these enormous war behemoths appeared, dark thunderclouds quickly appeared in the sky. Then, a huge lightning bolt struck directly at the Leviathan behemoth at the front. With its armor and huge body, the Leviathan behemoth withstood the attack of the giant lightning bolt. However, this persistence only lasted for a few short seconds. The part of the Leviathan behemoth that was struck by lightning began to turn red quickly, and then its entire body burst apart. Boom! The strong explosion not only took away the life of the Leviathan behemoth, but also the lives of the Chitauri warriors around the portal. The wreckage of the Leviathan behemoth and the corpses of the Chitauri warriors fell from the sky like meteorites, creating an alternative fireworks show. Thor's lightning attack this time was not as simple and crude as Hulk's punch, but the visual effect was more shocking than Hulk's punch. When the lightning disappeared, Thor, who was standing at the top of the Empire State Building, couldn't help but gasp for breath. This lightning bolt was not only the strongest lightning he had summoned so far, but it was also the most energy-consuming lightning bolt. Although a Leviathan behemoth was quickly dealt with, the attack of the Chitauri army was not greatly affected. Leviathan behemoths continued to fly out of the portal. When Thor used the powerful lightning to deal with a Leviathan behemoth, Rog also teleported to the top of a building and temporarily stopped his harvesting of the Chitauri soldiers. Of course, only his original body stopped. His shadow clone was still efficiently carrying out the harvesting of the Chitauri soldiers' lives. Hulk used a punch to deal with a Leviathan behemoth, Thor used a lightning bolt to deal with a Leviathan behemoth, and Rog certainly couldn't fall behind. After observing the flight trajectory of the Leviathan behemoths, a Rasengan wrapped in lightning appeared in his right hand. Thor was not the only one who could play with lightning. Raiton, Spiral Electromagnetic Gun. After aiming at two of the Leviathan behemoths, Rog fired the Spiral Electromagnetic Gun in his hand. Bang! A thunder-like sound suddenly sounded, and the Spiral Electromagnetic Gun drew a pale blue light in the air that symbolized destruction and death. Almost at the same time as this thunder-like sound, the Spiral Electromagnetic Gun had already arrived in front of the first target. The armored Leviathan behemoth was instantly pierced through like a soft cake in front of the Spiral Electromagnetic Gun. After piercing through the first Leviathan behemoth, the Spiral Electromagnetic Gun did not slow down and quickly arrived in front of the second target. Boom! A dazzling fireball like the sun appeared in an instant, and the shock wave generated by the explosion instantly cleared the entire surrounding airspace. The airwave swept through New York like a level 12 hurricane. Spiral Electromagnetic Gun, one shot, soul. It's nothing to deal with a Leviathan with one attack. I, Rog, can take away two with one attack. This is a man's damn competitive spirit. After dealing with the two Leviathan behemoths, Rog also saw the high and mighty Loki in the air. But what attracted his attention at this time was not Loki, but the scepter in Loki's hand. Did the real thing finally appear? After discovering Loki's trace, Rog immediately summoned the rumbling thunder fan that he had abandoned in place. Flying around the building was enough as long as he had the flying thunder god. But if it's a high-altitude battle, the rumbling fan is still necessary. After receiving Rog's summoning command, the rumbling thunder fan, which was floating silently in the air, flew towards him like a missile. Loki, I'm going to eat you. Chapter 135. Whether it's for the 200 ninja coins or for the scepter in Loki's hand, Rog needs to settle things with Loki. After seeing Rog flying towards him, Loki didn't hesitate and turned away. When it's time to play with your life, and when it's time to admit defeat, admit defeat. This is Loki's philosophy of survival. As he turned away, Loki didn't forget to arrange a large number of Chitauri warriors to stop Rog. Although these Chitauri warriors can't defeat Rog, it's not a problem to stop him. Right, Chidori Sharp Spear. The 5-meter-long Chidori Sharp Spear instantly appeared in Rog's right hand, and then cut the Chitauri warriors in front of him into two pieces like cutting vegetables and melons. With just a few casual slashes, the Chitauri warriors who were responsible for stopping Rog turned into pieces of corpses and fell from the sky. After dealing with these Chitauri warriors, Rog once again flew towards Loki. Although the Thunder Round Fan is not a special flying tool, The flying speed of the round fan is not slower than the Chitauri's aircraft. It didn't take long for Rog to catch up with Loki. Seemingly realizing that he can't get rid of Rog, Loki also began his counterattack. Magic was released one after another, various fireballs, ice, and lightning were constantly smashing towards Rog. At the same time, more and more Chitauri warriors joined the team attacking Rog. With the advantage of distance, Loki didn't hesitate to cast all kinds of magic, and the scepter in his hand was constantly emitting energy beams. It has to be said that Loki's kiting tactic is the most suitable way for a mage to fight. If Rog is only good at close combat, then he really can't do anything to Loki now. But fortunately, he is not the kind of ninja who can only fight in close combat. After cleaning up the Chitauri warriors again, Rog put away the Kusanagi sword and took out 3 flying Thor kunai. In addition to the round fan under his feet, there was also the flying thunder god kunai that was enchanted by Odin himself. Without any hesitation, Rog directly threw out the 3 flying Thor kunai in his hand. Clang, clang, clang. 3 flying Thor kunai flew towards Loki like bullets, but they were blocked one by the scepter in Loki's hand. That's it? After easily resolving Rog's kunai attack, a look of disdain appeared on Loki's face. However, at this moment, Rog, who was originally stepping on the round fan, suddenly disappeared. Not good. Although Loki didn't know what Rog was going to do, the moment Rog disappeared, he immediately became alert. Just as he was looking around for Rog, he once again saw the 3 Thor kunai. The flying Thor kunai that was blocked by him not only did not fall as he expected, but also attacked him again. Thor's hammer could automatically attack the enemy under the control of Thor. Of course, Rog's flying Thor kunai could do the same. 3 flying Thor kunai, 3 different angles of attack. Although the flying Thor kunai's attack was very fast, Loki's reaction was not slow either. Just as the flying Thor kunai was about to hit Loki's body, a layer of barrier invisible to the naked eye appeared on his body, like a small defensive barrier, completely protecting him. Magic barrier. Once again, the flying thunder god kunai returned without success. The flying thunder god kunai that struck the mana barrier bounced back as if it had struck a steel plate. Flying Thor second Dan. At the moment when the flying Thor kunai bounced back, Rog, who had disappeared, suddenly appeared behind Loki, holding one of the flying Thor kunai in his left hand. Odama Rasengan. Loki noticed the appearance of Rog and instantly added several defensive magic to himself. But all of this was meaningless. The Odama Rasengan hit his back in an instant, and an irresistible force enveloped his whole body in an instant, blasting him out. After Loki smashed through several buildings in an irregular rotating posture, he finally resolved the terrible impact of the Odama Rasengan. Although Loki was knocked out, Rog welcomed another enemy. A leviathan rushed toward him like an angry bull, and at the same time, it opened its car-sized mouth. Although the leviathan's attack speed was not slow, it was still a bit whimsical to bite Rog. As long as Rog wanted, he could even leave the moment the leviathan bit him. But at this time, not only did he have no intention of leaving, but he stepped on the round fan and jumped directly in front of the leviathan. Wood release, cutting technique. A wooden thorn more than 1 meter long gushed out of his right hand, and then, it fiercely pierced into the leviathan's huge right eye. Ouch! The leviathan let out a bestial howl of pain. The moment the howl sounded, thick wooden thorns sprang out of the leviathan's body. The leviathan's howl came to an abrupt end, and at the same time, its life ended. After the death of the leviathan, it fell from the sky like a meteorite and hit the ground heavily, setting off a huge cloud of dust. This was the 3rd leviathan that had died at his hands. After dealing with the leviathan, Rog stepped on the round fan and flew to the place where Loki fell. Then he saw a somewhat familiar scene. Enough, who do you think you are? I'm a god, you idiot. Loki roared angrily at Hulk and succeeded in stopping Hulk's advance. You ant, don't even think about. Loki wanted to say something more, but he was only halfway through when Hulk grabbed his right leg. In the next few seconds, Rog witnessed an inhumane scene. Asgard's god of trickery, the commander of the Chitauri army, the frost giant Loki, was thrown by Hulk like trash on the ground. Bang 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 bang. Every time Hulk swung, he would leave an obvious pit on the ground, and at the same time, he would bury a psychological shadow in Loki's heart that would never heal. The dull sound of the impact made Rog, who was in the audience, feel a little reluctant. At the same time, he couldn't help but think about a question. If Loki was killed by Hulk like this, would the system admit that the commission was completed? Just as Rog was considering whether to stop Hulk so that he wouldn't accidentally smash Loki to death, Hulk finally stopped this action that would cause great harm to Loki's body and mind. What a weak god. After throwing Loki down, Hulk didn't forget to add another sentence. Well done. When Hulk came in front of him, Rog gave his evaluation. Although Loki was lying motionless in the pit, he was still alive, or rather, his body was still alive. As for whether his spirit was still alive, that was not within Rog's consideration. Chapter 136. After venting his anger on Loki, Hulk left with satisfaction and continued his battle against the soldiers. Rog went straight to Loki and looked at him seriously. There were no fractures, no missing arms or legs. Except for the fact that his mental state didn't look too good, Loki now looked very healthy. After confirming Loki's current state, Rog sighed with a little helplessness. An alien race like Loki really can't take a beating. First, he took his Odama Rasengan, and then he took Hulk's inhumane attack. But even so, Loki was still alive, and he didn't even have a serious injury. That's if the mental injury doesn't count. After silently sighing in his heart, Rog picked up the scepter that fell to the side. In terms of appearance, this scepter is exactly the same as the one currently kept on the helicarrier. But the moment he picked up the scepter, Rog felt the difference between the two. An extremely hidden energy entered his body through his right hand, and then quietly flowed to his brain. If he hadn't been prepared and was extremely sensitive to energy, he wouldn't have been able to discover the existence of this energy. Since the existence of this energy has been discovered, it's naturally easy to deal with it. With a thought, chakra in his body intercepted the external energy and then forced the energy out of his body. Then, his right hand holding the scepter also shone with a burst of blue-white chakra light. After protecting his right hand, he carefully perceived the dark blue gem at the top of the scepter. Sure enough, inside this dark blue gem, there is a small yellow gem hidden. Soul Gem finally appeared. After perceiving the existence of the Soul Gem, Rog decisively ended his perception. If you don't seek death, you won't die. Using mental power to touch the Soul Gem, you can just think about it in your mind. Loki is lying down, the scepter is in his hand, and it's time to put an end to this war. With the scepter in his right hand and Loki in his left hand, Rog returned to Stark Building on his Thunder Fan. Because of Loki's previous crazy output, the top floor of Stark Building had completely disappeared. The platform where the space gem was placed was the current roof of Stark Building. Doctor, how do we shut this thing down? Rog did not give the scepter to Dr. Selvig. This kind of ritualistic thing had to be done personally to have a commemorative meaning. Just use the tip of the scepter to press against the energy interface under the Rubik's Cube. It had to be said that the doctor's method of closing the back door was simple and crude. Just as Rog was about to use the scepter to pierce the energy barrier outside the space gem, he suddenly remembered something. After taking out a small communicator from his pocket and hanging it to his ear, Rog said, "Everyone, if you don't have any objections, I plan to close the portal above. If there's anyone who hasn't had enough fun, I can close it later. Turn it off immediately." Rogers of the American team was the first to speak. "No, wait." Tawny's voice followed. "Stark, the enemies are still pouring in." Team America's first reaction was that Tawny was the person who Rog said hadn't had enough fun. "There's a nuclear bomb flying here and it will explode in a minute." Tawny explained immediately. After hearing Tawny's words, the communicator quickly quieted down. Nuclear bomb. The people of the Security Council finally made the decision that Rog was familiar with. Nothing had changed. "I've already thought about where to send it." After a few seconds of silence, Tawny's voice came again from the communicator. It didn't take long for Rog and the others to see Tani carrying the nuclear bomb flying straight toward Stark Building, and then rushing directly into the portal in the air. Tani disappeared into the portal with the nuclear bomb. A few seconds later, the flying Leviathan behemoth began to fall, and the Chitauri warriors, who were originally alive and kicking, also fell to the ground at the same time. Through the portal, a huge fireball as blazing as the sun could be seen. However, Tani's figure did not appear again. "Close the portal." Roger's voice was heard again. "Wait a minute." Rog also gave his answer directly. Rog's refusal made Rog stunned for a moment, and then he remembered that Rog was not a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. or the Avengers. Although Rog participated in this battle, strictly speaking, he was only foreign aid hired by Nick Fury. They didn't have to wait long before Tani's figure reappeared in the portal. However, Tani did not fly out of the portal, but fell in a free-falling state. When Tani reappeared, Rog closed the portal with his scepter. Without the continuous energy output from the space stone, the portal in the sky quickly disappeared and the sky returned to its original appearance. He didn't slow down at all. Thor soon found that something was wrong and immediately waved the Thor's hammer in his hand, intending to catch the falling Tani. However, Hulk moved faster than him. Hulk pounced on the falling Tani like a giant ape, and his stout right arm directly hugged Tani, and the two of them crashed into the outer wall of the building next to them. After using the outer wall of the building to resolve most of the impact, Hulk jumped again and returned to the ground with Tani. To be precise, they fell to the ground. With the sturdy Hulk as a buffer, Tani did not bear too much impact. However, Hulk soon found that something was wrong and pushed Tani out. Captain America and Thor immediately rushed to Hulk and Tani's side. When Thor violently tore off the visor of Tani's helmet, Captain America's voice sounded. "Is he still alive?" At this time, Tani was motionless like a corpse with his eyes closed. Captain America put his ear to Tani's chest, but he did not hear anything. Rog did not go down immediately. When Tani was still falling, he used chakra perception to perceive Tani's state. Tani was not dead yet, and the life energy in his body still existed, but Captain America and the others did not know this. However, they soon found out that after Hulk let out a sorrowful roar, Tony woke up with a start. "What the hell, what's going on? No one gave me mouth-to-mouth resuscitation." Tani gasped for breath and asked with a shocked expression. Chapter 137. The Terminator of the Atmosphere. The originally solemn and stirring atmosphere instantly disappeared after Tony spoke. "We won." Rogers of the American team looked away from Tony and said tiredly, "Guys, good job. Let's not go to work tomorrow and give ourselves a day off. Have you eaten Turkish barbecue? There's a Turkish barbecue restaurant 2 streets away. I haven't been there, but I want to try it." If it weren't for the fact that Tony was still lying on the ground with obvious scars all over his armor, he would have thought that Tony was dead. Based on his current appearance, no one would think that he was the superhero who had carried a nuclear bomb into the portal. "It's not over yet?" Thor didn't reject Tony's suggestion, but he looked up at the Stark Tower that had lost its top floor. "Then we'll go later." A few minutes later, Thor and the others came to the platform where the space gem was placed. They saw Loki, who was in a daze, and Rog, who had been waiting for them. "The scepter and Loki are both here. You can do whatever you want with them." After that, Roger tossed the scepter in his hand to Rogers of the American team. Although there was a soul gem in the scepter, Rog didn't plan to keep it for himself. Or rather, he didn't plan to do so yet. After taking the scepter from Rog, Captain America looked at him in confusion and asked, "Is this scepter different from the previous one?" "This one is a little more powerful," Rog answered casually. As for the soul gem in the scepter, he didn't plan to tell him now. If possible, he hoped that the future would develop in the direction he was familiar with as much as possible. Whether or not Ultron and Illusion would be born wasn't his main concern. What he really cared about was Scarlet Witch Walter. "I definitely don't want Walter's body. I just care about Walter's superpower." Yes, only her superpower. Absolutely. According to his plan, Walter's superpower was the key to activating the Mangekyo. Although he could also directly exchange for the Mangekyo in the system, considering that this evolution required 300 ninja coins, he decisively gave up on this plan. That was 300 ninja coins. As for the most orthodox way of upgrading, experiencing great negative emotions, such as witnessing the death of a loved one, this was not in his consideration from the beginning. After completing the final handover, they finally went to the Turkish barbecue restaurant that Tani had mentioned and had a depressing lunch. Time passed in a flash. Unknowingly, a week had passed since the Battle of New York. In the past week, S.H.I.E.L.D. showed its existence in a high-profile manner, dealing with the various problems left over from the Battle of New York. The corpses of the Chitauri warriors, various alien weapons and technology, collateral damage caused by the war, and the guidance and control of public opinion. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. started various post-war treatment measures in the first place, the existence of the Avengers still spread throughout the world. Iron Man Tony Stark, Captain America Steve Rogers, Hulk Banner, Thor, Black Widow Natasha, Hawkeye Barton, and the mysterious Masked Man. Although Rogue was not a member of the Avengers from the beginning to the end, people tacitly agreed that he was one of them. It couldn't be helped. After all, he acted like he was on steroids during the battle. Fortunately, Rogue had considered this problem from the beginning and had always been wearing his 3-tomo mask. Therefore, perhaps, not many people knew his true identity. S.H.I.E.L.D. took Loki's scepter, and Thor took the Tesseract and Loki. Tony and Banner, two people with high IQs, hooked up together and carried out some research that ordinary people can't understand. Rogers, Natasha, and Barton began their respective vacations and were currently in a state of disconnection. After handing over Loki to the replicator, the system's commission finally changed to a completed state and sent 200 ninja coins to Rogue. In addition to the 40 ninja coins he originally had, the number of unconsumed ninja coins reached 240, which was a small savings. In general, everything was similar to what he expected, except for one thing that he didn't expect at all. His law firm had been destroyed. Before leaving the firm, he also specifically told Erica and others to be ready to fight and protect the firm. But he never thought that the invasion of the Chitauri army would still destroy his firm. To be precise, the person who destroyed his firm was not the Chitauri warriors, but the abomination, Bronsky. He didn't know if this guy was angry or he couldn't control his destructive power for a while. When killing those Chitauri warriors, the abomination successfully destroyed the firm. It was so damaged that there was no need to repair it, because the entire office building had collapsed. After saving all the things in the firm that were still worth saving, Rogue said goodbye to the firm that had accompanied him for several years and then chose a new office location. This time, he didn't choose those remote streets. Instead, he directly moved his office to the famous Empire State Building. Not only that, he also canceled the Rogue detective agency that he had used for several years and registered a new company, Konoha Private Military and Security Consulting Company. In the country of the United States, private military companies are completely legal. The premise is to pay taxes on time. Erica and others had no doubts about Rogue's change of the detective agency into a private military company. From the beginning, they didn't think that Rogue's firm was a detective agency. Have you ever seen a detective agency whose main business is fighting and killing? Only an outlier like Rogue would make this kind of business the main business of a detective agency. Therefore, changing it to a private military company is more in line with their current situation. But there was one thing they didn't understand, that was why Rogue changed the name of the company to Konoha. In this regard, Rogue's explanation was only a short sentence. Where the leaves of Konoha fly, the fire grows endlessly. After changing the firm to a private military company, Rogue's commissions finally became normal. The commissions of rich women asking for children, assisting the rich second generation to pick up girls, finding lost cats and dogs, and so on completely disappeared in front of them. Plain days passed, and more than a month after moving to the Empire State Building, Rogue finally received a commission recognized by the system. Commission content: capture the uncontrollable lizard test body in the sewers of New York. Commission status: incomplete. Commission reward: 30 ninja coins. Chapter 138. The Uncontrollable Lizard Test Subject in the Sewer? Rog didn't plan to take the commission himself, but he changed his mind after seeing that the client was Oscorp's head of security. Oscorp is a large group as famous as Stark Industries, and both are important suppliers to the U.S. military. However, unlike Stark Industries, which specializes in energy and military technology, Oscorp's main research direction is in the field of biotechnology. Green Goblin Norman Osborn, Green Goblin 2 Harry Osborn, Spider-Man Peter Parker, Lizard Professor Kurt Connors, Octopus Dr. Octopus Octavius, Electric Man Max, Rhino Man. After accepting the commission from Oscorp, Rog's mind flashed through the names of people who were more or less related to Oscorp. Sky, come in for a second. Rog pressed the office phone on the desk and called Sky in from the next office. Although the company was moved to the Empire State Building, the newly established Konoha private military company still maintained its original streamlined appearance. Simply put, there are still only 5 of them in the whole company. The only change is that everyone has their own office. Even Frank the Punisher and Bronsky the Abomination have their own offices. But because of their appearance, they haven't really been to the new company yet. What's the matter? After entering Rog's office, Sky sat down in front of Rog and said casually, "Help me look up a man called Peter Parker. He should still be an elementary school student now, or maybe he is already in middle school. I want all his information." Peter Parker? Elementary school student? Yes. Although she didn't know what Rog was going to do, Sky happily accepted the task. After the Battle of New York, Rog made a small deal with Sky. Sky would become a part of the company and would be responsible for information and intelligence gathering. In return, Rog will help her find information about her parents. Sky wanted to investigate by herself, but after S.H.I.E.L.D.'s high-profile appearance, she found that she could never investigate the information she wanted from S.H.I.E.L.D. alone. So, she had the idea of Rog, who was mistaken by the outside world as a member of the Avengers. Then there was that little deal. When Sky left, Rog once again picked up the information provided by Oscorp and browsed it carefully. Due to an experimental accident, a certain experimental lizard had a mutated body similar to that of a human. Strong, agile, berserk, has a certain degree of intelligence and a green appearance. The information provided by Oscorp was very limited. But this was normal. After all, the specific information and data belonged to Oscorp's trade secrets, and they had no need to disclose it to the public. According to Oscorp, this was a mutant lizard. However, if he was not mistaken, this was not a mutant lizard at all. This was the lizard professor himself. According to the head of security, in order to catch this mutant lizard, they had lost a lot of manpower, so they had to entrust it to a private military company. Unfortunately, all of the private military companies that accepted the commission failed without exception. Finally, under the recommendation of a reliable person, they found this Rog, Konoha's private military company that was just established a month ago. In the field of private military companies, Konoha is a completely new company. But Konoha's price is no less than that of those established companies. A single commission starts at least $10 million, and the full payment must be paid in advance. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no other way, Oscorp wouldn't have found Konoha and paid $30 million for it. During the war in New York, they flew in the sky, and now they have to drill into the sewers. But for the sake of $30 million and 30 ninja coins, the sewers will do. After putting down the information in his hand, Rog used the shadow clone jutsu. Bang bang bang, 8 shadow clones appeared in front of him in an instant. Things like drilling into the sewers should be done as little as possible. So he decisively handed over the early investigation work to the shadow clone jutsu. These 8 shadow clones will go to the places where Dr. Lizard appeared before to see if they can find the current whereabouts of Dr. Lizard. As long as they can determine a general range, he can use chakra perception to lock the exact location of Dr. Lizard. Although he can also use chakra perception to find traces of Dr. Lizard now, it will be very tiring, very tiring. New York currently has a population of about 20 million people. Dr. Lizard's life energy intensity will be stronger than normal ordinary people, but it definitely won't reach the point where it can be found at a glance. Instead of looking for it himself, it's better to let the Shadow Clone Jutsu determine a general range first. Anyway, the Shadow Clone Jutsu won't have any problem with drilling into the sewers. When the Shadow Clone Jutsu was about to leave the office with the Flying Thunder God, he suddenly remembered something. All of you, turn into Nick Fury. He's also the president of a private military company, and he still needs to give face. As for Nick Fury, he shouldn't mind being seen in the sewers. With the title of King Faka, it's impossible for him to mind these trivial matters. After the Shadow Clone Jutsu left, Rog also returned home with the Flying Thunder God. He then started playing Berserker's Creed, which he still hasn't cleared yet. A few hours later, just as he controlled a certain Kong-style assassin who didn't want to reveal his name to complete a perfect infiltration, he received feedback that one of the Shadow Clones took the initiative to deactivate. At the same time, the feedback was the information that the Shadow Clone found. It's time to work. After deactivating the other 7 Shadow Clones, Rog summoned the Kusanagi Sword and the 3 Tomo Mask, and then the Flying Thunder God went to the last location of the Shadow Clone Jutsu. After teleporting into the sewers, the first thing he did was to erase the Flying Thor tactic left behind by the Shadow Clone Jutsu. There are enough Flying Thor tactics in New York, there's no need to leave another one in a place where it can only teleport once. After erasing the Flying Thor tactic, he used chakra perception to sense the surrounding situation. It's really here. Putting on the 3 Tomo mask, he moved quickly on the walls of the sewers in a way that didn't conform to the law of gravity. Spider-Man wasn't the only one who could walk on the walls. As he continued to move forward, he encountered more and more lizards. There were all kinds of lizards, big and small. These lizards seemed to be summoned from the depths of their souls as they crawled forward one by one. Chapter 139. What is charm? That's it. Dr. Lizard probably didn't expect that he would have such great charm after transforming. The only pity was that his damned charm was only effective on lizards. If his attractiveness could work on humans, then he could become the superstar of this era. But now, he could only become a superstar in the eyes of lizards. You are electricity, you are light, you are the only legend. In the hearts of these lizards, Dr. Lizard was their god. He was their everything, their entire world. After following these brainless lizards for a while, Rog finally saw the goal of his trip. A lizard man with a height of 2 to 3 meters. When he saw the lizard doctor also saw him. However, Dr. Lizard didn't attack him immediately, but curiously looked at the uninvited guest wearing a mask. Dr. Lizard was no stranger to the 3 Tomo mask on Rog's face. To be precise, no one was unfamiliar with it. This was the mask of the Avengers' masked man. After the Battle of New York, the Avengers became famous. The consequence of becoming famous was that they had a lot of fans and a lot of derivative products. Iron Man figurines, Hulk dolls, Hawkeye's bow model, Thor's hammer toy, the mask of the masked man. As long as you can think of it, there is nothing they can't do. Even Rog himself bought several of the same figurines and placed them at home. He had to say that those figurines were quite realistic. Especially the one where he stood on the round fan and waved the Kusanagi sword. It was particularly exquisite. And as far as he knew, the top toy companies that were selling the best were acquired by Tawny some time ago. This also led to the products of Hulk, Thor, Rog, and others often being inexplicably out of stock. And Iron Man figurines had the most styles and never ran out of stock. At first sight, Dr. Lizard thought that Rog was a loyal fan of the masked man. However, he soon found that something was wrong. Rog was standing on the wall. After discovering this, Dr. Lizard's pupils involuntarily shrank a little. This guy is really the masked man. In an instant, several thoughts flashed through his mind. I am not an alien. After a few seconds of silence, Dr. Lizard finally said his first sentence. If he could, Dr. Lizard would never use this sentence as an opening remark. However, his current appearance forced him to do so. Although he doesn't look like a Chitauri, his current appearance is also completely different from a human. The Avengers were famous for fighting against the invasion of aliens. After confirming that Rog was the masked man, his first reaction was that he was mistaken as an alien that attracted Rog. "I know you're not an alien." Rog did not expect the lizard professor's first sentence to be this. "Then can I leave?" Dr. Lizard suppressed the beast-like killing instinct in his heart and tried his best to speak in a harmless tone. If it weren't for the fact that it was a little difficult to smile now, he would definitely have a smile when he said this. The serum affected Dr. Lizard's mind to a certain extent, but it didn't make him lose all his rationality. Although he now felt that he was a perfect creature that surpassed humans, he was not arrogant enough to compete with the masked man. On the internet, there were a few highlights of Rog's battle with the Leviathan behemoth. Dr. Lizard just happened to watch these videos. "Leave? Of course not. You are my mission target, and I have something I need your help with." Rog's tone was as calm as ever, but in Dr. Lizard's ears, it was no different from a bolt from the blue. After hearing Rog's answer, Dr. Lizard was silent. Then he exploded. F***CK the mission target. F***CK the masked man. I'm a perfect creature in the history of evolution, the future of mankind, the master of the world. Not sure if he was provoked by Rog's words, or if he couldn't suppress the wild instinct in his heart, Dr. Lizard changed his previous caution and directly pounced on Rog. His courage was commendable. Unfortunately, it was useless. When Dr. Lizard's left claw, which was about the size of his chest, was 1 meter in front of him, he pulled out the Kusanagi sword from his waist. Lightning release, Chidori blade. The Kusanagi sword wrapped in electricity drew a beautiful arc. A glass-like smooth cut appeared on Dr. Lizard's left arm. The huge left claw fell directly into the sewage of the sewer, and bright red blood spurted out from the cut. When the blood was about to touch him, Rog used the teleportation technique to leave here. Dr. Lizard slammed into the wall where Rog was standing before, and then hung on it like a real gecko. The pain from his left arm not only didn't calm Dr. Lizard down, but it made him even crazier as he howled crazily. Then, under Rog's gaze, Dr. Lizard's left claw grew back. In just a short 2 to 3 seconds, his left arm returned to its original state. This kind of recovery ability was very good. Although there was a problem with Dr. Lizard's serum, which made him unable to maintain his human form. But he had to admit that his design concept was correct. He did have the ability to regenerate broken limbs, and it was a very amazing ability. After his left arm recovered, Dr. Lizard didn't hesitate and pounced on Rog again. With one claw, he could tear this damn masked man in half. He only needed to succeed once. To a certain extent, Dr. Lizard's tactic was correct. However, he neglected a very serious problem. There was no way he could catch Rog. If he was in his normal human form, Dr. Lizard might have considered this point. But obviously, he didn't have this kind of rational thought right now. Facing Dr. Lizard, who pounced on him again, Rog didn't hold back and slashed with the Kusanagi sword again. Relying on his speed that far exceeded Dr. Lizard's, Log easily dodged Dr. Lizard's pounce, and then gave him 2 slashes. "Since you can't calm down with one hand, then I'll break 2. If you can't calm down with 2 hands, then I'll cut off your legs as well." He was a master of physical persuasion. After missing again, Dr. Lizard couldn't hang on the wall like before, and fell to the sewer floor with his broken hands. Without both hands, he couldn't hang on the wall even if he wanted to. He was a lizard, not a gecko. Chapter 140. Even if he really was a gecko, he couldn't stick to the wall without his hands. A few seconds after falling on the floor of the sewer, Dr. Lizard's hands grew back and he continued to show off his strength at Rog. Just when Rog thought that this guy was still unwilling to give up, the lizard doctor did something that he did not expect. He decisively turned around and ran. Dr. Lizard's beast instinct drove him to attack Rog, and now, it was the same beast instinct that drove him to escape. The strong desire to survive made Dr. Lizard burst out with astonishing speed and quickly disappeared around the corner of the sewer. New York sewers were much more complicated than the streets. In this labyrinthine sewer network, there were all kinds of unknown corners or corners. As long as he could successfully open up a distance, Even if it was only for a short period of time, he could get rid of Rog. Dreams were plentiful, but reality was skinny. Dr. Lizard's escape speed was indeed fast, but Log's speed was even faster. Seeing Rog getting closer and closer, Dr. Lizard's potential was further stimulated and he began to accelerate. Run like crazy. It was not fast enough, he had to be faster. Dr. Lizard displayed a speed that was completely out of line with his current size. He ran like a mad bull. However, he would never have thought that Rog was purposely suppressing his speed at this moment. He didn't want to catch up to Dr. Lizard. If he remembered correctly, Dr. Lizard's state was not stable. As long as the effect of the serum was completely consumed, Dr. Lizard would return to his human form. Dr. Lizard, whose mind was affected by the serum, was not a qualified person to talk to. He was waiting for Dr. Lizard to turn back into Cotter Connors. Under his deliberate expulsion, the serum in Dr. Lizard's body was quickly consumed. As if he realized that he had no hope of getting rid of Rog, Dr. Lizard stopped his meaningless run and turned to face Rog. "What do you want?" Dr. Lizard didn't attack Rog as he roared in a helpless tone. "I said before, you are my mission target, I need you to complete the mission. But before completing the mission, I need you to do me a small favor." Rog's tone was as calm as ever. "You come with me." After that, Dr. Lizard ignored Rog and went straight to his secret laboratory. After following Dr. Lizard in the sewer for a while, Rog saw Dr. Lizard's slightly shabby simple laboratory. Not long after returning to the laboratory, Dr. Lizard changed back to Cotter Connors' appearance under his nose. "Put this on, I'm not used to talking to men without clothes." Rog threw a white coat on the table to Connors. After putting on his clothes, Dr. Connors sat straight on the only chair and said, "Tell me, what do you want to do?" "Two things. First, I'll give you to Oscorp." Before Roger could finish, Dr. Connors interrupted him. "Aren't you S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Avenger?" "Is this a deal between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Oscorp?" "I'm not S.H.I.E.L.D., I'm not an Avenger, and I have nothing to do with Oscorp. As for whether S.H.I.E.L.D. has any deal with Oscorp, I don't know, and I don't want to know. You, listen carefully, don't interrupt me." After confirming that Dr. Connors had fully and thoroughly understood what he meant, Rog continued, "Oscorp gave me a commission, so I'm going to give you to them. Whether you want to or not, this is your ending. As for whether you can escape from Oscorp, that's your business. Second, do you remember Richard Parker? You are both experts in the field of cross-species genetics. The difference is that one of you studied spiders and the other studied lizards." "Of course I remember him. He was a genius scientist. Unfortunately, an accident took his life." Dr. Connors certainly remembered Richard. They had a lot of dealings with each other when conducting cross-species genetic research. "If I give you a blood sample that can perfectly integrate Richard Parker's mutant spider, can you restore Richard Parker's equation and make appropriate modifications? If there is only one Spider-Man in the world, it would be too boring. And who said that Spider-Man can only be a man? Spider-Gwen and Spider-Silk are both women. Restore the equation?" Richard's research was not completed at all. The mutant spiders he developed could not be used for any species experiments at all. Dr. Connors knows exactly how far Richard's experiment has gone. Oscorp now has a large group of Richard's mutant spiders. But those mutant spiders have no experimental value at all except for their own mutation. "No, he succeeded, it's just that you didn't find the right key." Rog gave a big news that Dr. Connors never thought of. "Richard succeeded? How is this possible?" "Impossible, it's absolutely impossible. Oscorp has tried all species, and those mutant spiders can't integrate with any species at all," Dr. Connors said excitedly, not believing the news Rog gave him at all. "Believe it or not, I just want to know, if there is such a blood sample, can you restore the equation?" Looking at Rog's serious face, Dr. Connors thought seriously. "If you really have such a blood sample, I should be able to restore the equation. But why should I help you? You're going to give me to Oscorp. Do you think I'll help you restore the equation?" Although Rog hasn't said it clearly, recalling what he said before, Dr. Connors has roughly guessed something. "You'll help me. There are two reasons. Your equation is not stable. Richard's equation can allow you to perfect your equation and really restore your right hand. Rog pointed to Dr. Connor's empty right arm and then continued, second, you don't really have a choice. When I give you to Oscorp, if you're lucky, they'll continue to let you do research, but you'll lose your freedom and become a tool of Oscorp. If you're unlucky, you should know exactly what will happen to you. I won't say much, after all, you're an expert in this field. But if you're willing to help me, then you're my friend. For friends, I usually help them solve some problems they can't solve. For example, let them not be bullied, or have freedom. After that, Rog stopped talking and waited silently for Dr. Connor's answer. Chapter 141. Dr. Connors didn't answer immediately, but bowed his head silently, as if seriously thinking about Rog's proposal. Rog didn't urge Dr. Connors because he could already guess Dr. Connors' answer. Dr. Connors is a smart man, and a smart man with a strong desire. For him, regrowing his lost right arm is definitely the most important thing in life, and there is no other. It is not difficult to lose a short period of freedom in order to gain the hope of truly restoring his right arm. As Rog expected, after a few minutes of silence, Dr. Connors gave the answer he wanted to hear. I can help you restore Richard's equation, but all this will have to wait until you rescue me from Oscorp. And I want to know how you're going to rescue me? Oscorp can't be compared with S.H.I.E.L.D., but it's not the kind of existence that can be pinched. Dr. Connors looked up at Rog and asked the question he was most concerned about at the moment. It's simple, I'll leave a mark on you that only I can know. After handing you over to Oscorp, I'll confirm your location through this mark and take you away. It's not the first time Rog has done something like handing over the target to the client and taking the target away from the client after completing the commission. The last time he enjoyed this treatment was S.H.I.E.L.D., which was far stronger than Oscorp. As for whether Oscorp would have an opinion on this, Rog didn't care at all, because Oscorp couldn't know that he did it. Mark? Are you sure this method will work? Dr. Connors doesn't doubt Rog's ability. People who can kill Leviathan Behemoth won't deceive him on this issue. And this kind of deception is meaningless and will only affect the next cooperation between the two. But as a scientist, he has a rational doubt about what Rog said about the mark that only he can see. Don't worry, in this regard, I never fail. In the next 10 minutes, Rog and Dr. Connors continued to communicate some details. Then, Rog gave Dr. Connors a hand knife and knocked him out completely. After leaving the sewer with the comatose Dr. Connors, Roger made a phone call to the Oscorp Group's head of security. When he received a call from Rog, the head of security named Alan froze for a moment and then rushed over with the security team. It's only been 4 or 5 hours since the commission. Rog's super efficiency made Alan doubt the professionalism of the previous private military companies. They are all private military companies. How can there be such a big gap? Can't he have a little professional quality? Can this industry be good? More than half an hour later, Alan came with Oscorp's security team to the place and saw Dr. Connors, who was unconscious on the ground. He's here. Do you need to confirm his identity? Rog's voice. No, he's the person we are. With just a simple glance, Alan confirmed the identity of Dr. Connors. As Oscorp's head of security, Alan was no stranger to Dr. Connors. And when Dr. Connors had just escaped from Oscorp, he was the first to take people to hunt him down. It's just that he failed to hunt him down, so he entrusted the matter of private military companies outside. At Alan's signal, 5 or 6 security personnel quickly rushed up and added a bunch of restraints that Rog had never seen before to the unconscious Dr. Connors. After tying Dr. Connors up like a felon, the security personnel carried Dr. Connors to a special metal cage. Thank you for your help. We may have more opportunities to cooperate in the future. After that, Alan extended his right hand to Rog to express his gratitude. Happy cooperation! When Dr. Connors was imprisoned in a special metal cage, the status of the commission in the system was updated for the first time. Commission content: capture the uncontrollable lizard test body in New York sewer. Commission status: completed. Commission reward: 30 ninja coins sent. Ninja coins not consumed: 270. 30 ninja coins were easily obtained, and it was another day full of harvest. When Oscorp's security team disappeared from sight, Rog took out his mobile phone again and called the Punisher. Dr. Connors has been handed over to Oscorp according to the plan, so the things left by Dr. Connors naturally need to be dealt with. This is also the details that Rog had communicated with Dr. Connors before. The Punisher will take away the simple laboratory that Dr. Connors left in the sewer. Rog also needs to get the mutant spider cultivated by Richard and Peter Parker's blood samples before rescuing Dr. Connors. According to Dr. Connors, there is a laboratory dedicated to cultivating Richard's mutant spider next to the interspecies laboratory of Oscorp building. In that laboratory, there are thousands of mutant spiders. As long as you can enter the laboratory, you can easily get Richard's mutant spider. Invading a large company's secret laboratory may be a little difficult for ordinary people. But for Rog, it's as simple as going back to his own home to get things. He doesn't even have to do it himself, he just has to arrange a shadow clone. After instructing the Punisher, Rog first used the Flying Thunder God to return home to take a bath. After completely erasing the sewer smell from his body, he returned to his office with the Flying Thunder God. How is the investigation of Peter Parker's information going now? After returning to the office, Rog directly picked up the internal phone on the table and asked Sky about the progress of the investigation. The investigation has been done and it has been sent to your mailbox. After answering Rog, Sky hung up the phone directly. Although the time of the call was very short, Rog heard the obvious tapping of the keyboard from the other end of the phone. She's not invading another government department, is she? Normally, Sky's daily hobby would not be too much of a problem. But the key to the problem is that she is always playing with some important confidential departments, such as S.H.I.E.L.D. Sky's hacking skills are of course top-notch, but that doesn't mean she can quietly invade S.H.I.E.L.D. If she had such an ability, she wouldn't have to cooperate with Rog. Not long after moving to the new company, Rog received a warm reminder from Mother Fokker, asking him to control Sky's curiosity a little. Chapter 142. Putting Sky's question behind him for the time being, Rog opened his mailbox and began to browse the information collected by Sky. Peter Parker, Father Richard Parker, 11 years old, lives in Queens, lives with his uncle and aunt after his parents died, and is currently studying at Ellie Pond Park Elementary School in Queens. Uncle Ben Parker, an ordinary skilled worker, Aunt May Parker, a nurse at a public hospital. In addition to this basic information, Sky also hacked into the elementary school where Peter was studying and found all of Peter's grades from the student database. All A's in all subjects. Although he is still young, little Peter has begun to perform as a genius, judging from his exam results and various evaluations given by the teacher. But at the end of the information, Sky specifically noted a piece of information. Introverted, not good at socializing, and has few friends. After reading Peter's information, Rog leaned back in his chair and began to think about a more serious problem. If he wanted to, he could make Peter become Spider-Man in advance. But the question is whether Peter, who is only 11 years old at present, can maintain his proper mind after gaining this extraordinary power. Not to mention that Peter is only a primary school student at present. Even those adults in their 30s and 40s may not be able to maintain their original mind after suddenly gaining great power. In case Peter's mind is affected by this power, then what will appear in the future will no longer be the superhero Spider-Man, but the supervillain Spider-Man. After thinking about it for a while, Rog finally gave up on the idea. Collecting Peter's blood is enough. As for his future, it's better not to interfere. After making the decision, Rog decisively displayed Shadow Clone. Bang! After the two clouds of smoke dissipated, two shadow clones appeared in front of him. Collecting Peter's blood and invading Oscorp were very simple, so Rog directly handed it over to the shadow clone. Before the two shadow clones set off, he also specifically told them to do it secretly as much as possible. When the shadow clone Flying Thunder God left the office, Rog picked up the phone on the desk again and dialed Sky's internal number. "What's the matter? Is there a problem with the information?" When the phone was connected, Sky's voice immediately came over, and there was a very obvious tapping sound on the keyboard. Help me check another person's information. Her name was Gwen Stacy. Her father was a police captain in New York. His name was George Stacy. She should be a high school student now, but you'll have to find out which high school she's in. Rog told Sky everything he remembered. Female high school student? Hearing the word high school student, Sky's interest was piqued, and the sound of tapping on the keyboard disappeared. If I'm not mistaken, he's a high school student. If you don't have any, you can also look into secondary schools or universities. After Rog finished speaking, there was a sudden silence on the other side of the phone. After a dozen seconds, there was a malicious laughter. Mr. Rog, as the president of a private military company, don't you think it's very wretched for a hacker to investigate the information of a female high school student in the middle of the night? And don't forget, you're the masked man in the Avengers. Your behavior will make your female fans sad. Rog didn't speak, because he was sure that no matter how he answered, he would be ridiculed by Sky. But at your current age, it's normal to be interested in the young opposite sex. After all, which man can refuse a youthful body full of vitality? Sky, like discovering a new continent, opened the ridicule mode to his heart's content. Your imagination is too rich. Start the investigation now. I hope to see Gwen's information as soon as possible. After that, Rog hung up the phone directly. Speaking of which, Sky's age should be about the same as Gwen's. It's just that one lives according to the normal trajectory of life, while the other deals with the dark side of the world all day long. If Sky's parents were normal, she should now be thinking about which university to apply to. Sigh, this is the damned fate. After instructing Sky, Rog also returned home with the flying thunder god. Before going to sleep, he deliberately used chakra perception to perceive Dr. Connor's flying Thor technique and Dr. Connor's current strength of life energy. As he expected, Oscorp did not detain Dr. Connors in the Oscorp building, but took Dr. Connors to a secret research institute in the suburbs. And judging from Dr. Connors' current strength of life energy, he has not suffered any inhuman abuse, and his vital signs are stable and healthy. After confirming Dr. Connors' current situation, Rog went straight back to his room and went to sleep. According to their plan, he would not rescue Dr. Connors in the first place. The rescue time will be in a few days, and he needs to prepare all the equipment Dr. Connors needs in advance before the rescue. After a comfortable sleep and a hearty breakfast, Rog left home with the flying thunder god. Instead of returning to the company directly, he teleported directly to the warehouse prepared by the Punisher. This warehouse was originally a temporary base prepared by the Punisher for himself and Abomination, but after knowing that Rog wanted him to prepare a safe and secretive laboratory, he had to share this warehouse. After a busy night, he moved all the equipment and data left in the sewer by Dr. Connors to the warehouse. And now, in addition to him, who has been busy all night, there are also two of Rog's shadow doppelgangers in the warehouse. Peter's blood sample, Richard's mutant spider. The two most important raw materials for restoring Richard's super spider equation are ready. Dr. Connors can start restoring Richard's super spider equation by just preparing the various professional equipment needed by the Research Institute. These professional equipment are not difficult to find, but some more professional channels are needed. And Rog happens to know people who have such channels. After calling Tawny again and paying $50 million, he got what he wanted smoothly. Tawny didn't know what he wanted to do, but from the professional equipment he bought, Tawny could roughly guess his plan. Biotechnology research, high-end technology in the field of genetics. But Tawny didn't say anything about it. After all, everyone has their own little hobbies, and in his opinion, Rog is not the kind of madman who will destroy the world. Chapter 143. It had to be said that Tawny's private channels were useful, and the efficiency was even amazing. 12 hours after the payment, Rog received a call from a biological research and development equipment company to pick up the goods. Of course, there was no need to do such heavy work himself, and the shadow clone was the best helper. There was nothing wrong with being lazy. It was because humans were lazy enough that there was a technologically advanced world. So Rog enjoyed this feeling of laziness with a clear conscience. After arranging the shadow clone to collect the goods, he opened his mailbox and began to browse the information collected by Sky. Gwen Stacy, 17 years old this year, studying at Zhongqing High School of Science and Technology, had both parents and 2 younger brothers. Like Peter Parker, Gwen was also a top student, with the highest A's in all subjects. But there was one thing that made her different from Peter. She was a very popular and beautiful scholar. Blonde hair, blue eyes, outstanding appearance, and a good figure. Although she would not graduate until next year, Sky found that she had been scheduled to be the next graduate representative when she searched the school database and the principal's computer. Compared with her, Peter Parker was like an unknown passerby. She was good-looking, had good grades, and had a good family background. She was a proper school goddess. After reading Gwen's information, Rog fell into deep thought. Just as Sky mocked him yesterday with his current identity, it was difficult for him to have a normal intersection with an ordinary female high school student. If he suddenly went to her door, he would most likely be regarded as the kind of lecher with bad intentions. Should he go against his conscience and play the role of a sea king who was confused by beauty? Then he would play hard to get, deceive the world, and loot a burning house. Finally, he would guide Gwen to become Spider-Gwen, and let Spider-Gwen, who would only appear in a parallel universe, appear in this world. This method seemed quite feasible, but it would seem a bit perverted. But if he didn't have an intersection with Gwen, he could only secretly let the improved mutant spider bite her. But in this way, he would seem even more perverted. Perverted or even more perverted, this was the question. After thinking about it seriously for more than 10 minutes, he decided to temporarily give up on this problem. Even if he wants Spider-Gwen to appear in the world, he has to wait for Dr. Connors to restore Richard's super spider equation. It was too early to think about how to get in touch with Gavin. A few days later, Rog rescued Dr. Connors from Oscorp's Secret Research Institute as agreed. Of course, the one who went to save them was not himself, but a shadow clone that had transformed into Loki. As the instigator of the Battle of New York, Loki wouldn't mind taking the blame for him. Doctor, it seems like you've been doing well these past few days. With a ruddy complexion and full of spirit, Dr. Connors did not look as down and out as when he was in the sewer. Dr. Connors' current image perfectly conforms to his status as a doctor. They wanted me to continue perfecting the equation, so they were quite polite to me. Other than letting those amateur third-rate fellows do research on my body. At the beginning, Dr. Connors' tone was calm, but towards the end, Rog felt a strong killing intent from him. These are small problems. When you complete the real equation, you can consider giving them a small gift as a thank you gift. Although Rog has not experienced this kind of body research, he can understand Dr. Connors' dissatisfaction. As a well-deserved leader in the field of cross-species genetics, he also has a powerful strength beyond ordinary people. As a result, he was studied as a white mouse by people who were far inferior to him. This kind of thing would be unbearable for anyone. I've got the equipment and instruments you asked me to prepare. Richard's mutant spider and blood samples had also been prepared. If you have nothing else to do, I hope you can start as soon as possible. Rog pointed to the temporary laboratory behind him that was not exquisite but was professional enough. No problem. As soon as he finished speaking, Dr. Connors went straight into the laboratory and began the reverse restoration of Richard's super spider equation. When Dr. Connors began to work seriously, Rog returned to his office with the Flying Thunder God. Professional things should be left to professionals. And with the Punisher, he doesn't have to worry about Dr. Connors having any ideas that he shouldn't have. Days passed, and unknowingly, more than half a month has passed. Although there is Peter's blood sample and Richard's mutant spider, it is still not easy to reverse restore Richard's equation. Dr. Connors is indeed a rare talent, but he is not a super genius like Tawny and Banner. The progress of restoring the equation is much slower than the two of them expected. According to Dr. Connors himself, there is still one of the most important key data that has not been derived, and it may take a week or two to complete the final restoration. Rog didn't care too much about this. As long as it can be restored, it doesn't matter if the time is slow. While Dr. Connors was restoring the equation, Rog was not idle and began to attack Gavin. No, it's getting to know her. In order to make the acquaintance between the two not seem so abrupt, he used a slightly roundabout method. First of all, he found a charity public welfare organization. Then, in his personal name, he donated a sum of $10 million to the charity organization and set up a charity fund to thank the New York police for their contributions. Finally, with the assistance of the public welfare organization, a charity party to thank the New York police for fighting against the Chitauri was born. When drawing up the invitation list, he included several police stations on the list of key thanks, including the police station where Gavin's father, Sheriff George, was located. Although the process was a little complicated, he finally achieved his goal and successfully got to know Sergeant George and his family. When Sheriff George shook his hand to express his gratitude, a trace of guilt emerged in his heart. If you know that I'm thinking about your baby girl, you certainly won't have any idea of thanking me. Maybe you'll have the idea of shooting me directly in the head. With such a foreshadowing, the subsequent things were much simpler. Although Rog is now a typical single dog, he was an out-and-out VIP player before crossing over. The former little white dragon in the waves is now going to start galloping again. Chapter 144. What is the saying? If she is not deeply involved in the world, take her to see the prosperity of the world. If her heart has been vicissitudes, take her to ride the merry-go-round. This used to be Rog's tactical plan to gallop on the battlefield. But he later found out that this was not his real trump card. What really made him a little white dragon in the waves was not these seemingly reasonable methods, but a simple and crude fact that couldn't be any more simple and crude. Handsome. Very handsome. Very handsome. This is the trump card that made him famous. However, just as he was about to gallop, he soon encountered the Waterloo of his life. For a top student who likes knowledge more, his previous undefeated handsomeness has suffered an unprecedented challenge. Although he deliberately created several romantic encounters that little girls of Gwen's age would like, the cruel reality slapped him a few times. The 8-pack abdominal muscles with obvious lines, the golden ratio figure that is thin with clothes and fleshy without clothes, plus the handsome face that does not lose to the popular little fresh meat. Not only has his appearance not deteriorated, but it is better than before. Coupled with the fact that he now has a lot of wealth, in terms of external conditions, his charm should be several levels higher than before. It shouldn't be, even if cultural concepts are not the same, it shouldn't be such a bleak start. Even the well-informed widow of New York has been thinking about him, which shows that his charm has always been on the line. What exactly went wrong? It can't be because a top student only likes a top student, right? After thinking about it for a few minutes, Rog felt that this possibility seemed quite high. Of all the personas, a top student is the most difficult to disguise, especially in front of a real top student. Forget it, don't think about it. I'm not going to pick her up, I just want her to become the superhero Spider-Gwen. Time passed day by day, Dr. Connors continued the work of reverse restoring the equation, and Rog continued his daily life. Accepting commissions, completing commissions, asking Gwen to eat, accepting commissions, completing commissions, asking Gwen to watch movies. To be honest, Rog is quite satisfied with the current pace of life. The difficulty of the commissions is not high, and the rewards given by the system are also very reasonable. The amount of chakra has also been increasing, and the development of wood-release ninjutsu and Sharingan genjutsu is also progressing well. Except for the last key data of the equation that Dr. Connors couldn't figure out, everything else was pretty good. Last time, Dr. Connors said that it would only take a week or two to derive the final key data. However, 3 months had passed, and he was still trying to deduce the key data. In order to support Dr. Connors' research, his savings dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the number of bank deposits almost fell below 10 digits. Fortunately, the hard-working punishers and abominations made up for some of his losses to a large extent. Just when he thought that these peaceful days would continue, he suddenly received a call from Coulson. "Rog, we have a problem right now. If it's convenient for you, please come over immediately." The address is in Brooklyn. After telling Rog an address, Coulson immediately hung up the phone, or was forced to hang up the phone. "What's this? Do you really think I'm a member of the Avengers?" Although he said that, he still teleported to the nearest block to the location Coulson said, and then walked towards the address Coulson said. However, when he just arrived at the block Coulson said, he suddenly felt a familiar and strange breath. The moment he sensed this aura, his face became abnormally cold. S.H.I.E.L.D. really dares to do anything. After using the body flicker technique several times in a row, he came to the office building that Coulson said, and then saw a scene like purgatory on Earth. This office building is not big, only 6 floors, and the building is older than Rog. From the outside, it looked like an unremarkable old office building. But as soon as he walked into the lobby on the first floor of the office building, he could see corpses one after another, and they died in the way he was familiar with. Wood release, cutting technique. The cause of death of these corpses was the same as his cutting technique. Wooden thorns pierced out of the corpses, and blood stained the floor, and their deaths were extremely tragic. After taking a few deep breaths and temporarily suppressing the anger in his heart, Rog came to a corpse, and then cut off one of the wooden thorns with kunai. Although from the outside, these wooden thorns were very similar to the wooden thorns he used to perform the cutting technique. But in fact, the two were completely different. The wooden thorns in his hand were completely ordinary wood, without any chakra on them, and they did not have the amazing vitality of his wood release. In terms of hardness, these wooden thorns were far inferior to the wood he summoned with wood release. The wood he summoned with wood release, even without the supply of chakra, couldn't be easily cut by ordinary metal knives. The huge difference between these wooden thorns and his wood release wood thorns was like the difference between the physique of the American Team Rogers and the Hulk. But even so, the existence of these wooden thorns was enough to prove some things. When he threw away the blood-stained wooden thorn in his hand, he saw Coulson, or rather, Coulson, who almost lost his right hand. Coulson was still in a suit, but at this time, there was a huge wound of more than 20 centimeters on his right hand. Although it had been through some simple bandaging and treatment, blood still gushed out of the bandage. Beside Coulson, there were 2 other figures that he was familiar with: Cuirassier Melinda May and Grant Ward. "You'd better give me a satisfactory answer, otherwise, you know the consequences." Rog's tone was as cold as his face at this time. "I only learned about these things today. There was an accident in the experiment, and the experimental body was out of control. S.H.I.E.L.D. will give you a satisfactory answer, but before that, I hope you can help deal with the experimental body that is out of control for the sake of those innocent people." Coulson said weakly. A lot of blood loss made his face extremely pale, and the severe pain from the wound also made obvious sweat appear on his face. "What qualifications do you have to make conditions with me now? Do you really think I won't dare to attack S.H.I.E.L.D.? As soon as his voice fell, Rog came to Coulson in an instant, grabbed his neck with his right hand, and lifted him up. Chapter 145. May and Ward didn't expect that Rog would actually do it. At the moment when Rog lifted Coulson, they stepped forward at the same time, ready to attack Rog to rescue Coulson at any time. However, before they could do anything, they were bounced out by Rog's sudden burst of Chakra Coat. In addition to giving Rog super defensive abilities, Chakra Coat can also be used to attack enemies. As long as one's own chakra control level reaches a certain level, it is not difficult to control the released chakra to attack close enemies. For example, Crown Prince Ming and the like can even condense chakra into an arm to help make meatballs directly. "It's Natasha." Coulson grabbed Rog's right arm with his intact left hand and struggled to speak. Before Coulson finished speaking, Rog increased the strength of his right hand, turning his face into the color of a pig's liver. "If you lie one more time, I'll break your neck right now." Rog can't read minds, but he can be 100% sure that Coulson is lying. Natasha did have some close contact with him, but it is absolutely impossible for Natasha to give his cells or other genetic samples to S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha doesn't have such courage, and Natasha knows very well what can be done and what can't be done. In S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha is definitely the one who knows Rog's bottom line best. She doesn't have the courage to do something that will directly cause Rog to go berserk, and she won't do it. And if it was provided by Natasha, then S.H.I.E.L.D. would have gotten his cells a few years ago, and they wouldn't have waited until today to start the research. It's the body of the intruder on the helicarrier, and the body of the Leviathan. Coulson has dealt with Rog many times, so he knows that Rog is really angry. If he doesn't tell the truth, Rog will definitely not hesitate to break his neck. S.H.I.E.L.D. does have a confidentiality agreement, but it also depends on what the confidentiality is. When Coulson finished speaking, Rog released his right hand. Coulson once again enjoyed the beauty of breathing freely. Then in the next second, he fell directly to the floor under the influence of gravity. I will deal with the thing outside. When I come back, you and Nick Fury better give me a satisfactory answer. After that, Rog left the office building without looking back. S.H.I.E.L.D. is the typical representative of courting death. After the New York battle, Rog thought that S.H.I.E.L.D. would be a little more restrained. As a result, in just a few months, these guys made a new move. Last time, it was because of the unlimited energy in the Tesseract. This time, it was because of his wood release. In S.H.I.E.L.D.'s view, Rog's wood release is easier to control than the magic cube. After all, Rog is a living example. Moreover, the attack and defense abilities displayed by wood release are more in line with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s needs. The infinite energy represented by the magic cube can improve the technological level of the entire world, and its development prospects are broader. But the research of the magic cube is obviously much more difficult than the research of wood release. What's more, they have now completely lost the magic cube. But Rog's wood release is different. It is a power that can be used perfectly on humans. If they could master the secrets of wood release, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be able to create their own team of extraordinaires. The existence of the Avengers let the whole world see how powerful a team of transcendence is. After the New York battle, S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't the only company that was interested in transcendence again. After leaving the office building, Rog went directly to the roof of a nearby building and began to use chakra perception. He didn't know what kind of life energy signs S.H.I.E.L.D.'s experimental subject had. He could only determine where the experimental subject had gone by perceiving all the humans nearby. With his current location as the center, it spread out little by little. After spending some time, Rog finally found S.H.I.E.L.D.'s so-called out-of-control experimental subject. Unlike what he imagined, the experimental subject didn't leave here immediately, but went directly to a chain restaurant a few blocks away. When Rog came to the restaurant and pushed open the door, he immediately smelled a strong smell of blood. When he perceived the experimental subject before, he had already noticed that something was wrong. In his perception, there were no signs of life in the entire restaurant except for the experimental subject. Of course, a chain restaurant can't have no customers, and even if there were no customers, there would be at least a minimum of service staff. As he expected, when he pushed open the restaurant door and entered, he saw a scene similar to the lobby on the first floor of the office building. More than a dozen corpses were scattered around the restaurant, and the wooden thorns on the corpses clearly showed the cause of their death. Next to a table near the restaurant bar, there was a middle-aged man in white clothes with wooden thorns all over his body. The middle-aged man looked up at Rog and then put his eyes on the food in front of him. Like a beggar who had been hungry for days, he crazily stuffed the hamburger in his hand into his mouth. In just a few seconds, the man finished the hamburger in his hand and then picked up a steak that had not been cut at all. The man ate frantically, and the food that filled the whole table disappeared at a terrifying speed. Rog didn't disturb the man's eating. He just silently came to the opposite side of the man and sat down directly. A few minutes later, when the man finished eating all the food on the table, he raised his head again and looked at Rog in front of him with a strange look. Rog and the man didn't speak, just looked at each other silently. "Are you the masked man?" "I've seen the video of your battle with those aliens, and it was wonderful. But I'm stronger than you." As soon as his voice fell, the man's right hand suddenly attacked Rog. From Rog's point of view, he could clearly see a wooden thorn gushing out of the man's palm, stabbing towards him like a sharp blade. However, just as the sharp wooden thorn was about to pierce his neck, An arm made entirely of wood emerged from his left shoulder. In just a moment, the wooden arm grabbed the man's right hand, and the two palms clenched together like fists. When his right hand was grabbed by the wooden arm, the man didn't hesitate and immediately stretched out his left hand. As soon as he raised his left hand, a piece of wood as thick as an arm also gushed out of Rog's right shoulder. When the wood that gushed out of Rog's right shoulder reached the man, the wood suddenly split into two, turning into two arms. One of the wooden arms pressed the man's left hand, and the other directly pinched his neck. "No, you're not strong at all." Chapter 146. I'm better than you. He didn't know if this guy with wooden thorns all over his body had eaten too much and lost his mind. How could he say something like that? To Rog, it sounded like Yamato saying to Hashirama, "My Mokutan is better than yours." No, this guy was far from even Yamato's level. For better or for worse, Yamato is an elite Umbu ninja from his roots, and the wood release he uses is a proper wood release, not some fancy tricks. Tell me, what's with these pieces of wood? At first, he thought that S.H.I.E.L.D. had gotten his cells or other biological samples from somewhere and then made a copy of him. But when Coulson talked about the helicarrier and the dead Leviathan, he was already sure that S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't make a copy of him. The wooden thorns that killed the helicarrier and the Leviathan were indeed grown from his body when he performed the cutting technique. But there was absolutely no way that those wooden thorns had his cells or biological samples on them. After removing the ninjutsu, these wooden thorns wouldn't even have chakra on them. The man was just about to say something uncivilized when he felt a sharp pain in his hands, the pain of being pierced directly by wooden thorns. Answer whatever I ask. If you can't do it, I'll let you experience what they've experienced. Under Rog's control, wooden thorns more than 10 centimeters long grew from the palms of the two wooden arms and directly pierced the man's hands. The best way to deal with uncivilized people is to let them immediately experience the consequences of being uncivilized. Cultural education wasn't something that Rog liked. What he liked was to educate others through physical means. It only took a few times to make it unforgettable. It's S.H.I.E.L.D.'s experiment. They made me like this. After being taught a lesson, the man decisively chose to cooperate. Be more specific. However, Rog wasn't very satisfied with his answer. Therefore, he made the wooden arm grow a wooden spike that was more than 10 centimeters long. I have had superpowers since I was a child. I can control the growth of plants. Later, I used vines to kill a few people and I was caught by S.H.I.E.L.D. I was locked up in a special prison until a few months ago when they took me out and injected me with a special drug called seed. In the beginning, I could only grow plants like grass and vines on my body. They injected me with several different seed potions, and then I was able to grow wood from my body. However, this ability is sometimes very unstable, so sometimes these wooden thorns will come out of my body on their own. The man quickly explained. After he finished speaking, he looked at the small wooden thorns on his hand. Your superpower is to control the growth of plants, but the energy required for the growth of plants cannot be produced out of thin air. How did you do it? Even when he used wood release, he had to consume a large amount of chakra to achieve the effect of controlling the wood or making it grow. The man in front of him didn't have any special energy in his body. Just eat. After they injected me with the so-called seed potion, my appetite became better and better, and my stamina became a lot better. Every time I let the wood grow out of my body, it will consume a part of my stamina. As long as I have stamina, I can continue to let my body grow wood. Growing wood from the palm, then inserting the wood into other people's bodies, and finally letting these wooden thorns grow out of other people's bodies, they also taught me. But later, I watched your video and realized that they also learned from you. Let me tell you, those people from S.H.I.E.L.D. are really not good people. I think you should be like me and kill them until they bleed all over the ground. That way, they will be afraid of you and won't have any ideas about you. He didn't know if this guy was a chatterbox or if he felt that Rog would no longer hurt him. He began to chatter and even began to give Rog advice. I'm so cooperative, it's not right for you to kill me. And we're barely the same kind, aren't we? Yeah, Shield isn't a good person. But you're not a good person either. After that, Rog didn't continue to talk nonsense with this man, and wooden thorns grew out of his 3 wooden arms at the same time. When these wooden thorns entered the man's body, they grew out of the man's body again, causing a painful death effect similar to the cutting technique. The man didn't expect that Rog would actually do it, and in a way that he was very familiar with. It turns out that growing wooden thorns in the body is really painful. You want to take revenge on Shield, that's fine, but you shouldn't have done it to the people in the restaurant. As soon as his voice fell, Rog and the man disappeared from their seats. When he left with the flying thunder god, the sound of sirens became clearer and clearer outside the restaurant. Half an hour after returning to the office building with the body, Rog finally saw Nick Fury. Rogers, who was wearing a shield, and Hawkeye Barton, who was carrying a bow and arrow, also appeared with him. Rog, this time, as soon as Nick Fury opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Rog. You only have one chance, think about it before you say it. Rogers and Hawkeye Barton didn't know what was going on. They just received an urgent notice from Nick Fury, and then they came here together in a Quinjet. After hearing Rog's cold tone at this time, they finally knew why Nick Fury had to ask the two of them to come together. We do intend to replicate your ability to manipulate wood through experiments. I don't deny this. The experimental order to conduct the research was given by me, and I know that this violates our original agreement. So if you want to do it, I can understand. However, I don't think there's anything wrong with my order. We won the Battle of New York, but that was a victory for the Avengers, not for S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. needs power, and only with power can S.H.I.E.L.D. better protect the world. Nick Fury said with a righteous face, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s approach. Haha, as expected of S.H.I.E.L.D., who is responsible for protecting the world, you are always so righteous. You never feel that there is anything wrong with your approach. You always feel that the world needs your protection to be safe. Who do you think you are? You really think you are the messenger of justice who maintains peace? Rog stood up directly and went straight to Nick Fury. Chapter 147. As long as one wasn't a fool, they could easily see that the current atmosphere was very wrong. When Roger came in front of Nick Fury, Rogers of the American team also stepped forward and said to Roger, "If you have something to say, we can talk slowly. There's no need to fight." Rogers didn't know Rog very well, but he had seen how Rog fought before. Therefore, he was certain that once Logue made his move, no one here could stop him. Unlike Captain America, who took the initiative to step forward, Hawkeye Barton took a step back silently, then clenched the recurve bow in his hand. Hawkeye was a very pure agent, so in his opinion, Rog was obviously making a big deal out of nothing. Although Nick Fury wasn't a good person in general, what he did was to protect the world. This was what Hawkeye Barton was thinking at this time. The thoughts of a senior S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Rog didn't speak, just looked at Nick Fury with cold eyes. And Nick Fury didn't show the slightest sign of giving in, so he stood upright in front of Rog. "We didn't copy your cells, nor did we make a clone of you. We just used the wood you left behind to develop a new type of medicine. If you feel that our behavior offended you, we can make appropriate compensation." At this moment, Coulson's voice suddenly sounded. Coulson, who had finished dealing with the injury on his arm, walked in. May and Ward were still with him. Behind him was a 20-person S.H.I.E.L.D. Special Forces team. A fully armed S.H.I.E.L.D. Special Forces team. Rog ignored Coulson, and he would never accept S.H.I.E.L.D.'s so-called compensation. If he accepted S.H.I.E.L.D.'s compensation, then S.H.I.E.L.D. would only become more and more excessive in the future. This time, they dared to have ideas about his wood release, then next time, they would dare to have ideas about his chakra. In the end, they would even dare to have ideas about him. Some things, once you give in, can no longer be reversed. In order to prevent this from happening, the best way is to cut off their hands as soon as they have the intention to reach out. If you dare to reach out with your left hand, I'll cut off your left hand. If you dare to reach out with both hands, I'll cut off both. You can't touch what you shouldn't touch. You'd better not have any ideas about what you shouldn't have. Don't you want my power? No problem, I'll satisfy you. Rog finally spoke. His tone was calm, but anyone could tell that he definitely didn't mean to share his power with S.H.I.E.L.D. As soon as Rog finished speaking, Nick Fury's right hand grabbed the pistol at his waist. However, before he could pull the pistol out of the holster, he felt an intense pain that penetrated his heart. Chi. In the blink of an eye, dozens of 10-centimeter-long wooden thorns grew out of his right arm, piercing his skin, destroying his muscles, and breaking the bones in his hand. When Nick Fury's right hand became unrecognizable, people realized that Roger's left hand was pressing down on his shoulder. This is the power you want. As soon as Rog's voice fell, the wooden thorns on Nick Fury's right arm grew crazily again. Bang! The crazily growing wooden thorns instantly broke Nick Fury's entire right arm. Minced meat and bright red blood splattered everywhere. Just as Nick Fury's right arm was completely broken by the wooden thorns, a pale blue light visible to the naked eye emerged in front of Rog, blocking the splashing flesh and blood. Crazy, really crazy. Although everyone knew that this matter would be difficult to resolve. But no one thought that Rog would so decisively destroy Nick Fury's entire right arm. That was Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the most powerful Secret Service organization in the world. Without anyone's order, after discovering that Rog destroyed Nick Fury's right arm in this cruel way, the Special Forces soldiers behind Coulson immediately raised their weapons and pointed their guns at Rog. As long as Nick Fury or Coulson gave the order, they could immediately shoot Rog into a hornet's nest. It has to be said that these Special Forces soldiers had good ideas. But they didn't realize what kind of existence they were facing now. When they raised their weapons, Rog glanced at them casually. Then these Special Forces soldiers fell to the ground as if they had lost their souls. Sharingan Genjutsu. A group of ordinary people can't resist the Genjutsu of Sharingan. In just a moment, these Special Forces soldiers fell into the Genjutsu world constructed by Rog and lost consciousness. From now on, the agreement is invalid. If you want revenge or to regain your face, just come at me. Rog, will take it all. After that, Rog ignored Nick Fury, and even ignored Team America, who was ready for battle, and Hawkeye, who aimed their bows at him, and directly left with the Flying Thunder God. The good relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. from this moment on was completely over. But Rog didn't have any regrets. S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed very strong, and it can even be said that it is the strongest Secret Service organization at present. But so what? If it really comes to the point of no return, he can guarantee that the one who dies must be S.H.I.E.L.D. When it comes to fighting, he is really not afraid of anyone. Although Nick Fury's right arm was destroyed by him, in the next few days, Rog did not suffer any attacks from S.H.I.E.L.D., not even those deliberate difficulties on the surface. Days passed, and everything seemed to have returned to its original state. But a month later, he suddenly received a black business card with an octopus-like logo. He was no stranger to the octopus-like logo on the business card. This is the symbol of Hydra. The business card suddenly appeared in his office, and neither Sky nor Erica knew who sent it. Even the closed-circuit television happened to have some small accidents at that time and did not capture any useful pictures. Boring desire to show off. Rog certainly knows why Hydra's people sent business cards in this way. They just want to tell him that they are strong and can enter and leave his office at will. In this regard, his answer was to throw the business card directly into the trash can. It was up to them whether they wanted to appear or not. They were just an organization without much strength. What was the point of pretending to be a wolf? After dealing with this trivial episode, Rog left the office with the Flying Thunder God and came to Dr. Connor's experiment. After postponing the planned date again and again, Dr. Connors finally derived the last key data and successfully restored Richard's super spider equation. Chapter 148. After transmitting to the laboratory, Rog did not go directly to Dr. Connors, but came to Punisher Frank. Go and prepare a set of professional anti-eavesdropping devices and a new hidden monitoring system. The equipment the company is running now is not good. Some cockroaches have mixed in. Professional matters should be left to the professionals. And Frank the Punisher was such a professional. In terms of fighting power, Punisher may not be as good as Abomination Bronsky. But in terms of practicality, Abomination is not as good as Punisher. What did it mean to be a professional tool? A Punisher was it? No problem, give me a day. Although Punisher only knows how to fight and kill most of the time, he has many special channels that Rog does not have. It is not difficult for him to get a set of professional eavesdropping and monitoring equipment. After instructing Punisher, Rog found Dr. Connors, intending to see the final version that Dr. Connors had developed. Richard is really a genius. His method of using a specific gene locking equation is perfect. When Rog arrived, Dr. Connors took out a few mutant spiders and then opened his right sleeve. I improved my own equation according to his equation, and the effect was better than I thought. My right hand is really restored. It's not a temporary recovery, it's a real recovery. The whole biological tissue structure of the right hand has been completely stabilized and will no longer disappear because of the disappearance of the serum effect. Dr. Connors waved his right hand excitedly at Rog, and his face showed a childlike look of joy. The dream that he had longed for all his life was finally realized. This wonderful feeling could not be described in words. I saw it, but you know, this is not what I want. After spending so much time and money, what Rog wanted was not a serum for severed limb repair. What he wanted was Super Spider's serum, the kind that could turn people into Spider-Man. Of course, I'm ready for what you want, but there's one thing I need to tell you in advance. Because Richard's equation is based on genes, the equation developed now has not been tested on normal human beings. I conducted some animal experiments, and the results were similar to the calculated data. However, humans are different from animals after all. Whether the serum can take effect in the human body or whether there will be any side effects after it takes effect, I'm not sure yet. After saying that, Dr. Connors brought out a transparent box that was 1 meter square. The rat inside is a test subject that has been injected with the Super Spider serum. Although it can't spit silk like a real spider, its strength, speed, sensitivity, cell vitality, self-healing ability, and a series of other data have undergone a qualitative change. If it was released, it could become the king of rats in New York. No, the king of rats in the entire world. Dr. Connors said excitedly. Looking at the test subject in the transparent box that was so flexible that it didn't look like a lab rat at all, Roger slowly said, I gave you a blood sample last time. Have you figured out the matching equation? The blood sample Rog was talking about was of course not his blood sample, but Gwen's. He had no interest in becoming Spider-Man. And compared with Spider-Man's superpowers, aren't ninjutsu and Kekkei Genkai more delicious? It's done, but it's still the same sentence. This serum is specifically matched with genes, so it hasn't been tested on humans yet. I'm not sure what the final effect will be. Dr. Connors didn't know who the blood sample was, but he knew that it was a woman's blood sample. Under normal circumstances, there was no problem with this serum. After all, Dr. Connors just modified the part of the matched genes inside to another person's. However, scientific experiments have their own buff of uncontrolled experiments, especially those that have not been tested on humans. For example, a certain big green guy was born in this way. Is there any way to skip the part of human experiments to determine the effect, or directly use experimental data for accurate simulation? It was an immoral thing to risk Gwen directly, so he would never do it before determining the effect of the serum. Thus, in my previous laboratory, there was such an instrument that could conduct computer simulation of biological experiments. I mean my lab in the Osborne group, not the one in the sewers. But even if I use that instrument for simulation, I need detailed data of the experimental target. The more detailed the better, and the simulation is always only an experimental data, which does not represent the results of the real human experiment. The simulated experimental data is always just the simulation effect. No one can guarantee whether the real experimental results will be the same as the simulated results. I'll deal with the instrument and data. You continue to check the equation. I don't want any problems with the equation. Do you understand? There is only one Gwen in the world, which means he has only one chance. If the experiment fails, his plan to create Spider-Gwen will fail completely. After continuing to communicate with Dr. Connors for a few minutes, Rog returned to the office with the Flying Thunder God. He didn't need to do it himself to get the experimental simulation instrument out of Oscorp. This kind of heavy work, there is Abomination. At most, he can give Abomination a few more shadow clones, which is enough to face any situation. 3 days later, the famous Oscorp building suffered a serious violent invasion. A large number of laboratories were destroyed, including the laboratory of Dr. Connors, the former head of the Interspecies Laboratory. When Dr. Connors saw Abomination with the experimental simulation instrument, his eyes were not on the experimental instrument, but on Abomination. This kind of body, this kind of power, this is simply the perfect masterpiece of the Creator. In the eyes of others, Abomination is like a monster. In the eyes of Dr. Connors, it is as moving as an angel. Is that why he has no interest in my lizard serum? But compared with this beautiful creature in front of me, my lizard serum is really nothing. The Abomination had never seen Dr. Connors before. When he saw Connors walking towards him with a longing expression and gently stroking his arm, he suddenly had the idea of directly smashing Dr. Connors to death with the instrument in his hand. No, I have to endure. This guy is also someone Rog found. If he kills him, Rog will be very angry. However, this guy's perverted behavior really made people very unhappy. Chapter 149. Abomination's tolerance led to Dr. Connors' insatiable appetite. After stroking Abomination's right arm, Dr. Connors was still not satisfied and set his eyes on Abomination's steel-like abs. No, I can't stand it. This dead pervert. According to Abomination's previous style, he would give Dr. Connors a hard punch to let him know that there are some things that can't be touched. But after thinking of Rog's would release, Abomination had to forcibly suppress the anger in his heart. When Dr. Connors' right hand was about to touch Abomination's abdominal muscles, Abomination decisively stepped back a few steps and then put the experimental instrument in his hand in front of him. The handover is complete and he will leave immediately. Without any hesitation, Abomination turned and left. As he strode away, Abomination did not forget to shake his right hand that had been touched by Dr. Connors. Disgusting, extremely disgusting. After watching Abomination leave, Dr. Connors stuck out his tongue and licked his lips like a lizard. Fortunately, Abomination has left at this time. If he saw this scene, even with Rog's suppression, he would not be able to help but beat Dr. Connors. At worst, he would be taught a lesson by Mu Ren afterwards. At this time, Rog didn't know what was happening in the laboratory, because now there is a guy who is S.H.I.E.L.D. on the surface but is actually Hydra coming to his office. Hydra was waiting for Rog to take the initiative to contact them, but they didn't expect that their carefully prepared business cards were thrown directly into the trash can by Rog. After waiting for a few days in vain, they had to change their plan and take the initiative to come. Now sitting in front of Rog is Brock Rum, captain of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Quick Reaction Special Forces. Of course, compared with this identity on the surface, his other identity is a little more famous. Hydra's Crossbones. You dare to come to me directly as Hydra. It seems that you are going to end your hibernation. This is not the first time Rog has dealt with Rum. They have met a few years ago. But at that time, Rum was still an ordinary Special Forces member. At that time, Rum's Special Forces received a mission to capture Rog. The result of the mission was obvious. Rum and the others failed and lost nearly half of their men. It was also because of their failure that the Black Widow Natasha decided to take action personally. Nick Fury is already old. He can't see the future of the world, just like he can't see your true personality. Since he dared to use the identity of Hydra to find Rog, Rum Lo is naturally prepared for everything. The worst result is nothing more than him ending his lurking in S.H.I.E.L.D. ahead of time. At this point, even if he ended his concealment early, it was no longer important. What Hydra needed to prepare, they have already prepared 70 to 80% of it. As for the rest, they were just icing on the cake. Come on, what is the famous Hydra looking for me for? I don't think my small private military company can help Hydra. Hydra does more espionage operations. Even if it is an assassination operation, it is only targeted at some ordinary targets. This kind of task can be easily done by Hydra himself. There is no need to find him. No, you look down on yourself too much. Don't say that you are the masked man, just some of the things in your hands are already valuable. For example, the Abomination Bronsky, the Undead Punisher, and the Iron Man armor with its own energy. And as far as we know, Dr. Lizardman Connors, who gave Oscorp a headache some time ago, is now in your hands. Rog was not surprised that Hydra was able to investigate the Abomination and Punisher. After all, they often appear in public. But Hydra was able to investigate Dr. Lizardman and Mark III, which surprised him a little. Since rescuing Dr. Connors from Oscorp, Dr. Connors has not left the secret laboratory. As for Mark III, he has not worn it once. Even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s people didn't know that he had a set of Mark III with its own energy in his hands. Interesting. Although you said so much, if I'm not wrong, what you want should be Tani's Iron Man armor. Among the 4 things proposed by Rum, the one that best meets Hydra's current needs is Iron Man's Iron Man armor. In particular, the Battle of New York has shown the world the power of the Iron Man armor. However, since the Ironmonger incident, Tani's protection of the Iron Man armor has increased by several levels. In addition to Colonel Road wearing a set of Mark II and transforming it into the Iron Patriot, only Rog has a set of Mark III in his hands. But only he and Tani know about this. What we want most now is the Iron Man armor, but we are also interested in the Abomination, Punisher, and Lizardman's biotechnology. If you are willing to give us the Iron Man armor for a few days to study, or provide these 3 biotechnology, we will give you an unimaginable return. Although Hydra has never officially contacted Rog before, this does not mean that they know nothing about Rog. Since Rog's sudden appearance in New York a few years ago, especially after he defeated S.H.I.E.L.D.'s several arrests, Hydra began to secretly investigate his information. On the surface, Rog seems to be a person who doesn't have much pursuit of money, power, and beauty. But after careful analysis by the psychologists inside Hydra, they can basically determine that Rog is just relatively well controlled. Simply put, he is not pure and simple, he is just a little bit boring. Hydra is not worried about Rog's greed and lust because they have enough strength to satisfy Rog, which is one of the reasons why Rum is so straightforward. Just name your price and Hydra will lose if they can't satisfy you. It seems that you are very confident. I can't give you the Iron Man armor. This is a matter of principle. As for the biotechnology you mentioned, it's not impossible to give you one. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to give me what I want. Although he doesn't know what went wrong, causing Hydra to think that the Punisher's immortality is some kind of biotechnology, Rog has no intention of explaining this to them. Just say it, what do you want? Rum said with great confidence. I want the obelisk, which is the first 084 item in S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 150. Obelisk? What is that? As the captain of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Quick Reaction Special Forces, Rum certainly knows what the code number 084 means. But the problem is that he has never heard of the obelisk at all. Do you just want the obelisk? If it's just an item of 084, then I don't think there's any problem at all. Although he doesn't know what the obelisk is, Rum doesn't think it's a big problem. Isn't it just an item of 084? Just give it to him. First of all, this is not an ordinary item of 084, it's the first item of 084. Secondly, I think you'd better give feedback to the people above you. It's not as simple as you think. Looking at Rum's indifferent face, Rog knew that this guy didn't know what the obelisk meant. In that case, I can give feedback to the people above. But I want to know, if we give you the obelisk, what can you give us? I can lend you Abomination for a few days, or give you 5 copies of Dr. Connor's Lizard Serum. Mark III and Punisher don't need to think about it. One is a matter of principle, and the other will involve some of his secrets. Although even if Punisher is handed over to Hydra, they may not be able to study anything, but it's always right to be careful. Are there only these two? Rum or Hydra? What they want most is Tawny's Iron Man armor. If they have Tawny's Iron Man armor, they can reverse engineer a lot of good things with their technological level and research and development level. Tawny's Iron Man armor is not just a weapon, but a systematic technological product. Weapon system, power system, flight system, operating system, arc reactor. Any system on the Iron Man armor has an incomparably broad application scenario. If used well, the Iron Man armor can even directly improve Hydra's overall technological level. Now I can only choose one of the two. If you have more things that interest me, I can give you both directly. Rum left Rog's company. Although he didn't get the Iron Man armor he wanted most, the research opportunity of Abomination and Lizard Serum were also good gains. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was that they could obtain the obelisk. After Rum left, Rog picked up the phone on the desk and called Sky and Erica into his office. From today onwards, Erica, you're responsible for teaching Sky how to fight. Erica had no objection to Rog's arrangement and directly nodded in agreement. But Erica's agreement didn't mean that Sky would agree to. I don't want to. I'm a hacker. I don't need to learn fighting. Sky directly rejected Rog's proposal. You have no right to refuse unless you can beat me or Erica. In addition, learning how to fight is also to allow you to see your parents as soon as possible. Although Sky's hacking skills weren't bad, the Shockwave Girl Sky was the role she should play in the future. When he asked Hydra for the obelisk, he had already made the decision to let Sky awaken as an inhuman ahead of time. Although he was still dissatisfied, Sky agreed in the end. As long as she could find her parents, let alone learning how to fight, she could even join S.H.I.E.L.D. He didn't know if it was because Hydra didn't get the obelisk, or if they felt that the obelisk was more valuable than what Rog had given them. After Rum left, Hydra never contacted Rog again. Rog didn't care about this. The obelisk can awaken Sky as an inhuman, but it's not the only way. Even without the obelisk, he has other ways to get the Terrigen crystal. Hydra didn't contact Rog again, and Rog didn't bother to pay attention to these guys who were doomed to fail. A week later, Rog received a message from Dr. Connors. The spider serum suitable for Gwen has completed thousands of simulation tests without any abnormal reactions that should not have occurred. After the Flying Thunder God came to the laboratory, Rog took a finger-sized syringe from Dr. Connors. Although it has undergone enough simulation tests, I still have to say, use it with caution. Rog nodded, then left the laboratory and returned to his office. After returning to the office, Rog sat in a chair without saying a word. More than 10 minutes later, he called Gwen. What should be faced must always be faced. More than an hour later, in a Chinese restaurant that had just opened a few months later, Rog saw Gwen dressed particularly well. Why did you ask me to dinner so suddenly? Gwen asked. Rog helped Gwen pull out the chair, then returned to his seat and said, let's eat first, then we'll talk about it. Gwen looked at Rog suspiciously, and then she found that they were the only two guests in the restaurant. After enjoying a pure Chinese meal with Gwen, Rog said to Gwen, I asked you out tonight to tell you my true identity. In addition to being the president of an internet company and a logistics company, I have other identities. As soon as Rog finished speaking, Gwen replied, I know. Your real identity is actually the president of a private military company. My dad secretly investigated your identity and told me to stay away from people like you. Is there something wrong? That's not what I want to say. Yes, I also have a private military company, but that's not the point. After a pause for a few seconds, Rog continued, do you remember the Avengers I told you about before? Captain America, Iron Man, Masked Man, and so on? Remember, you also asked me what I thought of these superheroes. Gwen's tone became a little excited. For girls of her age, superheroes and so on have their own charm aura. I am the Masked Man, Rog said directly. Masked Man? If it weren't for the serious expression on Rog's face now, Gwen would definitely think he was joking. Yes, I am the Masked Man. After that, Rog directly used the psychic technique to summon the 3 Tomo Mask and Thunder Round Fan. These things should be able to prove my identity more or less. After seeing Rog summon the mask and thunder round fan in a strange way, Gwen was stunned. Although there have been many people imitating the Avengers in the world since they were exposed. More than once, Gavin had seen those imitators with round fans and masks wandering around the streets. But after all, they are just imitators, not the real masked man. Rog is the real masked man. Chapter 151. Gwen looked at the mask and round fan that Rog put aside, and silently looked at Rog for a while. Then she asked, "Can you fly?" Rog replied directly, "But when you fight aliens, you can fly." Gwen pointed to the round fan on the side and continued to ask, "It's just the round fan that can fly. I just stepped on it, I can't fly." Although the development of things was somewhat different from what he expected, he still explained patiently, "Don't worry, haste makes waste. No, why do I want to eat hot tofu? Then can you fly once for me to see?" Gwen seems to be particularly interested in the issue of flying. Although there are only 2 of them in the restaurant, it is obviously not a good place to fly. Outside. Although Rog doesn't know what Gwen wants to do, he doesn't mind meeting Gwen's small request. Outside the restaurant is a busy street, which is not a suitable place to fly, so Rog took Gwen directly to the rooftop of the restaurant. "How do you know you can come up here? Why are there no waiters in the restaurant?" After following Rog to the roof, Gwen asked in confusion. "I bought this building and the restaurant is mine. I let them get off work early." After that, Rog threw the round fan in his hand out. Under his control, the round fan that was thrown out drew a beautiful arc in the air and then flew back to him. "Do you want to experience it?" Roger went straight to the top of the circular fan, then turned his head and asked Gwen. Gwen came to the round fan excitedly. Before she could turn around, she was picked up by Rog. "If you stand like this, it's easy to fall." After that, Rog directly controlled the round fan to fly out. In order to take care of Gwen's feelings, Rog did not let the round fan show the extreme flying speed, but like a surfboard in the sea, he kept passing from the roofs of the buildings. Although Rog can't swing around the buildings like Spider-Man, he can do a more exciting flying experience. Since the round fan started flying, Gwen involuntarily hugged Rog's neck, nervous like a person who is afraid of heights sitting on the most exciting vertical roller coaster. "Do you want to experience something more exciting?" After flying for a few minutes between the buildings, Rog asked Gwen. At this time, although Gwen didn't answer Rog, she nodded firmly. Since Gwen wants to play, then play with her once. The round fan began to fly high, and the buildings in New York began to shrink rapidly. At the same time, Roger wrapped himself and Gwen with his chakra coat. To him, this height did not affect him in any way. But Gwen is different. She is just an ordinary person. After flying to a height of thousands of meters, the round fan stopped climbing and suspended in the air. Just as Gwen was about to ask Rog, Rog suddenly jumped forward and left the round fan directly. Under the influence of gravity, Rog and Gwen began to fall rapidly in a free-falling state. Along with them falling together, Gwen screamed at an alarming frequency. "Ah!" The real extreme bungee jumping only needs to be experienced once and it will be unforgettable. The small New York began to grow rapidly, and the buildings that were originally just a bright spot became clearer and clearer. Looking at the ground getting closer and closer, Gwen's hands also hugged Rog's neck harder. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Just after Gwen closed her eyes nervously, the strong sense of weightlessness suddenly disappeared. "You can open your eyes now." After hearing Rog's voice, Gwen opened her eyes and looked around in confusion. When they were about to fall to the ground, Rog's flying thunder god teleported to the top of a building with a flying Thor technique, safely ending this high-altitude extreme bungee jumping trip. Do you superheroes usually play so crazily? After being put down by Rog, Gwen patted her chest with lingering fear. Bungee jumping is already a thrilling thing, let alone this kind of extreme bungee jumping with no protective measures. It's okay, What we usually do may be a little more thrilling than this. I've just experienced it, and I've played with it, so it's time to get to the point. In fact, I asked you out tonight. In addition to telling you my true identity, there's another thing. After that, Rog took out the syringe that was only the size of a finger. What's inside is a strengthening serum, and it's a strengthening serum specially configured for you. After the injection, you will have strength, speed, and agility beyond ordinary people, and you will have some super perceptive abilities that you can't imagine. Simply put, after the injection, you will also become a superhero. Rog raised the syringe in his hand and said solemnly, "After the injection, I can become a superhero?" As soon as Rog finished speaking, Gwen raised her right hand and wanted to take the syringe in his hand. "Wait a minute, there are some things I need to tell you in advance. This serum is specially made for you, so it has not been subjected to any human experiments. You have also interned at Oscorp for a while, so you should understand what this means. Moreover, once you become a superhero, it will mean that you will say goodbye to the life of ordinary people. You may think that becoming a superhero is a particularly cool thing now, but the truth may be completely different from what you think. I was going to secretly inject you, but I still think it should be up to you to make this decision." After making sure that Gwen had completely understood, Rog handed her the syringe in his hand that could change Gwen's fate. "Why did you make such a strengthening serum for me? Or, why do you want me to be a superhero?" After taking the syringe from Rog, Gwen looked up at Rog and asked very seriously, "Because I need you. I need a superhero, Gwen." Rog also replied very seriously, "You need me?" "Yes. I need you." After hearing Rog's affirmative answer, a smile appeared on Gwen's face. Then she directly inserted the syringe into her left arm. "I believe you." Rog thought that Gwen would think about it for a while before making a decision, but Gwen gave him a direct answer with practical actions. Chapter 152. You trust me so much? It has to be said that Gwen's decisiveness scared Rog a little. Were all young girls these days so bold and daring? Times have really changed. Intuition. I believe you won't harm me. And if you don't want me to know, with your ability, you can do it without me knowing. You respect my choice, so I believe in you. After speaking, Gwen threw away the syringe that had been used, with an aura of everything under her control. Rog did not speak, but sighed slightly helplessly and then said, "In the future, don't trust others so easily. For example, I am not the kind of superhero you imagine. Strictly speaking, I am not even a hero, let alone the kind of superhero who will save the world. I believe in my intuition." For Rog's reminder, Gwen didn't seem to take it to heart at all, and there was some excitement in her tone. "Can this serum really make me a superhero? I don't seem to feel it at all." Just when Gwen began to doubt whether the injected serum was effective, a feeling of exhaustion that seemed to come from the depths of her soul suddenly came up. "I take back that sentence just now. Before she finished speaking, Gwen fell forward as if she had lost all her strength and fell into Rog's arms. "I'll be fine after a nap." This was the last sentence Gwen heard before she lost consciousness. Looking at Gwen, who had completely fainted in his arms, Rog began to struggle. Should I send her home? Although he knew the specific address of Gwen's house, if he sent the unconscious Gwen directly home, Gwen's parents might have some inexplicable ideas. So for the sake of safety and to avoid some unnecessary trouble, he decided to take Gwen home, back to his home. Rog guaranteed with his own personality that this was really just to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future. After sensing the flying Thor at home, Rog and Gwen disappeared directly from the rooftop. After bringing the unconscious Gwen back to his home, Rog carried Gwen directly to his bedroom. Then he left Gwen alone in the master bedroom. A little white dragon in the waves who was good at galloping on horseback would not take advantage of others when they were in danger. This was a matter of principle. After confirming that Gavin was only unconscious because of the effect of the serum, Rog went to his study and began to design a battle suit for Gavin. He said that he was designing the battle suit, but in fact, he was just redrawing the battle suit that already existed in his mind. The battle suit was mainly white and black. The upper body was mostly white while the lower body was black. The elbows and the inside of the arms were a classic red spiderweb design. The headgear was also mainly pure white, but the outline of the eye sockets had been changed to red stripes. In addition to the color being different from the other spider suits, this spider suit belonging to Gavin also had a hood. The outer layer of the hat was also white, while the inner layer was in the form of a red spider web. After drawing the sketches of the battle suit and noting the body's data, Rog sent the designs to Erica and asked her to make as many arrangements as possible. After doing all this, Rog used chakra perception to sense Gwen's current life energy state, and then came to the guest room. The master bedroom was given to Gwen, so of course, he could only sleep in the guest room. The night was silent. Early the next morning, before Gwen got up, Rog specially prepared a large breakfast. If he remembered correctly, after being bitten by the mutant spider, Peter Parker showed a behavior of eating a lot to replenish his energy. It's better to be prepared than not to be prepared. After preparing breakfast, Rog did not go to the master bedroom to wake Gwen up, but came to the living room and played Berserker's Creed that he had not yet cleared. He just used chakra perception to sense Gwen's state and found that Gwen had gotten up and was now washing in the bathroom. Just after he completed an assassination mission, he heard footsteps coming from the side. Following the sound of footsteps, he turned his head and saw a scene that made his heart beat faster even though he had been on the battlefield for a long time. After washing up, Gwen came to the living room, but at this time, she was not wearing yesterday's clothes, but Rog's white shirt. The shirt that was just right for Rog was obviously much looser and bigger on Gwen, and it was directly worn with the effect of disappearing under the shirt. Long blonde hair with water droplets, a loose white shirt, slender and straight legs. Rog felt that his rationality seemed to have begun to show signs of turning into a beast. He looked at Gwen standing aside, looked at the game controller in his hand, and then turned to look at Gwen. For a man, this choice should not be difficult to make. Breakfast is on the table, I will finish the level in front of me first. After that, Rog once again put his eyes on the screen in front of him, and his fingers pressed frantically on the game controller. After hearing Rog's words, Gwen was stunned for a moment. After seeing that Rog really put all his attention on the screen, she suddenly became angry. Not long after waking up, Gwen guessed that this should be Rog's home. After discovering this, she was a little happy. However, after finding that she was still wearing yesterday's clothes, her good mood disappeared in an instant. After washing up, he changed into a new set of clothes, only to receive such a reply from Rog. Humph. Gwen snorted with dissatisfaction, then turned and walked towards the bedroom. Breakfast? Who would be in the mood to eat breakfast now? Gwen, who turned and walked towards the bedroom, did not find that Rog, who had always rejected the game, had silently opened Sharingan at this time. The process of the plot was directly skipped. The enemies were all killed. After opening Sharingan, Rog showed a far better game level than usual. When the last target character was killed, he directly teleported to the bedroom with the flying thunder god. It was not until his figure completely disappeared that the game controller fell to the floor. More than an hour later, Rog, who had changed his clothes, and Gwen appeared in the dining room and ate the breakfast that should have been finished more than an hour ago. Do I need to eat so much in the future? Gwen frowned and asked. She found that her appetite at this time had seriously exceeded her usual level. But even so, she still didn't feel full. No. It's just for a few days, and it will return to the original situation later. After getting a positive answer from Rog, Gwen slightly put down the fear of becoming fat and enjoyed the breakfast carefully prepared by Rog. Chapter 153. Wait, isn't there something wrong? After a few minutes, Rog realized that there seemed to be something wrong with the scene just now. It should be that she hasn't galloped for a long time, so her reaction was a little slow. But fortunately, Gwen didn't seem to notice this. After breakfast, Rog sent the flying thunder god to his office and introduced Gwen to Sky and Erica. Erica, on the other hand, didn't react. She simply looked at Gwen curiously. Sky, on the other hand, showed an "I knew it" look. Rog chose to ignore Sky's malicious smile. She's just a kid, don't worry about her. Later, Rog Flying Thunder got again and took Gwen to the warehouse where Dr. Connor's laboratory was located. Gwen? Why are you here? Dr. Connors is no stranger to Gwen. When Gwen was an intern at Oscorp, she interned in his laboratory. Dr. Connors? After seeing Dr. Connors, Gwen also showed a shocked look. Several months ago, Oscorp announced that Dr. Connors died unexpectedly because of an experimental accident. It was because of this that Gwen ended her internship at Oscorp ahead of schedule. That's a bit complicated to explain. I'll tell you slowly later. The serum you injected yesterday was developed by Dr. Connors. Now is not a good time to explain the grievances between Dr. Connors and Oscorp, so Rog interrupted their conversation in time and directly ended the topic that would be long once they talked about it. In addition to Dr. Connors, Frank the Punisher and Bronsky the Abomination were also in the warehouse at this time. After introducing the Punisher and the Abomination, Rog took Gwen to a building near her home. You haven't been back all night. Go back and say you're safe. I'll come back to you in the evening. After saying goodbye to Gwen, Rog once again teleported to Dr. Connor's laboratory. Taking Gwen to the company and coming to this warehouse was just to let Gwen officially enter his life circle. As for the rest, there would be time to slowly introduce it to Gavin in the future. After returning to the laboratory, Rog went directly to Dr. Connors and went straight to the point. First of all, thank you for your hard work during this period of time. Later, I will ask Frank to give you a Swiss bank note as my small gift to you. Now that Gwen has injected the spider serum, there is no need to continue to limit Dr. Connors here. From a personal point of view, he was very grateful for the doctor's efforts during this period of time. So he intended to give freedom back to Dr. Connors. Doctor, if you're willing, you can leave right away. But before you leave, I will leave a curse mark on your tongue. This curse seal won't cause you any harm, it's just to ensure that you won't leak out any secrets related to me. For example, the formula for the spider serum and the identity of Gavin and me. After saying that, Rog paused for a few seconds before continuing. Normally, I shouldn't threaten you at this time, but you should also understand the importance of these secrets. The best way to make someone keep a secret was to send that person to meet the Grim Reaper. Because only dead people will never leak secrets. But to Dr. Connors, who had helped him, Roger could not do such a thing as burning the bridge after crossing the river. In any case, Dr. Connors helped him complete a small dream, so if it wasn't necessary, he would never do that. Since he can't kill Dr. Connors, he can only use other ways to ensure that Dr. Connors doesn't leak secrets. And at this time, it's time for the system to perform. There are all kinds of fancy ninjutsu in the system, and one of them is called the Seal of Tongue Calamity Isolation Seal, which is very suitable for his current needs. The Seal of Tongue Calamity Root is a special seal used by Konoha Pot King Danzo to bind his subordinates. By engraving the cursed seal on the target's tongue, the target can't say any secrets related to himself. Once there is such an idea or plan to do so, the target will be paralyzed, unable to speak, and unable to move. Actually, I don't intend to leave here. If you allow me, I want to study the Abomination, Bronsky. I can be a member of your team, as long as you are willing to cooperate with my research on the Abomination. Rog thought that Dr. Connors would refuse, but he didn't expect that Dr. Connors would be willing to stay on his own initiative. And the reason for staying is the Abomination. If I remember correctly, they just met some time ago, right? Did something happen between them? Or is it because of the attraction of the same color? The green-skinned Abomination and the green-skinned Dr. Lizard, it seems that they really may be attracted to each other. While waiting for Rog's consent, Dr. Connors looked at the Abomination in the corner of the warehouse, and then stretched out his long tongue with obvious lizard characteristics and licked his lips. After witnessing Dr. Connors' inadvertent move, Rog thought of a mixed-gender character with the same fanatical scientific research spirit. But if you need, I can let the Abomination cooperate with your experiment. But the premise of the experiment is that you can't threaten the safety of the Abomination's life, nor can you cause serious psychological trauma to him. He has been stimulated before, so his psychological endurance may be a little fragile. Rog agreed to Dr. Connor's request, and the addition of Dr. Connors can also make up for the team's technical disadvantage. As for the abomination, Rog doesn't think he will have any opinions about it. After dealing with the issue of Dr. Connor's departure, he returned to his office with the Flying Thunder God and thought about what to do next. Although Gwen has been injected with spider serum, there is still a long way to go before she becomes a real Spider-Gwen, so she still needs to be trained a little. But before that, he had to prepare all the equipment that Gavin needed. For example, battle suits, cobweb launchers, etc. The battle suits have been handed over to Erica and should be done soon. The cobweb launcher is a little more troublesome because the launcher needs to be remade. As for the sticky solution in the launcher, Oscorp just happens to have the right one. It seems that someone will have to go to Oscorp again. The last time it was the Abomination who went to get the instrument, so this time it will be the Punisher. Rog feels that he likes Oscorp more and more. Chapter 154. The matter of the spiderweb mucus is easier to solve, but for the launcher, you need to find a professional. Although Dr. Connors has the title of a doctor, he is only good in the field of biotechnology. Spiderweb launcher, a typical technological product, is obviously not within his research scope. Fortunately, Rog happens to know a friend who is very good in the field of mechanical technology. If there are difficulties, look for Tani. As long as it is something related to mechanical technology, looking for Tani is the right thing to do. After dialing Tani's phone and explaining the purpose of the call, Tani simply agreed. For Tani, the difficulty of creating a spider web launcher is similar to that of a toy in a middle school student's science and technology handicraft class. Although Tani agreed to Rog's request, he also made a small request to Rog. If there is a chance, he would like to see Gwen. Tani has known Rog for a long time, but he has never seen Rog so concerned about a girl. The nature of curiosity and gossip is not limited to girls. For Tani's small request, Rog had no reason to refuse and agreed directly. Anyway, Tani will see Gwen sooner or later, especially after Gwen really becomes a Spider-Woman. In the afternoon, Erica came to Rog's office with a cardboard box. Inside the cardboard box was the spider suit that Rog specifically asked for last night. This is the only benefit left in the capitalist society. As long as you are willing to spend money, efficiency is not a problem at all. Not to mention just a piece of clothing, even if you want the main battle tank of the UA military, they will get it in the shortest time and then pack it up and send it to your home. The commissions for these days will be postponed for a week. If someone disagrees, cancel his order directly. After a few months of continuous efforts, Konoha Private Military Company has thoroughly established a foothold in this industry and has also made a lot of reputation. With the increase of fame, more and more customers have come to commission. But up until now, only Rog, the Punisher, and the Abomination had carried out the mission. The Punisher will go to Oscorp in the next few days, and the Abomination will cooperate with Dr. Connors to do some experiments. As for Rog himself, he had to complete Gavin's training as soon as possible. Therefore, for the next week, the wooden dummy private military company would be in a situation where there would be no combatants. But even so, Rog had no plans to expand the company. What he wants is an elite organization like the Akatsuki, not the existence of a large number of people like the hidden villages. When the night came, Rog and Gavin appeared together in a Western restaurant that had just opened a few months ago, but had already become quite famous. After entering the restaurant, Gavin found that there were no guests here, just like the Chinese restaurant last night. "Is this also your restaurant?" Gavin asked thoughtfully. "Yes. I don't like to eat in restaurants that are too noisy, so I open my own restaurant." Rog has several restaurants like tonight's Western restaurant, each of which focuses on a different category. For example, tonight's restaurant is dominated by classic French dishes. Is every superhero rich, such as Iron Man Tony Stark? Gavin changed the subject and continued to ask. No. In fact, having no money is a common phenomenon among superheroes. Like Tani, he is a different kind. That being said, if superheroes want to make money, it's still easy. For example, the hero dolls and figurines that sold like crazy some time ago. Whether it's licensing or endorsement, as long as superheroes want to make money, a lot of companies will contact them in the first place. However, these superheroes don't seem to have a high desire for money. There are very few people like Rog who have always been eager for money. Be a common man, greedy for money, lustful, and righteous. This is the state of life that Rog wants. From the current point of view, he feels that he is doing quite well, at least he has not deviated too far from this life trajectory. When Gavin's delicate face became a little red because of the red wine, Rog ended the good French dinner and took her back to his home. Then, he took Gavin to his custom-made training room. This training room is not big, only 70 or 80 square meters. Although the area is not large, it is still very suitable for initial training. Change into this suit. After handing the black and white spider suit to Gavin, Rog returned to his room and changed into a comfortable sportswear. When he came to the training room again, he saw Gavin, who had changed into the spider suit. Except for not wearing a hood, Gavin is now perfectly in line with his imagination. This is Spider Gavin. After calming down a little, Rog came to Gavin and said seriously, "Although you have been injected with the spider serum, you have not fully adapted to the power of the serum and you have no combat experience. So, before you go out to save others, I will do some basic training for you." Good. Gavin didn't say anything and directly agreed. Growing up in a police family, she has a chivalrous heart since she was a child. If it weren't for her father's strict opposition, she would even become a righteous policeman like her father in the future. After watching various fighting videos for more than 10 or 20 minutes with Gavin in the training room, Rog said to Gavin, "Now, let's start the formal training." As soon as the voice fell, Rog took the lead in launching an attack. Although Gavin has no combat experience, the extraordinary physique and reaction given by the spider serum still made her instinctively resist. Rog has no intention of teaching Gavin fighting techniques. With the spider serum, Gavin doesn't need to learn those things. She just needs to be familiar with her current strength. Letting her watch the fighting videos was just to let her have a rough understanding of what close combat was all about. Attack, block, counterattack. As time went by, Gavin's movements became more and more agile, and the speed of her attacks became faster and faster. Under Rog's intentional control, Gavin quickly adapted to the extraordinary power brought by the spider serum and began to have the momentum of a superhero. But there is one thing he can't control. In order not to hurt Gavin, he didn't use any ninjutsu or weapons, even chakra is not used too much. But this kind of close combat fighting is destined to have a lot of intimate physical contact between them, especially when both of them had drunk red wine. As a result, the atmosphere of the battle began to subtly change. The place of the battle gradually evolved from the training room to Rog's bedroom. This night is destined to be a restless night. Chapter 155. Happy days always pass very quickly. It has been almost a week since Rog started training Gavin. In this week, Gavin has changed from a person with no combat experience to a person who can fight with Rog. Of course, the premise of all this is that Rog does not use ninjutsu and genjutsu. Anyway, after this week's personal guidance, Gavin has met all the prerequisites to become a superhero. In general, everything is similar to Rog's plan. Except for the cobweb launcher he asked Tani to make. A week ago, he asked Tani to make a pair of cobweb launchers suitable for Gavin, and he made some small suggestions about the cobweb launcher. Then he received a pair of cobweb launchers that seriously exceeded his expectations. The cobweb launcher made by Tani is bracelet-shaped as a whole, with an interface to change the cobweb mucus at any time, and a variety of cobweb launch modes are set up. Rog only wanted an ordinary, pure cobweb launcher. But Tani obviously didn't take his suggestion to heart. So he received a cobweb launcher with a variety of cobweb launch modes built in. In addition to the conventional cobweb launch, This pair of cobweb launchers also have rapid fire, electric shock cobweb, bouncing cobweb, separating cobweb, cobweb grenades, and a series of launch modes that he hasn't figured out yet. Regardless of whether these cobweb launch modes are useful or not, it's always right to install them first. This cobweb launcher, which is obviously from the mind of a boy in science and engineering, made him think of the spider suit that Tawny designed for Spider-Man in the future. The cobweb launcher was built by Tawny, and the cobweb mucus was built by Dr. Connors. To be precise, it should be improved by Dr. Connors on the basis of the viscous solution invented by Oscorp. After testing, the cobweb solution improved by Dr. Connors has a super high tensile resistance, and its load-bearing performance is also very good. Even the existence of Abomination, which is amazing, can swing around the building through the cobweb without worrying about the cobweb breaking. There were still a few hours before night fell, but Gavin was already eager to try. If it weren't for Rog's insistence that she only set off at night, she wouldn't have been able to hold back her excitement and would have started her first righteous patrol. Gavin waited excitedly for the night to come, while Rog browsed the latest news of Oscorp in his study. He didn't know if Oscorp was in a serious state of reverse recently. A few days ago, the Punishers visited Oscorp, and 2 days ago, they experienced a serious violent invasion. And according to Oscorp's announcement, the violent invasion 2 days ago was a premeditated vicious invasion. The violent invaders also stole several combat armor prototypes that Oscorp was developing. However, Oscorp did not release the stolen prototype data, not even the least pictures were released. Since the official debut of Tawny's Iron Man armor, combat armor has become the research and development goal of many large groups. Although Oscorp's main focus is in the field of biotechnology, it does not mean that they are ignorant of the field of mechanical technology. With Oscorp's financial resources and research and development level, it is not difficult to develop several combat armor. Rog was not interested in what armor Oscorp lost. He just didn't want these armors to have any impact on Gavin's novice mission. After thinking about it for a few minutes, he decided that it was better to be steady. After nightfall, Spider Gavin set off. But what Gavin didn't find was that not long after she set off, a shadow clone followed her silently. After all, Gavin is still a newcomer, although she has enough power to protect herself and can easily deal with those conventional criminals. But the problem is that this is New York. In this city, anything can happen. When Gavin started her first superhero action, Rog also began to attack the last few levels of Berserker's Creed. Time passed little by little, and just when Rog thought that Gavin's action tonight would draw a perfect end, he suddenly received feedback that the shadow clone was lifted. It's really what you're afraid of. After sensing the Flying Thor technique on the spiderweb launcher, Rog directly left the living room with the Flying Thunder God and teleported to Gavin's side. As soon as the teleportation ended, he saw a scene like a battlefield and Gavin, who was breathing rapidly. At this time, Gavin was standing on the top of a building, looking down at the street below. Following Gavin's gaze, you can see a 3 or 4 meter tall steel creature. To be precise, it's a steel rhinoceros with machine guns and missile launchers hanging on its body. At first sight of this guy, Rog recognized his identity. Rhinoceros Alexei Sisevich. I'm a rhinoceros, I said I would come back. After using the machine guns on the rhinoceros armor to penetrate 5 or 6 police cars in front of him, Alexei took the initiative to open the armor on his head and shouted excitedly at the police opposite him. Relying on the powerful firepower of the armor, Alexei forced the New York police officers to retreat. Behind Alexei, there were 7 or 8 punks who were also wearing rhinoceros headgear. These punks kept going in and out of the bank next to them, throwing bags of US dollars into the heavy trucks that had been prepared. Boom, boom, boom. Alexei, wearing the rhinoceros armor, blocked all the police alone, and the small missiles fired by the armor directly turned the police cars that came to support into fireballs. Haha, New Yorkers, fear, this is the power of the rhinoceros. After saying that, Alexei once again started shooting like a madman. Da-da-da-da-da. You did a good enough job tonight, leave the guys below to me. As soon as the voice fell, Rog summoned the 3-tomo mask and the Kusanagi sword. Then, he jumped directly from the top of the building. You dare to hit my woman, you're really tired of living. To some extent, Rog is a very protective person. And protective means that he will give extremely cruel retribution to those who hurt the people he cares about. Under the influence of gravity, Rog came in front of Rhinoceros Alexei like a meteorite falling from the sky. Then, under the gaze of everyone around, he directly cut off the right arm of the rhinoceros armor. Lightning release, 1000 Birds Blade. Chapter 156. In the blink of an eye, the right arm of the rhino armor, who had just been arrogant, was immediately cut off. It wasn't until the rhinoceros armor's thick metal right arm fell to the ground with a dull thud that everyone finally realized what had happened. A white mask with 3-tomo and a katana wrapped in electric current. He is the masked man. The masked man of the Avengers. Although strictly speaking, Rog is not a member of the Avengers. But in people's hearts, he is a member of the Avengers. Although this misunderstanding has been deeply rooted in people's hearts, Rog and the Avengers have no intention of explaining. Misunderstanding is misunderstanding anyway, it's not a bad thing. How dare you lay your hands on my woman? Rog is very angry now, very angry. He couldn't bear to hit Gwen too hard during training, but this damned rhinoceros man injured Gwen during her first operation. Although Gwen was not hit by bullets and missiles, he clearly saw the scene of the Rhino Man hitting Gwen through the feedback of the Shadow clone. Your woman? Alexei's IQ is not high, otherwise, he would not have taken his men to rob a bank not long after he got the Rhino armor. So he couldn't react for a while. Who was the woman Rog was talking about? Alexei didn't answer Rog, or rather, he couldn't remember who Rog was talking about. Even a few minutes ago, he had just hit Gwen and he didn't think of this. Alexei stood there in a daze, but Rog didn't intend to be in a daze with him. He raised his katana and cut off the other arm of the rhino armor. Clang. When the other metal arm was cut off, Alexei finally remembered something. You're talking about that woman, the woman who jumps around like a spider. Alexei said loudly, and then Roger raised his hand and slashed down again. This time, Rog cut the left leg of the rhino armor. Bang! Without the support of its left leg, the gigantic rhinoceros armor fell backwards without any suspense, coming into close contact with the ground. The rhino armor developed by Oscorp looked very powerful, but in fact, it was not even comparable to Obadiah's Ironmonger. Not to mention Tani's Iron Man armor. Although Ironmonger was not very strong, Ironmonger could at least fly, and it used the arc reactor as a power source. From a technical perspective, the Rhino armor is at least several levels behind Tani's Iron Man armor. The difference was even greater than the difference between an ordinary production car and an F1 racing car. Oh, looks like you've remembered. After saying that, Rog cut off the horn of the steel rhinoceros that was half the height of a man. Alexei tried his best to control the rhinoceros armor, trying to stand up again or use the armor's weapons to repel Rog. However, Rog did not give him the chance to do so. The Kusanagi sword entwined with lightning constantly slashed across the rhinoceros armor, destroying the weapons attached to the rhinoceros armor one by one. Later, under the watchful eyes of the people and the live news camera, Rog stepped onto the rhinoceros armor that was lying on its back. If you just robbed a bank, I would have beaten you up at most and then handed you over to the New York police. But you did something that I can't forgive, so... Before he finished speaking, Rog raised the Kusanagi sword in his hand and then inserted it straight down. The size of the rhinoceros armor is far larger than that of a normal person, which means that the controller inside will be perfectly wrapped inside the armor. Although it is impossible to see the inside of the armor, it is easy to guess where Alexei's limbs are in the armor by inferring from the position of Alexei's head. This sword strike is because you sent her flying. The Kusanagi sword entwined with lightning pierced Alexei's left shoulder with great precision. A strong tingling and severe numbness caused by the electric current instantly spread throughout his body, and at the same time, he completely lost the ability to move his left arm. This sword is because you put me in a bad mood. After pulling out the Kusanagi sword that pierced Alexei's left shoulder, Rog used the same method to pierce his right shoulder. Even if Alexei was a felon who returned to prison as if he was going home, after experiencing the pain twice in a row, he couldn't help but scream. It wasn't until this time that Alexei's companions finally reacted. They took out their weapons and aimed at Rog, who was standing on the rhinoceros armor. For these gangsters who didn't even have a name, Rog didn't even have the interest to kill them. When these gangsters pointed their guns at Rog, they saw a pair of blood-red eyes with 3 Tomo Sharingan Genjutsu. Just for a moment, these gangsters seemed to have suffered indescribable severe pain. One by one, they held their heads and then made tragic cries of pain. Don't expect your companions to come and save you, they don't care about you now. After that, Rog pulled out the Kusanagi sword that pierced Alexei's right shoulder and then pointed the tip of the sword at Alexei's forehead. You can't kill me. Oscorp asked me to do it, you can't kill me. Looking at the Kusanagi sword that was only a dozen centimeters away from him, Alexei said quickly, Oscorp? Alexei's plea for mercy succeeded in winning him a chance of survival, and it also made Rog think of a less humane way to test weapons. Actual combat test. For weapon developers, there is an embarrassing problem that they don't want to face, but they have to face it. That is, what kind of performance will the developed weapons show in a real battlefield environment? Generally speaking, there are only 2 solutions to this problem. The first is to use complex experiments to simulate all the bad situations that may be encountered on the battlefield, so as to test the performance of weapons in these extreme environments. This method is much more humane and relatively scientific, and it is the method used by most weapon developers at present. However, no matter how complex and scientific the simulated environment is, it can never replace the real battlefield. And the high cost of testing is not something that every weapon developer is willing to bear. Therefore, there is a second test method, actual combat test. The developed weapons are provided to small mercenaries or some special people for free or at a low price, so that they can conduct real combat tests and finally recover these test results. As for the safety of the tester's life, it is not in their consideration at all. As far as Rog knows, there are many unknown small mercenary teams that have accepted such an actual combat test commission and then inexplicably died on an unknown battlefield. Generally speaking, the second test method is only used by small weapon developers or those who can't afford to pay for it. There is no need for such a behemoth like Oscorp to use this method. But judging from Alexei's current appearance, what he said should be true. Oscorp, it seems that it is not as simple as he thought. Daring to conduct an actual combat test of weapon-type armor in New York, this kind of courage is not something that ordinary people can have. Chapter 157. After going back, let Sky investigate Oscorp. Maybe there will be unexpected gains. After seeing Rog stop for a while, Alexei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he doesn't look very smart, that doesn't mean he's really stupid. At some point, he has a wit that is completely inconsistent with his appearance. Just when everyone thought that Rog was going to hand over Alexei, who had no power to fight back, to the police, the Kusanagi sword in his hand flashed with thunder and lightning again. Let him go? Log had never thought of it that way. Although the information given by Alexei is still valuable, it is far from enough to let him go. And with one less unstable factor like Alexei, New York will be safer. Alexei in the rhino armor watched the Kusanagi sword entwined with lightning again, and then, before he could say anything, the Kusanagi sword pierced his head. When Alexei said Oscorp, he was destined to say goodbye to his life. The only difference was who did it. After solving Alexei's episode, Rog went directly back to the top of the building with the flying thunder god, and then returned home with Gwen. You did a good job tonight, but you're a little inexperienced. It's not your fault that the Rhino Man caused collateral damage. Superheroes are not gods, and they can't protect everyone. It's not a good sign for a newcomer like Gwen to encounter this kind of situation for the first time. But when Gwen took off the white hood on her battle suit, Rog felt that his comfort just now seemed a little superfluous. Gwen not only didn't have the slightest loneliness and unwillingness, but she also looked unsatisfied. "I'm fine, don't forget, I grew up in a police family," Gwen replied with a smile. After seeing Gwen's appearance at this time, Rog finally felt relieved. He was afraid that Gwen, after having the power beyond ordinary people, would not intuitively regard saving others and the world as her obligation, and eventually become the so-called savior with the mentality of "everything I do is for the whole world." That's right, he was referring to S.H.A.L.D., represented by Mother Asterisk Kerfucker. You want to save the world, but have you asked for the world's opinion? Maybe the world doesn't even want you to save it. How do you know what their thinking isn't? Destroy, hurry up. Taking the initiative to help others when they were in need or in danger was a hero. When others didn't need it at all, forcefully helping others for their own good or self-righteously, that wasn't called a hero. That was called shameless. When Gavin took off his battle suit and returned to his room to rest, Rog came to the company with the Flying Thunder God and went directly to Sky's office. Although it was already late at night, for a hacker girl like Sky who liked to stay up late at night was the time when they were the most active. The lights in Sky's office were off, and the screen was the only source of light in the room. Through the screen, he could see Sky's little head. She didn't know if it was because Sky was too engrossed or because Rog's footsteps were too soft. When Rog came to Sky's side, Sky didn't even notice his arrival. Rog thought that Sky was invading some secret department again, but after seeing the page displayed on the screen, he couldn't help but frown. Sky was now logged into an anonymous communication and posting website. The name of the website was simple and crude. Who is the masked man? Since the Avengers officially appeared, guessing the true identity of the masked man has become a new way for people to pass the time. Rog had heard of the website Who is the Masked Man before. Among the many websites that used his identity as a gimmick, this website was worthy of being the first and the only one that had been interviewed by Fox News Channel. It had the most registered users, the most posts, and the most bizarre users: a disfigured woman, a biohuman secretly studied by the government, a Zitari who abandoned the dark, an alien who didn't want to show his face. Some people even said that he was the reincarnation of President Roosevelt's soul and provided a lot of seemingly reliable evidence. Rog wasn't surprised that Sky would log on to this website. What he didn't expect was that Sky was the administrator of this website. Looking at Sky using the account with the highest administrator authority to reply to all kinds of irresponsible posts and pin the posts that speculated that he was a woman one by one, he knew that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. What is this, the head of the anti-fans? My subordinate is the head of my biggest anti-fans. Rog felt like he had seen this situation before. At this time, Sky was still replying to all kinds of speculation posts. The speed of her fingers typing on the keyboard was even faster than Rog's sword dancing. This masked man is really shameless. He actually uses a mask to increase his sense of mystery. Too shameless. Rog glanced at the content of the post that Sky was replying to and said silently, "That's right. Everyone else has openly revealed their identities. Only he, Sky, who was replying to the post, instinctively replied." Then she realized that something was wrong. Without the slightest hesitation, Sky's right hand swiped across the messy desk, and a metal kunai that looked exactly like the Thor appeared in her hand. The next second, the kunai flew towards Rog. Her reaction was very sharp, and she was very decisive. But it was useless. Although Rog was right next to Sky and he didn't dodge, the kunai still seriously missed its target and hit the wall behind him. Then, it was ruthlessly bounced away. "Why are you here?" After discovering that it was Rog, Sky closed the page and asked loudly, "Why can't I be here?" Rog answered calmly, "When did you get here? You just got here, right?" Sky paused for a moment and continued to ask, "When you pinned the post that suspected that I was a Japanese woman dressed as a man." Rog continued to reply calmly, "You." Sky was silent, her hands crossed over her chest, looking like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. "Since you're so energetic, you shouldn't mind helping me check something." I want you to invade the central control mainframe of Oscorp. I want to know all the projects that Oscorp has been researching recently. If you need external hardware support, I can let the Punisher or Shadow clone assist you. Of course, a small Rhino armor couldn't arouse his interest. But after knowing that Oscorp might be conducting actual combat tests, he became interested in a bioelectricity project of Oscorp. Chapter 158. As a business giant that can compete with Stark Industries on military orders, Oscorp has a lot of strange research. And without exception, Oscorp's research has the possibility of weaponization and militarization. Although Oscorp has a lot of research projects, there are not many that can interest Rog, especially those that can help him now. In addition to Richard's mutant spider, the only thing that can attract his attention now is Max the Electric Man. But for the time being, he is not sure whether Max the Electric Man has been born. Unlike the Rhino armor, which is a product of some pure purpose, the birth of Max the Electric Man was purely an accident. Max is a talented electrical engineer, and his design even helped Oscorp win a crucial New York power grid project. But unfortunately, Oscorp didn't pay attention to him and regarded him as a dispensable low-level employee. Until Max's birthday, he fell into a water tank with mutant electric eels. If Rog's memory is correct, that's how the Electric Man was born. But he's not sure now whether the Electric Man will be born as he remembers. If the Electric Man is born, then he doesn't mind having a pleasant lightning exchange with the Electric Man. If not, those mutant electric eels can also satisfy his curiosity a little. Rog is not angry? After finding that Rog was not as angry as she thought, several ideas came to Sky's mind. Then, she changed back to her previous fearless appearance. I can help you investigate all the research projects of Oscorp, but I want a reward. Sky suddenly said, Reward? What reward do you want? This is the first time Sky has offered a reward. After being reminded by Sky, Rog remembered that he never seemed to have given Sky any reward. In fact, not only Sky, but even Abomination and Punisher, he didn't give any reward. However, he remembered that Erica would give them a huge sum of money every month as their monthly remuneration. It's better to give them a huge sum of money than to ask for their well-being. Simple and crude, but very effective. Tell me, what reward do you want? Since Sky has taken the initiative to ask this question, Rog doesn't mind fulfilling her wish. It's simple. I hope that you can be my combat instructor. Sky directly stated the reward she wanted, and then she heard Rog's decisive answer. No, I don't have the time. Change it to another one. Rog rejected Sky's request without hesitation. He could tell at a glance what Sky was up to. She felt that Erica's teaching was too strict, so she wanted to replace him as the coach. Then she could reduce or even end the training through his reluctance to lay his hands on women. Wasn't this little brat underestimating his intelligence? Rog seemed to have overlooked one point. Sky was actually about the same age as Gavin. Excuses, they're all excuses. Even if you don't have the time, don't you still have those shadow clones that can turn into smoke? Sky also decisively rejected Rog's proposal. Forget it. If you can find out the details of all Oscorp's research projects, I can let the shadow clone train you for a month. Looking at Sky's determined look, Rog chose to take a step back. It was better for the shadow clone to train Sky than for him to train her himself. After reaching a strange deal with Sky, Rog left the company and returned home. Before going to bed, he took the time to complete the last few levels of Berserker's Creed before returning to his bedroom. Berserker's Creed was cleared. What should he play next? Watchkit? Rainbow Six? Or Mysterious Sky Territory? Time flew by, and more than half a month passed unknowingly. Since encountering the unstable factor of the rhinoceros in the first operation, Gavin's following actions have been incredibly smooth. After half a month of continuous action, Gavin also successfully earned her own hero title, Spider-Woman. Just as Rog considered whether to guide public opinion and give Gavin a more pleasant hero name, Gavin herself was very happy to accept the title of Spider-Woman and even accepted an informal interview for it. after a high-level fire rescue. Since Gavin herself had no opinion, Rog was too lazy to make any small moves. And the two titles of the Masked Man and Spider-Woman were a good match. Gavin's side was going well, but Sky's side was in an unimaginable deadlock. More than half a month later, Sky cracked all the databases and firewalls related to Oscorp. Then she got a lot of useful and useless information and data. It was useful because what she investigated was confidential information about Oscorp. If she was willing to give this information to Oscorp's competitors, Oscorp would not fall to the bottom, but at least it would be badly hurt. But the problem was that this information had no significance to Rog. Through this information, he knew all the projects that Oscorp was now researching. However, he only knew the general idea and name of the project. As for the specific progress and research results of the project, he didn't see a word. Although it was very different from what he imagined, he did find something that interested him. On the feasibility and development of human capacitors, preliminary report on carbon-based bioelectricity, mutant electric eels biological structural reorganization test on humanoid creatures. There were many similar reports, but they all had only one report name and the submitted funding application. Oscorp's practice of guarding specific research reports made Rog think of Dr. Connors. When Dr. Connors was still honestly presiding over the interspecies genetic research project, Oscorp was not so cautious. However, Rog could still understand why Oscorp had become like this. Every now and then, a good company would be violently invaded by some people. And every invasion, something would be lost more or less. As long as Oscorp's management had not lost their minds collectively, they would certainly upgrade the corresponding security level. After more than half a month of trying, it was basically certain that the gentle and kind way could not get the desired information from Oscorp. Therefore, Rog intended to use his best and most skilled way to deal with this matter. Oscorp, you forced me to do this. If you had cooperated a little, I wouldn't have had to use this method. Thinking of the situation that Oscorp was about to face, Rog sighed helplessly. Chapter 159. After nightfall, 50 Loki, with antler helmets attacked all of Oscorp's research institutes. Whether it was those that everyone knew on the surface or those that secretly seemed to have nothing to do with Oscorp. Although there was no specific information and progress of those research projects in the intelligence collected by Sky, it was not difficult to infer the location of these research institutes from this information. Especially when these institutes apply for research funds and equipment from Oscorp from time to time. After sending out the 50 shadow clones that turned into Loki, Rog waited in the office. While waiting for the shadow clones' feedback, he was not idle, but opened a game guide and browsed it. After clearing Berserker's Creed, he was thinking about which game to continue to play. After some careful and unreasonable consideration, he chose another game called Miyazaki Old Thief's Malice. Unparalleled Black Souls 3. Cutting the grass, don't be afraid, just do it. While Rog browsed the game guide of Dark Souls 3, Harry Osborn, the head of Oscorp, was escorted by a team of bodyguards to Ravencroft Psychiatric Hospital, far from downtown New York. Since half a year ago, Norman Osborn, the founder and chairman of Oscorp, was bedridden because of his family's genetic disease. Harry, who was only 20 years old, was brought back from school by Norman and took over the business empire with a market value of hundreds of billions of dollars. Relying on his own outstanding ability, Harry, who was only 20 years old, not only successfully controlled the company's elders, but also further improved Oscorp's market share. Now, Harry Osborn is known as another young business leader after Tony Stark. The grievances between Stark Industries and Oscorp have once again become the focus of attention. However, in terms of personal charm, Harry has always been weaker than Tony. The title of superhero Iron Man gave Tony a huge charm bonus and was the key to Harry's reputation never catching up with Tony. Although he can't become a superhero who saves the world like Tony, Harry doesn't care too much about it. Compared with superheroes, he prefers to be the one who controls superheroes. Led by the guards of the mental hospital, Harry came to a secret research room in the deepest part of the mental hospital. Mr. Osborn, long time no see. When Harry arrived at the secret laboratory, a man in a white coat and a pair of heavy glasses greeted him. This man was the head of the laboratory, Dr. Kafka. He was one of the top experts in the field of biological research. What's the current situation of the test subjects? Harry ignored Dr. Kafka's flattery and went directly to the central control room of the laboratory. Through the special glass in front of the central control room, Harry could clearly see the test subject, Electric Man Max, who was firmly bound in a special device. His blue body was like an electric current. His skin was almost transparent, and the blood vessels in his body were clearly visible. Streaks of electricity continuously flowed within this strange body, emitting a bluish-white light. On Electric Man Max's left temple, there was a small capacitance monitoring device that constantly recorded the intensity of the electric current in Electric Man Max's body. The overall condition of the test subject is stable. With the brainwashing technology provided by Hydra, we have been able to initially control the behavior of the test subject. Using military-grade biological stimulation electrodes and high-strength capacitors produced by the group, we have also completed the development of the test subject's ability. Dr. Kafka confidently reported the current progress. He had enough reason to be proud of being able to study a biological miracle to the current state of initial control. This kind of thing was not something that anyone could do. How is the progress of the replication test subject? When can we start the weaponization test? Harry didn't look back, his eyes still on Electric Man Max. The weaponization test can start at any time. As for the replication test subject, a suitable method has not been found yet. We have simulated the whole process of the mutation of the test subject, but we have never been able to reproduce the life form of the test subject. At this point, Dr. Kafka's tone became slightly weaker. After hearing Dr. Kafka's words, Harry turned his head and glanced at him blankly, then said with a little dissatisfaction, "Solve it as soon as possible." Harry didn't say what would happen if he couldn't solve it, but Dr. Kafka didn't dare to have the slightest carelessness. If he really couldn't solve the problem of replicating the Electric Man, then he wouldn't have to think about it in the future, or even think about any problems. The shorter the sentence, the more serious the situation was. Dr. Kafka hadn't been in contact with Harry for a long time, but he knew very well that this young man was more terrifying than those old foxes who had been in the business world for decades. In the past few months, Harry had sent more than one or two of the group's old men as test subjects. Those old men at the top of the group were self-conscious and didn't put the young Harry in their eyes. As a result, they were sent by Harry to accompany those mutant electric eels. This young man was very ruthless. A few minutes later, just as Harry was about to leave the laboratory, the guard in charge of guarding the psychiatric hospital suddenly reported a message. Someone has invaded. It's the man who took Dr. Connors away last time. Rog didn't ask the shadow clone to secretly invade. Anyway, the shadow clone now looked like Loki. Even if Oscorp was dissatisfied, it was impossible to trace it back to him. If you have any opinions, go to Asgard to find Odin for feedback. If you can see Odin. Although the guards of the psychiatric hospital were pretty good, they were still too insignificant in front of Rog's shadow clone. Almost without wasting much time, the shadow clone broke through the heavy guards of the psychiatric hospital and quickly came to the laboratory. The actual test target is here, let the test subject do it. Harry, standing in the central control room, gave orders unhurriedly. Compared with the nervous experimenters and guards around him, Harry was as calm as a person from another dimension. Dr. Kafka wanted to continue to say something, but when he saw the heavily armed guards being hit one by one like puppets, he went directly to a computer and entered a series of instructions. The next second, the special device that bound the Electric Man Max was opened, and the Electric Man wrapped in electric current slowly floated out. Chapter 160. Kill the Intruder. As soon as the Electric Man left the restraint device, he heard the order from Harry. The electric man floating in the air turned to look at Harry in the central control room, then landed directly on the ground, and the electric current on his body disappeared. After landing on the ground, the electric man didn't immediately attack and transform into Loki's shadow clone. Instead, he silently looked at his hands. It was the first time Electric Man Max had time to look at his current appearance since he fell into the fish tank where the mutant electric eels were raised. He only remembered that the mutant electric eels attacked him one after another. Some of the mutant electric eels even swam directly into his body from his mouth. Pain, extreme pain. Electric Man Max couldn't remember what happened after that. The only thing he still remembers now is the extreme pain of his whole body being torn apart and reassembled again and again. When he woke up again, he was already in this laboratory and hung on the special restraint device like a mummy. In the following days, he experienced all kinds of inhuman experiments beyond his imagination. Until one day, several people in Hydra uniforms came to the laboratory. Later, in addition to those inhumane experimental tests, he also began the 24-hour brainwashing experience. When the brainwashing was over, the thoughts of revenge that had filled his whole mind completely disappeared. At this time, Max was no longer the mutant who hated Oscorp, but a weapon in the hands of Oscorp, a powerful biological weapon. After silently examining his hands and his current body, Electric Man Max raised his head to look at his doppelganger. Without any hesitation, Electric Man Max raised his right hand directly, and an electric current gushed out of his palm in an instant, like real lightning striking the shadow clone. Although the shadow clone is not the main body, the shadow clone can basically do what the main body can do. Except for a little weak resistance, the shadow clone can basically be equivalent to the main body. At the moment when Electric Man Max raised his right hand, the shadow clone also launched an attack at the first time. Lightning release, Chidori Sharp Spear. Electric Man Max's right hand and the shadow clone's right hand emerged with a strong current at the same time. The only difference is that the Chidori Sharp Spear in the hand of the shadow clone has a complete form. The current emitted by Electric Man Max maintains the original irregular form of the current. Sizzle, the electric current shot out by Electric Man Max instantly collided with the shadow doppelganger's Chidori Sharp Spear, producing a series of ear-piercing electric current sounds. Bang 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 bang, the irregular electric current was in a deadlock with the Chidori Sharp Spear. The electric current generated by the collision of the two kept striking the surroundings, making the originally dark laboratory suddenly brighten up. All kinds of metal instruments were hit by the electric currents that were running around. Then, without any suspense, they exploded and turned into fireballs. Compared to the devices that had exploded due to the electric shock, the guards close to the Electric Man Max and the shadow doppelganger were in an even worse state. If the metal instrument was hit, it would at most explode. However, if these guards were to be struck by the electric current, their lives would be taken away. When a few unlucky guards were instantly killed by the electric current, the remaining guards did not hesitate and retreated, no longer interfering in the inhuman battle between the electric figure and the shadow clone. Water release, water iron cannon. When the Chidori Sharp Spear was blocked by the electric current shot out from the electric figure's hand, the shadow doppelganger raised its left hand and directly shot the electric figure. The water iron cannon's liquid bullet arrived in front of Electric Man Max at a speed faster than the speed of sound. Then, it directly pierced through Electric Man Max's head. No, it was not pierced through. The moment the liquid bullet arrived in front of Electric Man Max's head suddenly changed from a stable biological form to a pure energy form. The liquid bullet flew into Electric Man Max's head and was instantly vaporized. Although the liquid bullet had an extremely strong penetrating power, in the end, it was just a ball of water condensed with chakra. While he was energizing his head, Electric Man Max didn't stay idle. He also raised his left hand. Just when everyone thought that Electric Man Max would use his left hand to shoot the electric current, Electric Man Max directly used himself as the center and erupted with an energy storm formed completely by lightning. When Electric Man had just unleashed the lightning storm, the shadow doppelganger had already planned to leave the laboratory with the flying thunder god. However, when the shadow doppelganger connected to the flying thunder god technique in the outside world, the shadow doppelganger directly gave up the idea of flying thunder god. I'm a person who has no feelings for information. Since the information is in my hands, then what happens next is none of my business. The shadow doppelganger must have the awareness of a shadow doppelganger. It must not steal the limelight from the original body. Thus, the shadow doppelganger ended the Chidori sharp spear in its right hand and allowed Electric Man's lightning storm to hit it. Bang! After being hit by the lightning storm, the shadow doppelganger turned into a cloud of smoke without any suspense. At the same time, it fed back the information it obtained to the original body. Rog, who was browsing through the unparalleled Onyx Soul strategy in the office, immediately received the feedback from the shadow doppelganger. Then he came to a conclusion. This shadow doppelganger had a lot of personality. If he could work less, he would work less. If he could be at the bottom, he would not be at the top. This lazy character was exactly the same as him. Harry, who had been expressionless, finally changed his face when he saw the intruder fighting with Electric Man Max turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Although he didn't deal with Rog, he heard from Hydra that this kind of doppelganger would turn into smoke after being attacked. Rog, the masked man of Konoha Private Military Company. For ordinary people, the identity of the masked man is a secret. But for those who have enough channels, it's easy to know that Rog is the masked man. Harry Osborn happens to be such a person with enough channels. It was he who took Dr. Connors away. Is he targeting Oscorp? Is it a black dog? It's a bit interesting. The intruder was Rog's shadow doppelganger, so it should also be his shadow doppelganger who took Dr. Connors away from the laboratory. Dr. Connors had been handed over to Oscorp, and Dr. Connors had been taken away. Harry is not only no stranger to this kind of black dog routine, but he is also very familiar with it. When he first took over Oscorp, he used this method a lot. For a while, Harry had the idea that he was the same kind of person as Rog. Chapter 161. At this time, Rog didn't know that Harry had regarded him as the same kind. Now he is selecting the ninjutsu he needs from the system's exchange page. To be precise, it's a sealing technique. Electric Man Max was able to turn his body into energy, which meant that most of his attacks would not be able to do any harm to Max. However, this doesn't mean that he has no way to deal with the Electric Man. Since the enemy can energize his body, then he just needs to seal the opponent's ability. Energization is indeed a very difficult ability to deal with, but it's far from unsolvable. In the system's exchange page, there is a page dedicated to the exchange of sealing techniques. Sisene Tatsuka Sword, Chibaku Tensei, 6 Paths, Chibaku Tensei, Immortal Method, Magnetic Release Rasengan, Immortal Method, Bright God Gate. Looking at these exchange icons shining with golden light, Rog directly chose to ignore them. To deal with an Electric Man, he doesn't need these advanced goods. It didn't take long for him to choose the sealing technique he needed this time. 4 symbols seal, plus a King Kong seal that can both attack and defend. These 2 ninjutsu directly consumed 70 ninja coins, making his unconsumed ninja coins amount to 305. After the Battle of New York, he didn't slack off. Especially after accepting the commission from Oscorp, he executed the commission for several months in a row, making his unconsumed ninja coins amount to 375. The 2 ninjutsu only added up to 70 ninja coins. In general, this is a good and cheap exchange. After completing the exchange, Rog didn't go to Ravencroft Psychiatric Hospital immediately. Instead, he first practiced these 2 ninjutsu in the office before transforming into Loki and teleporting there. Although the ninjutsu used when he attacked may be recognized, the disguise still needs to be done. This is a matter of attitude. Regardless of whether this disguise is useful or not, he still needs to be cautious. Rog, who had transformed into Loki, arrived at the Thor teleportation point closest to Ravencroft Mental Hospital. Just as he was about to teleport to the mental hospital, he saw the Electric Man in a special battle suit flying out of the mental hospital. Electric Man Max had no intention of hiding his existence at all. He flew through the air in an arrogant manner, drawing a bright arc in the night sky at the same time. Where was this guy going? Rog thought that Electric Man Max was going to leave New York, but Electric Man flew in the opposite direction. Not only did the Electric Man show no signs of leaving New York, but he also flew directly to Times Square. Rog seemed to have guessed the guy's plan when he saw the Electric Man flying arrogantly across the night sky without hiding his tracks. Did he want to use a grand enough stage to announce his debut? Times Square was a famous neighborhood in New York. It was known as the crossroads of the world. It was a landmark with high popularity in the whole world. Appearing in such a place, as long as the next day was not the end of the world, it could basically be regarded as a scheduled headline for the next day's newspaper. Now that the destination of Electric Man had been predicted, Rog naturally did not need to follow him and teleported directly to the top of a building near Times Square. After the teleportation, he also lifted the effect of the transformation technique on his body. Although he did not know why Max the Electric Man had done this, or what Harry Osborn had in mind. But since the other party wanted to play, he didn't mind playing with them. Without any hesitation, he psychically brought out his signature equipment. Wearing the 3-tomo mask, the Thunder Fan, and the Kusanagi sword, Rog patiently waited for the arrival of Electric Man. It didn't take long for Electric Man, who had been showing off all the way, to come to the sky above Times Square. Then, under the watchful eyes of the public, there was a superhero-like descent. Boom! Like a bolt of lightning falling from the sky, it hit a deep pit on the ground. Then Electric Man, who was kneeling on one knee, slowly stood up and opened his arms to the frightened crowd in front of him. I, Electric Man, am on the stage. As he expected after his appearance, the crowd that had gathered in the square suddenly dispersed and left quickly as if they were escaping a disaster. At the same time, the reporters who had been interviewing in the square also pointed their cameras at him. In the next second, the face of Electric Man, which was very different from that of human beings, appeared on the outdoor display screens around the square. Dozens of large and small outdoor displays around Times Square showed Electric Man Max's face at the same time. This experience, which even superstars may not have, made Electric Man Max feel a long-lost sense of importance and satisfaction. This feeling of being watched by the whole world is really cool. Although it was very different from the scene he had originally imagined, Electric Man Max was still very satisfied with the treatment at this time. Get down. Get on the ground right now. Raise your hands now. However, Electric Man Max's beautiful experience was quickly interrupted by the New York police around the square. In less than a minute, more than a dozen police officers rushed to the scene and pulled out their pistols from their waists and aimed at him. With the passage of time, more and more police cars rushed over. It didn't take long for more than a dozen police cars with sirens to surround Electric Man Max. The surrounding police officers kept warning Electric Man. After noticing that Electric Man showed no signs of following their warnings, these police officers threw a few smoke bombs at Electric Man. However, as soon as these smoke bombs that exuded irritating gas reached Electric Man Max, they were all knocked away by the electric current on his body. The moment the smoke bombs were bounced away, the surrounding police officers also pulled the triggers of their pistols and rifles. Bang 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 bang, intense gunshots rang out, and hundreds of bullets flew toward the Electric Man. Faced with the police's attack, Electric Man did not have any intention of dodging. A dazzling electric light flashed around his body. The bullets that flew at high speed hit the electric light and were instantly disintegrated. None of the bullets broke through this layer of dazzling electric light, and none of the bullets hit Electric Man's body. Now it's my turn. The moment the gunshots ended, Electric Man Max clenched his fists and then swung them down hard. Boom! An energy storm composed entirely of electric current erupted with a loud bang. In the thunderous sound, a dazzling electric current spread in a circle, and the surrounding police officers and police cars were instantly sent flying by the electric current. Chapter 162. Although their positions are different, it has to be said that Electric Man Max's appearance is very impressive. With just a simple display of his superpower, the image of an insufferably arrogant villain was born. After Electric Man Max released Lightning Storm, the policeman who was thrown into the air struggled to stand up and then quickly retreated for a distance. Since the Battle of New York, people all over the world have known that there are all kinds of monsters in the world besides ordinary humans. Aliens, mutants, enhanced people. Although these monsters look like humans one by one, in fact, none of them are easy to deal with. And the emergence of superheroes such as the Avengers has also made people understand that monsters should be dealt with by monsters. Standing on the top floor of the building, Rog looked down at the Electric Man in the square and a doubt came into his mind. What does Oscorp want to do? First, they gave the Rhino armor to dangerous people like Alexei for actual combat testing, and now they let Electric Man Max cause a riot in Times Square. Rog knows that Harry Osborn is the young man who is now in control of Oscorp, so he can't understand what Harry Osborn is up to. Harry Osborn is young, but he is definitely not the kind of person who will do these meaningless things because he is young. This guy is definitely planning something. Just as Rog was thinking about what Harry Osborn was up to, Gwen, wearing a black and white spider suit, rushed to Times Square at this time. During this time, Gwen went out to patrol for justice and fight against evil almost every night. So after discovering the riot in Times Square, Gwen did not hesitate and rushed over as soon as possible. When Gwen swayed to Times Square through the spider silk, there was a sudden cheer in the square. Spider-Woman! 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 Gwen has not been in the public eye for a long time, only for more than half a month. But even so, she has gained a lot of fans and even has her own fan support station and derivative toys. As long as there is enough exposure, even if she is just an ordinary person, she can become a superhero in people's hearts. What's more, Gwen is not an ordinary person. Gwen's appearance suddenly took away a lot of the shots belonging to Electric Man Max, and the outdoor display screen no longer showed only Electric Man Max's face. Electric Man Max versus Spider-Gwen. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Just when everyone thought that the emerging superhero, Spider-Woman, would have a fierce confrontation with Electro, a sword wrapped in electric current streaked across the night sky like lightning and stabbed into the ground between Gwen and Electro. This was the Masked Man's sword. Although Rog hasn't appeared yet, when people recognized that the Kusanagi sword was his, the crowd once again burst into cheers. The cheers were more than 10 times louder than when Gavin appeared. Spider-Woman was just a new hero that had appeared not long ago, and the enemies she dealt with were just ordinary criminals. But the Masked Man was completely different. This was a superhero who shone brightly when aliens invaded New York. He was a superhero who could deal with the alien soldiers like cutting grass. Although the Masked Man did not appear in public after the battle in New York, it did not mean that people had forgotten his existence. In particular, he suddenly appeared half a month ago and solved the Rhino Man that made the New York police helpless. When Rog teleported to the Kusanagi sword through the Thor, and then pulled out the Kusanagi sword that was inserted into the ground, the cheers at the scene reached a peak, and the outdoor displays around the square all switched to him. Let me deal with this guy. Rog didn't explain too much to Gwen. After hearing Rog's words, Gwen nodded silently, and then quickly came to the police who were trapped in the police car and rescued them one by one. Do you have any last words? Rog raised the Kusanagi sword and pointed the tip of the sword at Electric Man Max. Electric Man Max immediately gave his answer to Rog's impolite inquiry. Electric Man Max raised his hands directly, and a bolt of lightning gushed out of his palms and directly struck Rog, who was dozens of meters away. For these lightning bolts, the distance of dozens of meters can be covered in an instant. At the moment when Electric Man Max raised his hands, Rog also opened his Sharingan for the first time. However, after opening his Sharingan, he didn't want to avoid Electric Man Max. When those lightning bolts came in front of him with an irresistible power, he used ninjutsu. Lightning release, Chidori. The lightning emitted by Electric Man Max and the lightning gushing out of Rog's body collided fiercely, and a gorgeous and dangerous blazing light suddenly lit up, becoming the most eye-catching existence in the entire square. No one thought that Rog would use this method to resist the attack of Electric Man. Even Electric Man Max himself didn't expect that the lightning he emitted could be blocked like this. The lightning emitted by Electric Man Max seems to be omnipresent, but in the end, it's just ordinary electric current. It's not impossible to block this attack with Chidori, which also has the lightning attribute. Only magic can fight against magic. Similarly, only thunder and lightning can fight against thunder and lightning. This gorgeous and dangerous light did not last long before it dissipated. However, when the light completely dissipated, people found that Rog's figure was also missing. In terms of the degree of mutation, Electric Man Max does have a unique advantage. But the problem is that he has no combat experience. Before the mutation, Max was just a talented electrical engineer. After the mutation, he was locked in a mental hospital and studied day and night by Oscorp. Although Oscorp used Hydra's brainwashing technology to successfully brainwash Max into a biological weapon, it didn't change the fact that Max was an inexperienced novice. With Electric Man Max's ability, it's no problem for him to bully ordinary people. But in front of Rog, a battlefield veteran with terrifying combat experience, he is no different from a pig waiting to be slaughtered. Lightning release, Chidori Blade. Electric Man Max didn't notice Rog's arrival at all until Rog's voice sounded in front of him, and he barely saw Rog's looming figure. SII. The Kusanagi sword wrapped in lightning drew a beautiful arc and directly cut through Electric Man Max's neck. One sword, beheading. Chapter 163. Judging from the effect of the scene, Rog's sword can be described as wonderful. Whether it is the speed of the shot or the angle of the attack, it can be described as perfect. However, Rog, who swung this sword, did not have any happy expression. The feeling is wrong. The attack missed. Although the Kusanagi sword wrapped in lightning cut across Electric Man Max's neck, there was no feeling of hitting the target from the Kusanagi sword. Although Electric Man Max's combat experience is close to 0, his survival instinct is close to a perfect score. Just at the moment when the Kusanagi sword was about to cut his neck, he instantly energized his body and avoided Rog's sword. His reaction is really fast. After the sword missed, Rog did not hesitate and directly used the body flicker technique to retreat dozens of meters away. It was not until Rog completely retreated that Electric Man Max recondensed his body into a human form. If he had not energized his body in time, then he should have become a corpse on the ground by now. The pressure of death made Electric Man Max put away all his arrogance and looked at Rog not far away with a dignified expression. When he left the mental hospital, Harry Osborn reminded Electric Man to be careful of people wearing masks. Electric Man Max didn't quite understand what it meant, but now he finally understood why Harry Osborn gave such a reminder. The guy with the mask is dangerous, very dangerous. But even so, Electric Man Max still did not have any fear or fear. The current me is no longer that submissive existence from before. Now I am very strong, very strong. Electric Man Max began to fully stimulate the energy in his body, and electric currents of different colors appeared around him, and his whole body became extremely bright, as hot and dazzling as the summer sun. Is this a big move? In that case, I will play with you seriously. Looking at the Electric Man who was getting brighter and brighter, Rog lifted the Chidori flow on his body. Then, the light blue chakra coat began to cover his whole body. It was different from the chakra coat he used in the past. This time, the chakra coat was slightly different. On the light blue chakra's coat, visible lightning bolts could be seen moving around continuously. Rog's body was completely activated. It was an armor that wrapped lightning around the body, increasing the toughness and speed of the body, and activating the body. This was the lightning chakra mode with the lightning armor. His speed, defensive ability, and nerve conduction speed were all greatly improved at this moment. When Rog entered the lightning release chakra mode, Electric Man Max had finally finished the initial stage of charging. Electric Man Max let out a loud roar, and a lightning storm far stronger than before was instantly born. Boom! With Electric Man Max as the center, violent electric currents spread out in all directions, wantonly destroying everything around him. The ground, cars, buildings, street lamps, police officers, onlookers, the violent electric currents swept through the surroundings like a hurricane, and the bustling Times Square suddenly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a mess like a battlefield. When the lightning storm destroyed everything around it with irresistible force, a figure stood firmly on the ground, facing the attack of the lightning storm head-on, as motionless as a mountain. That's it? A big move with such a long lead time is only this powerful? After standing in place and resisting Electric Man Max's move, Rog couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. I deliberately entered the lightning release chakra mode, and this is all you showed me? Aren't you looking down on me too much? Rog thought that Electric Man Max could bring him a fairly pleasant battle, but it turned out that he thought too much. As far as the current situation was concerned, Electric Man Max only knew 3 moves. Electric Shock, Lightning Storm, Energy Body. Although the move just now was a little stronger than the previous lightning storm, in the end, it was just a lightning storm. In that case, I'll finish you quickly. With a thought, Rog's figure disappeared from everyone's sight again. The moment Rog disappeared, Electric Man Max didn't hesitate and immediately began to energy body. However, his reaction was still a step too slow. Lightning Body Blink. After entering the Lightning Release Chakra mode, Rog's Body Blink technique also became Lightning Body Blink, which was faster and the activation time was shorter. As soon as Electric Man Max noticed that Rog had disappeared, Rog had already appeared in front of him. For Symbol's Seal. Under Electric Man Max's gaze, Rog's left hand wrapped around chakra pressed on his chest. In an instant, a seal with spiral patterns appeared on Electric Man Max's chest. Although Electric Man Max didn't know what the 4-symbol seal was, when the seal of the 4-symbol seal appeared directly on his body through the special combat suit on his body, he immediately noticed that something was wrong. His energy body had lost its effect. The process of Electric Man Max's energy body was directly interrupted by the 4-symbol seal, and the energy body's ability disappeared in an instant. You're not just weak. Rog's voice rang in Electric Man Max's ears, and then he was completely sent flying. The 4-symbol seal was a powerful sealing technique that used the cycle of the 4 symbols to seal evil, and it had an extremely powerful sealing effect. Whether it was a powerful enemy or an evil demon, they could all be sealed with the 4-symbol seal. Although Electric Man Max wasn't strong, nor was he an evil demon, this didn't stop Rog from using the 4-symbol seal to deal with him. Moreover, he didn't plan to seal Electric Man Max into his body or some tool. What he wanted was to use the 4-symbol seal to stop Electric Man Max from energy body transformation. Rog wasn't very sure if the 4-symbol seal could stop Electric Man Max from energy body transformation, so in addition to the 4-symbol seal, he also exchanged for the Vajra seal. However, judging from the current situation, the 4-symbol seal was more than enough. Without the ability to transform his body into energy, Electric Man Max was just a sandbag that could discharge electricity, and a sandbag that had a limited amount of electricity. The battle that followed was simple and dull. In front of Rog, who had entered the Lightning Chakra mode, Electric Man Max didn't even have a chance to fight back. All the electricity in his body was violently drained by Rog. In the end, under everyone's gaze, Electric Man was taken away by Rog with the Flying Thor, completely disappearing from Times Square. Rog didn't kill Electric Man directly because before killing him, he still had some small experiments that required Electric Man's cooperation. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.